Chapter 173. Equipment in the Foundry Pavilion, as long as there are enough materials and fire seeds, can also be easily forged in one click. However, when Jun Changxiao forged the first solid iron shield, it took him half an hour, so he broke down. So slow. The system said, if this sentence is heard by the professional foundry master of the Falling Star Continent, they will definitely smash the host's head with a brick. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. The system explained, a professional foundry master needs at least 2 days to forge the lowest grade equipment, from smelting ores to repeatedly hammering. The host finished in half an hour and still thinks it is slow. It will definitely irritate them. Oh, Jun Changxiao whispered. Compared to 2 days, it is indeed not slow. Not only is it not slow, it is simply too fast. Shua. With a thought, he took out the first-grade solid iron shield. It is a more conventional round shield. The size is similar to an ordinary pot lid. Although it is made of iron, or it is very light. There's a grip in the center of the shield. The shield is black outside. There is a groove in the center. With the experience of loading bullets, Jun Changxiao immediately judged. This shield can be integrated with crystal core energy. Smart, the system said. Jun Changxiao continued to let the Foundry Pavilion forge the second shield, then took out a low-grade crystal core and integrated the energy into the groove. After the energy was filled, streams of light spread out from the center, finally outlining a pattern similar to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. At first glance, it seems to be coated with fluorescent powder. Cool, Jun Changxiao said. As soon as the voice fell, the streams of light suddenly weakened. Although the pattern was still on the shield, the color had turned gray. Jun Changxiao said, what's the situation? The system said, the host can pick up the shield and inject his mind into it to activate the defense function. Defense function? Jun Changxiao put his palm on the inner grip of the shield, communicating with the shield with his mind. Wong. As soon as he touched it, a circular barrier similar to a formation barrier appeared, close to the front of the shield. Looking at the light barrier protecting him, Jun Changxiao was shocked. This is super cool, but how is the defense? The system said, the solid iron shield activates the defensive barrier. The defense strength is quite high. At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in and asked, Sect leader, what is this? Shield, Jun Changxiao said. Of course, Li Luoqiu knew that it was a shield disc. She pointed at the flowing light barrier, which looked both real and illusory, and said, I'm talking about this. Why does it look a bit like a formation? Jun Changxiao said, defensive barrier. Come. He raised his shield and turned around. Take out your Desert Eagle and try shooting at my shield. Li Luoqiu laughed and said, what if I break it and injure the sect leader? I can't break it, Jun Changxiao said. For real? You're serious? All right. Li Luoqiu raised her hand, and the Desert Eagle appeared out of thin air. Crack! He loaded the gun, aimed it at the defensive barrier, and fired without hesitation. Hall Master Li, who used to be an assassin, was clean and efficient. However, when she fired the gun, her bright eyes were filled with surprise, because the bullet hit the defensive barrier and did not cause any damage at all. How is it? Jun Changxiao said, the defense is not bad, right? Li Luoqiu said in surprise, Sect leader, is your shield a mid-grade, high-grade defensive treasure? Jun Changxiao did not understand the quality of the low-grade solid iron shield, so he could only cooperate and said, yes, it's a mid-grade, high-grade. No wonder. Li Luoqiu blinked and said with a smile, Sect leader, do you have a lot of shields? If you do, give a few to our drizzle hall. Jun Changxiao withdrew his consciousness, and the defensive barrier disappeared. He said, we'll see how it goes in the future. All right. Li Luoqiu shrugged. Why are you looking for me? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, the Vastchi Sect sent a message that Qin Haoran left Azure Sun County. From the direction, it seems that he went to the Holy Springs Sect. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, this guy suffered a big setback. Could it be that he wants to go to the Holy Springs Sect to invite experts? Li Luoqiu said, that's possible. Jun Changshao shook his head and refuted his own conjecture. We have a duel with the Sacred Spring Sect. If they claim to be a great sect, they definitely won't send experts here because this will give people a reason to gossip. That's true, Li Luochio said. The entire Azure Sun County knew about the duel. The Holy Spring Sect would definitely have some scruples. Otherwise, they would continue to send people to cause trouble after the Spirit Spring Mountain. Jun Chang said with a smile, in my opinion, Alliance Master Qin's trip this time is to ask the Sacred Spring Sect to take care of our Ironbone Sect during the battle. Will a fifth-rate sect listen to a sixth-rate sect? Li Luochio said. They have a mouth under their nose, and they make up their own content. Jun Changshao said, what's more, if Alliance Master Qin gives some benefits, the Holy Spring Sect may be willing to accept. Li Luochio frowned slightly. So, if we go to the Holy Spring Sect, the situation will become more troublesome. It doesn't matter. Jun Changshao didn't care. In his opinion, Qin Haoran's methods were nothing. The Spirit Spring Sect's methods were hateful and abominable. The forging pavilion worked non-stop for the whole night and forged another 24 shields. Although the hard iron shield was good, it needed crystal cores to form a barrier. Moreover, after taking a blow from the Desert Eagle, it consumed 1/10 of its energy. This meant that once the energy was exhausted, the defensive barrier would lose its effectiveness. Jun Changshao murmured. After entering Death Valley, the disciples can use it to defend against the attacks of the beasts. The next day, he summoned 25 disciples. Not counting the inner disciples and the 10 high-grade spiritual roots, the other 8 disciples were Zhou Hong, Long Zhang, Li Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and others. Jun Changshao distributed the shields one by one, then gave each of them a crystal core. After briefly explaining how to inject energy, he said, unless it's a critical moment, don't easily activate the defensive barrier to block. Yes, all the disciples shouted. He didn't give Zhou Hong a shield because this guy would definitely use a sword and not a shield. TSK, I'm a martial emperor. Why would I use such a crude shield for defense? Yi Xingqian despised the hard iron shield very much. After all, in his previous life, he had never used a shield similar to the one used by mortal soldiers. Just imagine, a martial emperor who could fly and cover the sky with one hand. How degrading would it be to carry an iron shield? Why would I use such a crude thing? Back in the room, Yi Xingqian casually threw the hard iron shield in a corner. Outside, Su Xiaoma integrated the crystal core into the shield and activated the defensive barrier. He exclaimed, this shield is so powerful. TSK. Yi Xingqian snorted coldly. But when he turned around, he glanced at the defensive barrier outside the window and said in shock, this is a defensive treasure? Weapons were nothing more than sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Treasures were more complicated. For example, Buddhist beads, seals, or even a seemingly ordinary bracelet could be called a treasure as long as it had special functions. A ring with storage space was also a treasure. The hard iron shield could activate the defensive barrier function, which meant that it was also a treasure. In the Falling Star continent, defensive and offensive treasures were more valuable than weapons of the same quality. Yi Xingqian hurriedly picked up the shield in the corner and poured the crystal core into it. When the defensive barrier was activated, he exclaimed, a middle-grade high-grade defensive treasure. A low-grade hard iron shield was defined as a middle-grade high-grade. In terms of value, it was definitely comparable to a high-grade low-grade weapon. Yi Xingqian wasn't shocked by the quality, but by the fact that the sect leader had taken out 24 defensive treasures of this level. This guy was really something. Chapter 174. The disciple took the shield and left, leaving Ling Yuanxue alone. In the study, only she and Jun Changshao were left. Ling Yuanxue kept her head down, her small hands trembling slightly. This was the first time she was alone with the sect master. She was shy to begin with, so she must be very nervous now. Suddenly, there was a sound. Ling Yuanxue was startled and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Jun Changshao saw this and was speechless. I just put the aptitude reforming liquid on the table, and she got scared. She's too timid. Yuanxue. He held his chin and said, what's your dream? Why did the sect master ask about her dream again? Ling Yuanxue whispered, "My dream is to cultivate martial arts and prove to you stinky. No, prove to all stinky men except the sect master." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Cultivating martial arts is not to prove to others, but to prove to yourself. Do you understand?" Understood. Pa. Jun Changxiao slammed the table and said sternly, "Louder." Ling Yuanxue was almost scared to tears. She closed her eyes and said loudly, "Understood." Jun Changxiao's tone became gentle. "Cultivating martial arts is about courage. When we go to Death Valley, I hope to see your brave and strong side." "Understood," Ling Yuanxue said. Jun Changxiao said, "Drink this bottle of liquid." "Oh." Ling Yuanxue walked over step by step, then picked up the bottle of aptitude-reforming liquid, opened the cork, and drank it. After a while, her face became incomparably red. Her spiritual root aptitude went from low grade to mortal grade, and her cultivation also went from level 10 to level 12. Ling Yuanxue stood there with her almond-shaped eyes. After each of the 24 disciples was equipped with an iron shield, Jun Changxiao ordered them to continue their cultivation in order to prepare for the trip to Death Valley. As for Qingyang County, they were still talking about the Iron Bone Sect's victory over the Granqi Sect. It was not until another big news spread that the limelight was overshadowed. What big news? 7 days later, the AI family auctioned off the body-shaping pills. This kind of elixir that could enhance one's physical strength had already spread around when Iron Bone went to challenge the Noble Spirit Gate. Then it suddenly disappeared, and many people had almost forgotten about it. He could forget about it last time, but not this time. Because after the AI family confirmed the date of the auction, they carried out a large-scale publicity campaign. All kinds of praises and advertisements were used, giving people a feeling that it was very exaggerated. It was even more exaggerated. The AI clan's auction this time was different from the past. They directly announced the starting price of the body-shaping pill. How much? The starting price was 1 million taels. 1 million taels? That's too exaggerated. Even if a high-grade medicinal pill were to be auctioned, it wouldn't be able to fetch such a price. It's too extravagant. I can't afford it. If Jun Changxiao were to be auctioned, the starting price would be 1 million taels of silver. Many martial artists would definitely think that Jun Changxiao was crazy for money. However, the AI family was different. After all, they were an old and established family. Previously, they even had healing pills. When many martial artists heard of this news, they unanimously agreed that the effects of the body sculpting pill must be incomparably miraculous. If AI Shangyan used Iron Bone's disciple defeating the Noble Spirit Gate's disciple to advertise, it would cause an even bigger sensation. However, sect leader Jun didn't authorize it, so he didn't dare to use it as a gimmick. 1 million taels of silver was already a huge gimmick. The large clans and sects in Azure Sun County that trusted the AI family enough naturally started to raise funds after receiving the news. Jun Changxiao also received the news and laughed. The starting price is 1 million taels of silver. If the auction starts, I don't dare to imagine the final price. Li Luoqiu said, "The body-shaping pills refined by the sect leader are very important to martial artists. With the AI family's help, those 4 body-shaping pills will probably fetch a sky-high price." Jun Changxiao continued to develop in the sect. He wasn't interested in participating in the upcoming auction, mainly because he didn't want to show his face in public. Instead, he wanted to wait behind the scenes to collect money. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. Because the AI family clearly stated that the body-shaping pills were only for martial artists in Azure Sun County, the other county forces only casually sent people to join in the fun when they heard the news. Everyone, inside the auction house, AI Shang stood on the auction stage and said, "I believe all of you already know the effects of the body-shaping pills, even if I don't tell you. So let's begin the auction." Shua. He opened the brocade box and said loudly, "The starting price of the first body-shaping pill is 1 million taels of silver. 1,100,000 taels. 1,200,000 taels. The intense bidding began. All the large clans and sects went all out. After all, there were only 4 body-shaping pills, which were even rarer than the healing pills. After the auction ended, the news was passed to Ironbone. Jun Changshao learned that the 4 healing pills were sold for 10 million taels of silver. Only 2,500,000 taels of silver per pill. He shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem too high." Li Luochio said, "The AI family's auction this time is limited to Azure Sun County. They didn't allow any other county forces to participate. It's already good that they managed to sell it for 10 million taels of silver." That's true. Jun Changshao felt relieved. 10 million taels of silver was split 40 to 60. He could earn 4 million taels of silver. This was like picking up money. That wasn't all. After the body-shaping pills, the AI family continued to auction the healing pills. Although the other county forces didn't participate and the 10 healing pills couldn't reach the price of 6 million taels of silver, they still managed to sell for 4 million taels of silver. The AI family did this to take care of the other county forces so that they wouldn't complain all day. Sect Master Li Qingyang reported, "The AI family head is here to visit again." Actually, it would be more appropriate to say the AI family head is here to give money again. After AI Shangyao entered the main hall, he first handed over 6 million taels of silver. Jun Changshao liked to work with the AI family, so he directly gave them 50 bottles of healing pills and 10 bottles of body-shaping pills. When AI Shangyao received the money, his hands started to tremble uncontrollably. With so many pills, the profit they could earn from auctioning them off every once in a while was unimaginable. Pay 10 times the penalty to the Xiao family? Bullshit. As long as they could form a good relationship with Sect Master Jun, they wouldn't care even if they had to pay 20 times the penalty. AI Shangyao left happily and began to plan for a bigger auction. On the way, he had already decided that the next auction would be open to the public, and the healing pills would not be limited to Azure Sun County. The matter of the auction gradually faded away with the passage of time. With the help of the craftsmen, the renovation of the outer courtyard of the Ironbone sect had also been completed. The grounds had become bigger and there were more pavilions, especially the main hall, which had been renovated to be even more majestic and dazzling. The foundation of a sect was all in the main hall. Therefore, after challenging the vast Qi sect, Li Qingyang focused all his energy on the main hall. Why? Because the outer courtyard grounds and pavilions could be expanded and built at will, but the main hall had to remain in place. Therefore, if he wanted to renovate it, he had to do it in one step. Li Qingyang's idea was very correct. After the main hall was renovated twice, it would be a long time before it was renovated again. Not bad, not bad. Standing in the incomparably spacious and majestic main hall, Jun Changshao smiled with satisfaction. Sect Master, Li Qingyang said, "This disciple has already drawn up the blueprint for a larger scale renovation. We can carry out the third renovation at any time." "This is very good. We will talk about it after the third renovation." Jun Changshao paused for a moment and said, "Pass down the order. Let the specially trained disciples have a good night's rest. We will set off for Death Valley tomorrow." Chapter 175. There are still more than 10 days left before the 2-month time limit set by the Epic mission. Death Valley was quite far away, and they would have to travel for a while. Therefore, Jun Changshao decided to set off tomorrow. The 25 disciples had improved quite well, especially the 10 middle grade disciples, all of whom had become 5th grade martial disciples. Because there weren't many 10-fold Qi gathering pills, they took the quintuple ones, so their speed couldn't be compared to Li Qingyang and the others who went to Haoqi sect for training. If he had joined the other sects during the 100 sects recruitment, it would have been his limit to enter the martial disciple stage from the meridian opening stage. Therefore, the 10 middle grade spiritual root disciples were very content and grateful. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua also improved quite well. One became a 5th grade martial disciple, and the other became a 4th grade martial disciple. Especially Li Yuhua. After a month of training, not only did he cultivate a strong physical defense, but he also became very agile. Su Xiaomao and the others wanted to kick him with a football, so they had to use at least 70 to 80% of their strength. After Ling Yuanxue took the aptitude-changing liquid, she relied on the qi revolving pill to break through to martial disciple, and later on, she became a third-grade martial disciple. These were all outer sect disciples. Although the 7 inner sect disciples didn't have the tenfold qi gathering pills, their improvement in the past month was quite good. Yi Xingchen became a 9th-grade martial disciple, the same as Li Qingyang. Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and Tian Qi were all 8th-grade martial disciples, and Xiao Ziji was a 6th-grade martial disciple. As for Lu Qianqian, in her words, she was a 4th-grade martial disciple. She was able to turn her spiritual power into small fists in Haoqi's sect, so no one thought that her strength was only a 4th-grade martial disciple. Of course, in the past month, the other disciples also improved quite well. Disciples with average aptitudes like Li Tian and Sima Zhongda also became 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade martial disciples. The last batch of disciples entered the 10th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm with the help of Yi Jing, Body Tempering Pill, and Meridian Opening Pill. They weren't far from all 12th stage martial disciples. Could they raise the sect's level? They couldn't. The certification requirements for a 7th-grade sect were the Sect Master, 50 martial disciples, and 512-stage Meridian Opening Realm disciples. Just based on the first point, he failed. Therefore, Jun Changshao had to complete the epic quest no matter what so that he could become a martial master. Moreover, based on the first mission he completed, if he completed the second epic mission, he might directly break through to the next realm. The next day, after the 25 disciples ate the breakfast prepared by Lu Wanshi, they left the iron bone under the lead of Jun Changshao. After the other disciples saw him off, they continued to cultivate. They hoped that they could become stronger faster so that they could follow their senior brothers out to gain experience in the future. Li Luoqiu oversaw the sect. However, after watching Jun Changshao and the others leave, he said to himself, "Death Valley is full of danger. I hope I can return safely." Death Valley was notorious. She had brought so many people there to train. It was hard for her not to think that some of her disciples might never return. Scared. On the way, Jun Changshao said, "I'm not afraid." The disciples shouted in unison. Even though they knew that this trip would be extremely dangerous, they weren't afraid in the slightest, because they had steel bones. Death Valley was in the south of Azure Sun County. It was at least 1,000 miles away from Azure Sun City. As there was still plenty of time, Jun Changshao wasn't in a hurry. Occasionally, they would stop to admire the beautiful scenery when they passed by. It had to be said that in a world full of spiritual energy, the scenery in the wilderness was pleasant, making people forget to return. When Jun Changshao brought his disciples to a waterfall, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He immediately recited a poem. The sun shines, and the incense burner produces purple smoke. I look at the waterfall hanging in front of me. Flying down 3,000 feet, I think the Milky Way falls from the 9th heaven. The disciples were stunned. It turned out that the sect leader knew how to compose poems. Su Xiaomao and the others didn't come from a big family, so they had limited knowledge. They only felt that the poem sounded very good. Flying down 3,000 feet, I think the Milky Way falls from the 9th heaven. Long Xiang carefully savored it and clapped his hands. Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Qianqian, who was always cold, heard Jun Changshao's poem, and her eyes were filled with surprise. In the falling star continent, there were many martial artists, but cultured people like him weren't easy to find. Sect leader is so awesome. Ling Yuanxue didn't follow the procedure and directly worshipped him. If the system had acting tough points, sect leader Jun would have gained a lot of points by reciting Li Bai's poem. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the beautiful mountain forest, Xiao Zuiji carried his Type 88 sniper rifle and sprinted forward. He stopped in front of a tree, set up his gun, and pulled the trigger. Xiao, with the silencer, the bullet shot out silently and accurately hit a goat that was running in the distance. Swish! Su Xiaomao rushed over and carried the goat to a small stream. He skillfully skinned and deboned the goat. After finishing, he hung the goat on a tree branch. Zhou Hong walked over. Sword shadows permeated the air, instantly slicing the man into pieces. Before the goat fell off, a few disciples went over with bamboo baskets and caught the pieces. Swish, swish, swish. They used bamboo skewers to skewer the goat and brought it to the sect leader. Jun Changshao placed the goat skewers on a makeshift barbecue table and released the exquisite fire. He began to rotate the skewers continuously. Xiao Ziji opened fire. Zhou Hong drew his sword. The disciples were busy as if they were facing a great enemy. They were just barbecuing. Little Mo, Jun Changshao shouted, "Where's the kidney?" Su Xiaomao, who was standing by the stream, said, "Sect leader, I threw away all the internal organs." "Damn," Jun Changshao said, "what a waste." Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. "My sect leader, you used a bullet to barbecue the meat with the exquisite fire. This is what you call a waste. Extremely boring." Yi Xingqian, who was sitting in the distance, didn't care. Not long after, the skewers were cooked. Jun Changshao sprinkled chili and cumin and said, "Come and try my barbecue skills." The disciples living in the Falling Star continent had never seen such barbecue before. So they all curiously took a skewer and ate it. Then they praised it. "Junior brother Yi." Li Qingyang handed over the goat skewers and said, "You should try it too." TSK. Yi Xingqian took it reluctantly, took a bite, and then, well, ate the rest. No one could resist the temptation of delicious food, not even the cold martial emperor. He could compose poems and barbecue skewers. The disciples' adoration for the sect leader was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. After the barbecue in the wild, Jun Changshao continued to lead the disciples and stopped in front of the fog-shrouded Death Valley the next day. The words Death Valley were engraved on the stone wall at the entrance of the valley. The color was red, as if it was dyed with blood. Whoosh! Cold wind blew and poured into the entrance of the valley, forming a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. In front of the valley, many martial artists were hesitating. When they saw Jun Changshao and the others coming, they immediately whispered to each other. Iron Bone? Sect leader Jun brought so many disciples here. Is he going to enter Death Valley to train? Without Wuzong, going in rashly is suicide. Chapter 176. Death Valley not only had ferocious beasts, but also large amounts of medicinal herbs, ores, and crystal cores. Every day, it would attract cultivators who were not afraid of death. They definitely did not dare to enter alone, so they would often recruit members at the entrance of the valley. If they could come out alive, they would split the loot equally. Unfortunately, after entering, very few people could come out alive to split the loot equally. Even so, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Every time, they would rush over like moths to a flame. Rogue cultivators had no clan or sect to protect them, so they could only rely on themselves. It was very common for them to go to the wilderness to earn resources. There are quite a lot of people. Jun Changshao stopped in front of the valley with 25 disciples. Sect Master Jun, a cultivator, shouted, "You want to bring the disciples into the valley?" Jun Changshao said, "That's right." That person said, "Death Valley is a forbidden area in Azure Sun County. It's very dangerous." Sect Master Jun, "With so few people, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Jun Changshao said, "It's not the number of people, it's the quality." Quality? Everyone shook their heads. They knew that Li Qingyang and a few others in Ironbone were quite strong. As for the other disciples, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went in. They might even be a burden. Jun Changshao naturally would not explain, nor would he let the disciples show their strength to them. He said, "Disciples, follow me into the valley." With that, he strode into Death Valley. 25 disciples of the Ironbone faction entered in an orderly manner under the watchful eyes of the crowd. There's not a single martial master. They'll be sending themselves to their deaths if they go in. Last year, Alliance Master Qin brought his disciples here for training. After they went out, more than 10 of them died. Sect Master Jun probably thinks that he can do whatever he wants in Azure Sun County after defeating Haochi's sect. He's still too young. He'll know his own worth when he suffers a big loss. I'm afraid they'll all be wiped out and never come out again. Everyone discussed in low voices. They were not optimistic about Iron Bone's training in Death Valley. With them leading the way, we can follow behind and pick up scraps. If the situation doesn't look good, we can retreat immediately. Yes. Many small teams believed that this was a good opportunity, and they all set out to enter Death Valley. In an instant, there were only a dozen or so people left at the entrance of the valley. They didn't go in because they were worried that Iron Bone wouldn't be able to hold on. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a chance to retreat. Those who dared to go and were gambling, while those who didn't were seeking stability. The entrance to Death Valley was a narrow passageway that resembled a canyon. It was filled with a faint mist, and occasionally a cold wind would blow, giving people a gloomy feeling. Jun Changshao raised his hand as he walked in. Shua. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua walked over. He stood in a triangular formation with the sect leader and placed the low-grade iron shield in front of him. 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples stood on both sides of the team and raised their iron shields. The rogue cultivators who were following behind shook their heads when they saw the Iron Bone disciples advancing step by step with their shields raised. The vicious beasts in the valley were incomparably cruel. This kind of iron shield would not be able to withstand their attacks at all. When the time came, it would only hinder them. Awoo! All of a sudden, wolf howls could be heard from above the canyon, and numerous earth flame wolves appeared, stepping on flames. Oh no! It's a pack of earth flame wolves. They shouldn't be at the entrance. Many martial artists turned pale with fright and immediately retreated. They even had the intention of leaving the cave. They were not sure if they could escape. There were more than 100 earth flame wolves gathered above. It would be difficult to escape if they were targeted. If they had known that they would be treated like this as soon as they entered the valley, they would not have followed them, even if they were beaten to death. The rogue cultivators were now filled with regret. However, they were fortunate that after the earth flame wolves appeared, their cold eyes locked onto the Iron Bone disciples in front of them. With them attracting their attention, there was a high chance that they would be able to escape. Awoo! The wolf howls could be heard again. More than 100 earth flame wolves seemed to have received an order. They immediately charged down with flames on their feet, baring their teeth. Jun Changshao raised his hand with a smile on his face. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and the other inner disciples brandished their cold-edged swords. The outer disciples who did not have weapons raised their shields and formed a defense on both sides. Awoo! An earth flame wolf that was comparable to a second-grade martial disciple was the first to charge. However, when it was still in midair, its head exploded and its body fell to the ground with a bang. Darlings, Jun Changshao withdrew his desert eagle and said, "It's time to show off my real skills." Swoosh! An earth flame wolf's sharp claws gathered flames as it pounced towards him. Whoosh! With a flash of his sword, its head was separated from its body. Li Qingyang held his sword and stood in front of the sect leader. His eyes were cold. Puchi! Su Xiaoma charged forward. With a flash of his sword, an earth flame wolf's head was chopped off. When he went on a sect mission before, he could only dodge with his meridian opening cultivation. Now that he was facing a stronger earth flame wolf, he could easily kill it. This was the best proof of his increase in strength. Tian Qi, Li Fei, and the others also started to attack. In the narrow passage, sword lights flashed frequently. Puchi! Puchi! One by one, the earth flame wolves were killed. Fresh blood splattered on the stone wall, emitting a nauseating smell. When the martial artists who were running back saw the Iron Bone disciples killing the earth flame wolves, as if they were chopping vegetables, their expressions froze. "Senior brother, be careful." At this moment, Li Yuhua rushed over with her shield and knocked away the earth flame wolf that was attacking Su Xiaoma from the side. Boom! The earth flame wolf crashed into the stone wall and fell to the ground, twitching. Oh my God! What kind of impact is that? It can paralyze an earth flame wolf. Everyone exclaimed. Boom! Another collision sound was heard. They saw Xiao Ziji dashing forward with his shield and knocking away 3 earth flame wolves, killing them on the spot. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just by relying on the impact of an iron shield, the force formed from the impact was enough to kill an earth flame wolf. He's Xiao Ziji. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the champion of the Sect competition. Everyone was relieved. However, when they saw the weaponless disciples of the Ironbone sect holding up their shields and colliding head-on with the incoming ground firewolves and sending them flying again and again, they were all shocked. They are all King freaks. Look, that female disciple seems to be scared. Someone noticed Ling Yuanxue. Although she was holding her shield, her hands and legs were trembling. Right? Facing so many earth flame wolves, this was normal. Oh, well. At this moment, an earth flame wolf jumped down, and its target was Ling Yuanxue. This is bad. Without the help of her fellow disciples, this girl is definitely unlucky. While everyone was guessing, Ling Yuanxue noticed an earth flame wolf attacking her. She closed her eyes and rushed over with her shield. Bang! Because Ling Yuanxue's speed was very fast. When she hit the earth flame wolf, it was stuck in front of the stone wall. Bang, bang, bang. She closed her eyes and repeatedly attacked with her shield. Soon, the earth flame wolf's skin was torn open. The itinerant martial artists behind were all dumbfounded. This girl was too violent. Chapter 177. Many earth flame wolves charged down from both sides, but they were either killed or rammed to death by the Ironbone disciples. In just a moment, dozens of corpses were scattered on the road. The rogue cultivators behind were dumbfounded. Ironbone was simply too terrifying. The earth flame wolves jumped down one after another, as if they were rushing to their deaths. The wolves howled again, and the earth flame wolves immediately stopped attacking. They stood on a mountain wall, opened their mouths, and began to gather fire spirit energy. Realizing that the crowd below was very strong, they chose to bombard them with long-range fireballs. This was a very smart choice. There are so many earth flame wolves spitting fire at the same time. There's no way to dodge. Ironbone is finished. Everyone hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the valley. However, they did not leave immediately. They wanted to see what Ironbone had in mind. Bang! Bang! At this moment, dozens of earth flame wolves spat fireballs at the same time. The scorching heat instantly dispersed the thin fog. Ironbone disciples raised their shields to block the attacks, but they did not activate the defensive barrier. The sect leader had said that they should not waste the energy of the crystal cores. The rogue cultivators' mouths twitched. Brother, that's fire energy. If you use your iron shields to block the attacks, the heat alone will be scorching, not to mention whether you can withstand the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the flames spat out from both sides accurately hit the iron shields. The flames were dispersed and extinguished like blooming fireworks. The disciples with the iron shields stood where they were and were not sent flying. Disdain was written all over their faces. Another wolf howl was heard. Huff, huff. The dozens of earth flame wolves seemed to have received an order. They opened their mouths to gather fire energy again and spat it at the Ironbone disciples below. Unfortunately, the second fireball was stronger than the previous one. It was blocked by the iron shields again. The disciples stood where they were, unharmed. As for the heat, the iron shields did not conduct heat. Bang! Bang! After the earth flame wolves' attacks failed, they continued to spit fireballs. For a moment, fire energy shot down like rain. The Ironbone disciples gradually gathered together as they blocked the attacks. Their shields connected to each other, forming a perfect defense. The wolf howled again. Jun Changxiao was annoyed and said, Zueji, get rid of that guy. Xiao Zueji summoned his Type 88 sniper rifle and placed it directly on his shield. The 8x scope locked onto the howling earth flame wolf on the mountain, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A silent bullet shot out from the muzzle at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, accurately hitting the earth flame wolf's head. The howling stopped abruptly. Boom! The earth flame wolf that had been shot fell from the mountain and landed in front of the iron bone disciples' shields. Judging from its size, it was much larger than its peers. Oh my God, the earth fire wolf king died, just like that. Could this be Iron Bone's god-powered gun? Everyone was shocked. Iron Bone was very famous in Azure Sun County. The Type 88 sniper rifle that smashed the Houchi Sect signboard was also a hot topic among many martial artists. After the Earth Flame Wolf King that had given the order was killed, dozens of Earth Flame Wolves seemed to have gone mad. They did not care about spitting fire anymore and pounced on them with bared fangs and brandished claws. Put away your shields and kill, Jun Changshao said calmly. Shwa shwa shwa. The Iron Bone disciples carried their shields on their backs and channeled their spiritual energy into their fists to fight the earth flame wolves that were pouncing on them. Bang! Bang! Li Yuhua, who was the meat shield, was the first to rush over. She used her rupturing fist and punched left and right, directly smashing the heads of 2 earth flame wolves. Although the 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples did not have any weapons, they still killed the earth flame wolves with their bare hands. Moreover, all of them were headshots. When one's strength reached a certain level, even the toughest skull would be smashed. For a moment, brains and blood splattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. Ling Yuanxua also imitated her senior brothers and punched an earth flame wolf until its body caved in and its internal organs were shattered. Only then did she bravely open her eyes. The itinerant cultivators in the distance twitched their mouths violently. They thought that the quality of the iron shield used by the Iron Bone disciples was extraordinary, since they could withstand the attacks of the earth flame wolves. Now that they saw the shield and fought, they knew that it was really powerful. More than 10 minutes later, the dozens of frenzied earth flame wolves all died in front of the Iron Bone disciples. The originally narrow path was filled with corpses. Blood flowed and gathered into a river. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. Seeing so much blood, Ling Yuanxua leaned against the mountain wall and vomited. Take out the crystal cores, Jun Changshao ordered. Yes. The disciples started to move. They cut open the bodies of the earth flame wolves and took out the crimson crystal cores one by one. In total, they obtained more than 50 crystal cores. The itinerant cultivators who were hiding in the distance were full of envy. Every single crystal core was money. Sect leader Su Xiaomao held the crystal core of the Earth Flame Wolf King and said with a smile, "This is not bad." Jun Changshao put it into his spatial ring and snapped his fingers. Let's continue forward. Everyone followed the sect leader with excitement in their eyes. When they were facing the Earth Flame Wolves, they were very nervous. After the battle, their blood was boiling. Ever since they joined the Iron Bone, these disciples had been cultivating. Today, they came to Death Valley to train. It was undoubtedly the time to prove their strength. After Jun Changshao left with the disciples, the itinerant cultivators who wanted to retreat gathered their courage and followed. When they came to the ground full of Earth Flame Wolf corpses, they were still shocked. More than 100 Earth Flame Wolves that were comparable to martial disciples were killed by them so quickly. This was too terrifying. Shwa, shwa. Many itinerant cultivators took out their daggers and began to skin and bone the wolves. Although the most precious crystal cores and the Earth Flame Wolf King's corpse were taken away, these things could still be sold in the market and made some money. Needless to say, the martial artists who gathered their courage and followed and seemed to have some gains. At least the Iron Bone could eat the meat, and they could drink the leftovers. The path in the valley was not long. Jun Changshao led the disciples out quickly. What appeared in their field of vision was a dense forest covered in a faint mist. Roar! Vaguely, they could hear the roars of ferocious beasts. The ground under their feet was dark red, as if it was left behind by blood. Piles of human and beast bones were scattered around, emitting a gloomy and strange aura. This was the interior of Death Valley, a place that was regarded as a forbidden area. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Be alert at all times." Yes. The disciples gradually spread out and kept a distance from each other, forming a defensive formation with the sect leader as the center. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light darted out from the darkness and blocked their path. It was a huge leopard beast with black fur and a pair of cold eyes. Sect leader, Li Qingyang whispered, "This is a black-skinned leopard." Roar! The black-skinned leopard roared and suddenly rushed over. Its front claws were stretched out, carrying with them the power to tear everything apart. Sinful self, go. Yes. Ta-ta-ta. Xiao Ziji rushed out of the defensive formation and directly grabbed the leopard's front limbs. His 10 fingers were like iron pliers, and he threw it to the ground. Roar! The black-skinned leopard cried out in pain. However, because its front limbs were grabbed, it could not get up at all. In the end, it was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Bang! 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 After being thrown to the ground, this black-skinned leopard that was comparable to a peak martial disciple could no longer get up. Its body twitched violently, and it died. Chapter 178. The rogue cultivators who followed behind them entered Death Valley and happened to see Xiao Ziji beating up the Black Panther. Their mouths suddenly opened wide. Oh my God! A beast comparable to a peak martial disciple was actually ravaged by him. Shua! Xiao Ziji tore open the Black Panther's chest with his bare hands and took out the crystal core in its heart. The rogue cultivator's eyes suddenly became hot. That was a beast comparable to a peak martial disciple's crystal core. It could be exchanged for several spirit stones. Of course, no one would think of robbing it. After all, they would definitely die if they tried. Jun Changxiao led his disciples into the forest step by step. The moment he stepped into Death Valley, the epic mission entered a 7-day countdown, so he had to find the 4 types of beasts as soon as possible. Shua! Shua! As soon as Jun Changxiao and his disciples left, a small group of rogue cultivators rushed over and skillfully peeled off the Black Panther's fur. The fur of a peak martial disciple was much more valuable than the Earth Flame Wolf. Those who were slow were immediately annoyed. Let's go, let's follow. Iron Bone is so strong. There must be good things. Let's pick up the scraps. Everyone hurriedly followed and kept a certain distance. Ta! Suddenly, Jun Changxiao stopped and turned around. Everyone, it seems a little inappropriate to follow behind Iron Bone to pick up scraps, right? A warrior scratched his head and said, Sect leader Jun, can't we follow Iron Bone to drink the soup while you eat the meat? Jun Changxiao said, you can drink the soup, but everyone has to pay 1,000 taels. You can pick up whatever Iron Bone doesn't want. 1,000 taels? That warrior collapsed. Sect leader Jun, isn't it a little expensive? Jun Changxiao said, if you think it's expensive, you can take the lead. Iron Bone will give you 1,000 taels each to follow behind and pick up scraps. Everyone's mouth twitched. They really wanted to agree. After all, more than 20 people would cost 20,000 taels. But they didn't have the ability to take the lead. Jun Changxiao said, you don't want to pay, yet you want to take advantage of the situation. There's no such good thing in this world. So if you dare to follow me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. All the disciples were very cooperative, glaring angrily at him. After witnessing how the Iron Bone disciples fought valiantly against the pack of Earth Flame Wolves, the rogue practitioners were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Sect Master Jun, the martial artist, said, we will give you 1,000 taels. If you can't find enough, won't you be a fool? Jun Changxiao said indifferently, there's no other way. Picking up scraps depends on luck. These words caused everyone to break down. We will give it to you. The 5 small groups of martial artists who had obtained the Black Panther fur agreed and paid 5,000 taels. After all, they had already tasted the benefits. Following him in was a gamble. Giving him 1,000 taels was still a bet. More than 30 rogue cultivators struggled internally for a while before they each took out 1,000 taels of silver. After pocketing more than 30,000 taels of silver, Jun Changxiao reminded them, remember, your duty is to pick up scraps. If you take something you shouldn't take, it will be very tragic. Rest assured, Sect Master Jun, we definitely won't take anything we shouldn't take. Everyone patted their chests and promised. Awoo! Suddenly, another wolf howl was heard. Streaks of crimson light appeared in the fog-shrouded forest in front of them, looking very frightening. Thud thud. Wolf beasts that were even larger than the earth flame wolves walked out of the shadows. Their fur was crimson red, like a cluster of flames. Their crimson eyes emitted a ruthless aura. Oh no, it's a pack of crimson flame wolves. The rogue cultivators turned pale with fright. The earth flame wolves belonged to a relatively low-level wolf pack. Their strength was generally 1 to 3 grades lower. The crimson flame wolves belonged to a high-level wolf pack. Their strength was at least 6 grades lower. In other words, the crimson flame wolves that appeared were not weaker than the earth flame wolf king. Moreover, their use of fire was much better than the earth flame wolves. When they were angry, they could directly spit out fire pillars. It's over, it's over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given them 1,000 tails. The rogue cultivators didn't care about picking up the leftovers, nor did they care about the banknotes. They hurriedly ran towards the entrance and entered the canyon tunnel. During this time, no one turned back. They were even annoyed that they didn't grow 2 more legs. They ran away just like that. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "Didn't I just earn tens of thousands of taels for nothing?" The disciples were speechless. Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, there are at least 50 crimson flame wolves. Their strength is not weaker than a 6th grade martial disciple. It's a bit tricky. Then what are you waiting for?" Jun Changshao took a step back and said, "Hurry up and find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack." Whoosh! Whoosh! The disciples hurriedly looked around and quickly found that the left side of the mountain wall behind them was concave. They hurriedly rushed over and occupied this advantageous position. Howl! Just as they were about to set up the defense, a furious howl suddenly came from inside. The crimson flame wolves that were about to attack heard the howl. Fear appeared in their crimson eyes, and their footsteps slowed down. Whoosh! At the end of the mountain wall, a resting bear was awakened. It straightened its 5-meter-tall body, and its eyes flashed with an ominous glint. "Second-grade mountain back bear," Li Qingyang said in surprise. Second-grade mountain back bear was equal to a second-grade martial master. Judging from its physique and ominous glint, it was indeed Chinibyu. Damn it! Jun Changshao took out the Desert Eagle and was about to kill this guy that shouldn't exist. At this moment, Yi Xingchen tiptoed on the stone wall and leaped into the air. The hand that was holding the sword hilt suddenly waved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, sword shadows spread out, and all of them landed accurately on the chest of the mountain back bear. Zhou Hong said in surprise, 30 swords in one breath. Yi Xingchen was able to achieve 24 swords in one breath last time. Now that he had achieved 30 swords, it could be seen that he had a deeper understanding of the linear sword formula. As a sword cultivator, Zhou Hong comprehended the sword every day. After a month, he only managed to break through from 23 swords to 25 swords. Don't underestimate the extra 2 swords. If it were other sword cultivators, they might not be able to improve even after a few months, years, or even a lifetime. Swoosh! Yi Xingchen landed gracefully. Oh my God! Senior Brother Ye's swords are so fast. The outer disciples exclaimed one after another. Soon, their expressions stiffened because after the sword shadows disappeared, the mountain back bear was completely fine. It raised its paw and smashed down. Senior Brother Yi, be careful! Everyone exclaimed. Clang! At this moment, Yi Xingchen sheathed his sword gracefully. At the same time, a dense wound appeared on the chest of the mountain back bear behind him. There were exactly 30 wounds. Swoosh! Blood spurted out. The mountain back bear's body lost connection with its heart. The power gathered and it suddenly dissipated, and its consciousness gradually disappeared. Its tall body fell down like a mountain. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, crude, ordinary beast. Senior Brother Yi, be careful. Yi Xingchen felt that the sky had darkened. When he looked back, he saw that the crude, ordinary beast didn't fall backward or to the left or right. Instead, it fell forward. Whoosh whoosh. Boom! Yi Xingchen, who was in the middle of showing off, was careless and didn't dodge. He was immediately crushed by the mountain-back bear. Night Emperor, how sad. P.S. Because I have to update 2 books at the same time every day, my energy is really limited. I can only try my best to update more. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 179. Yi Xingqian, who used the linear speed technique and slashed 30 times in a breath, instantly killed the mountain-back bear. It could be said that he was quite powerful. If the rogue cultivators who did not escape saw this, they would definitely be deeply shocked. Of course, they would also see the scene of Yi Xingqian being pressed to the ground by the heavy corpse. Quickly carried away, don't take up the space. Jun Changshao said. Li Yuhua's muscle strength exploded as she lifted the mountain-back bear, which weighed almost 10,000 pounds, and threw it back to where it was sleeping. Poor little bear. If it had pretended to sleep, it would not have been destroyed. There was no other way. Who asked it to meet a group of ruthless people? Swoosh! Yi Xingqian jumped up from the ground and patted the dust off. He flicked his slightly messy hair and said indifferently, "Rough, ordinary beast." Even if it was very embarrassing, he had to continue acting cool. Oh, sensing that the mountain-back bear's aura had disappeared, the dozens of red flame wolves stopped and roared in unison. Immediately, they spread their limbs and charged forward, dragging flaming streams of light behind them. Although they did not release any flames, the temperature of the area increased by a lot as they charged forward. Xiao Ziji stood at the indentation with his shield in front of him. His eyes were shining with excitement. He liked this kind of dangerous experience because it was more interesting than cultivating in silence. He could also test his strength during this period of time. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others stood at the back with their shields raised. Xiao Ziji was the first line of defense, and they were the second line of defense. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 red flame wolves rushed over. Their slender and sharp claws extended from their forelimbs and tore at the shield in front of them. Ta! Xiao Ziji raised his shield and rushed forward, fiercely knocking the attacking red flame wolf away. Swoosh! At this moment, another red flame wolf rushed over. Its sharp claws directly scratched the sturdy iron shield, making a sound that made goosebumps rise. Although the defensive barrier was not activated, the sturdy iron shield's defense was still very strong. There were no scratches on the surface of a shield. On the other hand, the red flame wolf's claws were curled up after the fierce scratches. It was in so much pain that it howled. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Ziji raised his shield and swung his sword with his left hand, directly chopping off the head. Then, he raised his shield in front of him. Boom! Boom! The crimson flame wolves that came after Xiao Ziji crashed into the shield with their bodies. Although the impact was strong, Xiao Ziji did not move at all. Shwa! 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 In the blink of an eye, another 3 scarlet flame wolves charged at him with their powerful bodies. Only then was he forced to take a step back to the first line of defense. Oh, 2 smart scarlet flame wolves leaped up, wanting to jump behind Xiao Ziji. But just as they leaped over, 2 cold-edge swords pierced towards them. Poochie! Poochie! The cold-edge sword pierced through his abdomen. As his body rushed forward, a deep sword wound appeared, causing blood to spurt out. Fortunately, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomao reacted quickly and raised their shields to block the dirty blood. The disciple behind him didn't have time to raise a shield and was immediately splashed with blood, looking very miserable. Boom! Boom! Another few scarlet flame wolves attacked, but they were all blocked by Xiao Ziji at the first line of defense. Because of his powerful body, he was able to stand his ground. Originally, there was a possibility of being attacked from all sides. However, because of the terrain, the Ironbone disciples could avoid being surrounded by enemies as long as they guarded the notch. The weakness was also very obvious. The notch was too narrow, and most of the disciples could only hide inside, unable to launch an effective attack. Sinji Yuhua, Jun Changshao said, "The 2 of you rush out and open up the space." Yes. Li Yuhua walked out from the back and raised her shield with Xiao Ziji, blocking the incoming scarlet flame wolves. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomao followed with their swords and shields. As long as a scarlet flame wolf was knocked to the side by the shield, they would not hesitate to chop off the wolf's head with their swords. Zhou Hong also came out and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Jun Changxiao said, "You don't have to do anything, just leave it to them." Although they came to Death Valley to complete the epic mission, they also had the intention to train the disciples. This sword genius was very powerful, and he killed all the Scarlet Flame Wolves in one go. How could they train the disciples? Zhou Hong understood and retracted his hand. With the main tank Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua advancing with their shields, the space gradually opened up. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the rest rushed out of the notch and formed an arc defense. It was undoubtedly difficult to change from a single defense line to a three-sided defense line. Fortunately, the Iron Bone disciples were very powerful. As long as the Scarlet Flame Wolves rushed over, they would be hit and killed by the cold-edged sword. It was good to have equipment. If they were unarmed, they would have been chased all over Death Valley by the wolves. Relying on the iron shield and the terrain, the first attack of the Scarlet Flame Wolves ended with more than 20 casualties. A loud wolf howl was heard again, as if it was an order. Dozens of Scarlet Flame Wolves stood in the distance, and their fur suddenly became as red as blood. Huff huff. Scorching heat waves spread out in all directions. Li Qingyang said seriously, "They are condensing flames. Everyone must be careful." Zueji, give me the gun. Shua. Jun Changxiao took the Type 88 sniper rifle and walked to the gap between Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua's defense. He raised the gun and placed his eyes on the 8x scope. The wolf howl just now was definitely the Wolf King of the Scarlet Flame Wolves. Find it and kill it. With his 8x scope, he could even see the leaves a few hundred meters away clearly. Soon, Jun Changxiao found the Scarlet Flame Wolf King on a big tree in the distance. From its eyes, it seemed to be no weaker than a mountain-back bear. "Damn it! You dare to bully my iron bone." After checking the crosshair, Jun Changxiao pulled the trigger. Xiao! The flowing photon bullet shot out without a sound. But through the 8x scope, the Scarlet Flame Wolf King seemed to have smelled the danger in advance and actually jumped to the tree next to it. Damn it! The control is so smooth. Jun Changxiao's crosshair followed and directly fired in the process. This really felt like a sniper. Shua! The Scarlet Flame Wolf King could really smell the danger. The moment the bullet erupted, it quickly dodged. Its red eyes were filled with contempt. Damn it! Jun Changxiao felt that he was being looked down upon. He pulled the trigger again. As a result, he fired several shots and ran out of bullets, but the opponent was still one step faster than him. Xiao Ziji, who was using his shield to block the shots, although he couldn't see who the Sect leader was aiming at, but after firing 4 shots in a row, he judged that he should have missed. Oh my god, the Sect leader has godlike marksmanship. After firing so many shots, the target must be very strong. Damn it, Jun Changxiao secretly cursed. Since he got the Type 88 sniper rifle, this was the first time he missed a target. Moreover, it was under the situation of firing several shots in a row. The system said, the Scarlet Flame Wolf King's senses and reaction are very strong. The host's chance of hitting from a long distance is very low. I don't believe it. Jun Changxiao took out the Scarlet Flame Wolf King's core crystal he just got, and then loaded 10 bullets. The system said, the higher the level of the core crystal, the higher the firing speed and power. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King will definitely have a hard time dodging. Ding! The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode. 5 contribution points have been consumed. Ding! Sect contribution points. 425-1000. System. Jun Changxiao aimed the crosshair at the Scarlet Flame Wolf King's head. He secretly said, "If I don't kill you today, how can I survive in the immortal world?" The Scarlet Flame Wolf King seemed to have smelled a strong sense of danger and hurriedly turned around to escape. Xiao, but just as it turned around, a stream photon bullet was shot at it. Unless you can King fly into the sky and burrow into the ground, otherwise, obediently eat a bullet for me. Chapter 180. Don't doubt the 8x scope's enhancement mode, because as long as the target was locked, the bullet would definitely hit the target. The Crimson Fire Wolf King seemed to have realized that it was in danger and ran away immediately. However, it couldn't escape at all. Whoosh! The silent bullet burst out, passing through trees and leaves. The Crimson Fire Wolf King's senses were very strong. It had already caught the bullet, but despair appeared in its eyes because it couldn't dodge it at all. Bang! In the end, the bullet seemed to have grown eyes and hit its head. The strong impact directly shattered its skull. Kaboom! The Crimson Fire Wolf King's huge body fell to the ground. Its red eyes gradually dimmed, showing disbelief. It clearly smelled danger. It clearly saw the trajectory of the light. Why couldn't it dodge it? Fancy movement? Super awareness? Sorry, in front of the gods, it was just an ant after all. Awoo! After the Crimson Fire Wolf King died, waves of sorrowful wolf howls sounded in the forest. Streaks of red light rushed over. Ta-ta! After a while, more than 200 Crimson Fire Wolves appeared in front of the Ironbone disciples. Their eyes were shining fiercely. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Killing the Crimson Fire Wolf King actually attracted so many Crimson Fire Wolves at once. Nonsense. After killing their boss, they would definitely fight to the death with you. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a Crimson Fire Wolf that was accumulating power was covered in flames. It seemed to be burning spontaneously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More Crimson Fire Wolves were burning. In the field of vision, there seemed to be dozens of crazy and scorching flames. The scene was spectacular. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "They're going to attack." Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, a Crimson Fire Wolf opened its mouth and spat out flames. It turned into a light beam and rushed over. Everywhere it passed, the branches and leaves were instantly burned to ashes. Ta! Xiao Ziji stepped on the ground with one foot and placed a shield in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Boom! When the explosive flame energy landed on the sturdy shield, the power it generated was at least 17,000. A rank 7 Red Flame Wolf was even stronger than the Long Saber faction's faction leader after unleashing the power of fire. However, in front of Xiao Ziji, who had an extremely strong physical body, even if his strength exceeded 20,000, he would still be able to resist and remain as steady as Mount Tai. One could do it, but what about 2 or 3? Who? The other 2 Red Flame Wolves spat out flames at the same time. Their target was still Xiao Ziji. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of fire once again smashed into the iron shield. In addition to the previous energy, it formed a force of 50,000 genes, instantly causing Xiao Ziji's shield-wielding arm to tremble. Furthermore, under the continuous bombardment of the flame beam, the surface of the iron shield gradually turned red. Didn't they not conduct heat? The fireball was aimed at the Earth Flame Wolf, and it was extinguished with a bang. In the face of this kind of continuous burning, it could only be said that the heat conduction was slow, not that it could completely isolate the heat. From the looks of it, Xiao Ziji could still hold on. However, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long because the inside of the shield was already starting to heat up. If he continued to be burned, he would definitely be scalded. Hoo. Another 3 beams of fire shot towards him. Xiao Ziji's expression changed slightly. In addition to these 3 beams, the strength would definitely exceed 100,000 genes. He wanted to try and see if he could hold on. However, under the continuous burning, the shield would definitely not be able to hold on. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ziji communicated with the shield crystal core in his mind. Buzz! In an instant, the surface of the iron shield flashed, and a defensive barrier similar to an array appeared. Bang! 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 3 beams of fire blasted directly on it. There were a total of 6 beams of fire, and the strength soared to 100,000 genes. However, under the powerful impact, Xiao Ziji, who was standing behind the defensive barrier, did not move an inch. The defensive function of the iron shield was activated, making him very relaxed. As the barrier blocked the flames outside, the surface of the iron shield that was originally reddish gradually turned black. However, under the continuous attack of the flame, the energy of the crystal core in the shield was also decreasing. At this level of strength, he could hold on for about 10 minutes. Hoo hoo hoo. More red flame wolves shot out beams of fire from the left and right. Li Yuhua strode over and stood on the right side of Xiao Ziji, activating the defensive function of the iron shield to form a defensive barrier in front of him. Li Qingyang also stood on the left side and set up a defensive barrier. The three of them lined up in a triangular formation and successfully blocked all the beams of fire from three directions. The defensive function of the iron shield was vividly displayed at this moment. However, there were too many red flame wolves. If all of them launched this kind of fire attack, the situation would be very troublesome. Xiao Mu, Xiao Fei. Jun Changxiao said, "Charge out." He also realized that he couldn't fight a protracted battle with the wolves, or else he would only be in a passive position. Shua, Shua. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, two disciples with excellent footwork, jumped up and rushed out. The target of the red flame wolves was Xiao Ziji and the rest. Suddenly, they saw a human jumping out and directly shot out beams of fire. Hoo hoo hoo. More than 10 beams of fire shot out from the ground into the air. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were nimble and agile, and they easily dodged them. After landing, they used Ghostly Leap to run left and right. More than 20 red flame wolves opened their mouths to shoot fire, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of the two. Come on, come on. Su Xiaoma taunted as she ran. Come and hit me. The red flame wolves that were ready to attack were enraged. They locked their gazes on him and started to attack. Who? More than 10 beams of fire shot out from different directions. What the F***CK? Su Xiaoma was so scared that he ran at full speed and dodged left and right in the rain of fire. On the other side, Li Fei took advantage of the time when his senior brother attracted the aggro and suddenly stopped. He raised his golden right leg and kicked a ball. However, there was no ball. Wong. At this moment, the space shook and fist-sized rocks appeared. Iron Bone Shadowless Kick. Pung pung pung. Li Fei's golden right leg shot out at least 6 times in between the falling rocks. Xiao. 6 stones shot out explosively under the powerful force of his feet, drawing beautiful arcs in different directions. Pung 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 pung. The 6 red flame wolves that were attacking Su Xiaoma were all hit in the head by the powerful rocks, and then they fell to the ground and died. Li Fei's leg was 20,000 pounds, and the rocks were big. Although they couldn't penetrate the head like bullets, the impact was still quite huge. Oh my god! Li Yuhua saw this, and cold sweat poured down. In the previous month of training, he was taken care of by senior brother Li's golden right leg. If he had used this level of strength, he would have died long ago. I chop. As Su Xiaoma dodged left and right, his right palm slashed out continuously. Crescent-shaped streams of light hit the red flame wolves and sent them flying. The appearance of the two attracted all the attention of the wolves. Jun Changxiao thought that this was a good opportunity and ordered Xing Chun, kill all the fire-breathing wolves. Chapter 181. Su Xiaoma's taunts and Li Fei's powerful attacks attracted all the red flame wolves. They gathered their flames continuously, preparing to launch a more violent attack. This was a good opportunity to attack. Swoosh! Yi Xingchen jumped out and landed in front of Xiao Ziji. He walked towards the red flame wolves, one hand on the hilt of his sword. His narrow eyes shone with coldness. Senior brother Yi was going to attack again. The Outer Sanctum disciples looked at him with admiration. 30 moves in one breath to kill the mountain back bear of middle second stage. They were shocked. This time, they wanted to see that superb swordsmanship with their own eyes. Zhou Hong looked over as well. Yi Xingchen stopped in front of the crowd, and he was only a dozen meters away from the dozens of Crimson Flame Wolves. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were too aggressive. They ignored the Night Emperor, who was standing 10 meters away. Are they treating me like air? Yi Xingchen, who had a strong ego, looked colder. He moved his wrist and unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword being unsheathed was heard. The red flame wolves that were attacking Su Xiaomu and Li Fei looked over. There was a human. Kill him. Just as the red flame wolves were about to turn their heads, Yi Xingchen used the one-word speed technique. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, all 30 swords were slashed out, forming 30 unparalleled streams of sword chi that shot out explosively. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword auras stirred, and a cold wind blew. Yi Xingqian, who was holding a sword, had his black hair blown away, revealing a cold face. He was as pretentious as he could be. 30 sword auras bloomed like a flower. The Iron Bone disciples looked at Yi Xingqian with admiration. They almost cheered on the spot. When they saw Yi Xingqian slashing 30 times in one breath, the desire to learn the Ling Jian godly technique grew stronger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 30 sword auras shot out close to the ground, locking onto the 30 red flame wolves. One word, speed technique. It could only be described in one word, fast. The red flame wolves that wanted to turn their heads and spit at Yi Xingqian did not even have time to turn their heads. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword auras spread and disappeared in the air. The 30 crimson flame wolves turned their heads, and the flames that had gathered in their mouths were suddenly extinguished. Their crimson eyes also gradually dimmed. Clang! Han Feng's sword. Plop! Plop! Cracks appeared on the bodies of the 30 red flame wolves before they were separated into two halves and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs flowed out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Strong! Too strong! Swoosh, swoosh! 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 The swoosh! 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 Of them. Swoosh! 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 Our brother Chun is a man of few words. Swoosh! 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 On the other side, Su Xiaomao was swoosh. Swoosh! 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 Iron Bone, shadowless kick. Li Fei was also constantly taking out stones of the right size from his spatial ring and shooting them out like crazy. Swoosh! 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 The red flame wolves were like cavalries on the battlefield. Swoosh! 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 Jun Changxiao shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Li Yuhua removed the defensive barrier. Swoosh! The other disciples also put away their iron shields. Swoosh! 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 At the exit of the tunnel, more than 30 loose practitioners had retreated. They had not left. Instead, they were waiting for the Iron Bone disciples. Some of them were thinking that they had to get their money back. After all, they had not picked up anything. Giving the Iron Bone disciples 1,000 taels was a huge loss. Sorry, it was impossible for them to take the money back when it was in Jun Changxiao's pocket. Strange, someone said. Why hasn't the Iron Bone disciples come out yet? Could it be that they have been surrounded? With their strength, it should be easy for them to escape. There are so many of them. If they are slow, they will definitely be unlucky. After waiting for a while, they still did not see the Iron Bone disciples. They were certain that the Iron Bone disciples had been surrounded by the Red Flame Wolves. Even the most common Red Flame Wolf is not weaker than the Ground Fire Wolf King. There were at least 70 or 80 of them just now. Once the Iron Bone disciples are surrounded, they will definitely die. Not to mention an 8th-rate sect. Even Alliance Master Qin's disciples would be in trouble. If we knew this would happen, we would not have given him 1,000 taels. Now that he has died in the wolf pack, his corpse will definitely be taken away. We will not be able to find it. Everyone was devastated. They did not care about the Iron Bone disciples, but they cared about their money. We can wait for a while. After the Red Flame Wolves have retreated, we can go and take a look. Maybe we can pick up something. Although the Iron Bone disciples are unable to fight against this wolf pack, they might be able to kill a few before they die. The Red Flame Wolf's fur is extremely warm. They can be sold for a good price in the market. Not bad, not bad. Everyone did not leave the valley. They waited quietly. After all, they had already given the money. If they did not pick up anything, it would be a huge loss. Soon, an hour passed. Someone said, "I think it's done. Let's go in and take a look." "Don't rush, don't rush." A martial artist said cautiously, "Let's wait for another hour." Everyone waited for another hour, and then carefully walked along the tunnel. When they reached the end, they did not enter the valley immediately. Instead, they pricked up their ears and listened carefully to see if there were any wolf howls. There was no sound. The wind that blew carried a sense of coolness. Everyone immediately determined that the red flame wolves had retreated. If they were still there, the wind that blew would definitely be a heat wave. The rogue martial artists gathered their courage and walked out of the tunnel. When they were in Death Valley again, they looked at the place where the Iron Bone disciples were. Their expressions froze. That area, more than 200 red flame wolves were lying on the ground. They were either cut in half at the waist or had their heads caved in. They died in all kinds of ways. More than 20 Iron Bone disciples who were covered in blood sat on the corpses. Some were shaking their arms, and some were using their fur to wipe off the blood stains on their swords. So many red flame wolves were lying dead all over the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. None of the 25 Iron Bone disciples died. They were not even injured. It was equally shocking. The rogue martial artists' eyes gradually widened. Their hearts were in turmoil. Whoosh! At this moment, the Iron Bone disciples turned their heads and grinned. Because their faces were covered in wolf blood, coupled with that strange smile, they suddenly felt like demons from hell. Thump! 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 The rogue martial artists were so frightened that they took a few steps back. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to their spines. Everyone, Jun Changshao pulled the Red Flame Wolf King's corpse over and stepped on it with one foot. He smiled and said, "You have just left Death Valley, which means you have lost your qualifications. You still want to follow behind Iron Bone to pick up scraps. Please continue to pay 1,000 taels." Chapter 182. More than 200 red flame wolves. Some of their heads were chopped off, some of their bodies were cut in half at the waist. Fresh blood stained the ground. The scene was like a slaughterhouse. The Iron Bone disciples sitting on the corpses turned around and smiled at them, revealing their white teeth, like a butcher in a slaughterhouse. No, they looked more like demons from hell. The scene in front of them shocked the loose cultivators so much that they retreated. Their spines were cold, and their scalps were about to explode. As martial cultivators, why were they so scared? If the corpses were normal cows and sheep, they would definitely be indifferent. However, the corpses were all lower 7th grade red flame wolves, each comparable to a 7th grade martial disciple. Moreover, the pack of red flame wolves was completely annihilated. More than 20 Iron Bone disciples annihilated a pack of lower 7th grade red flame wolves. Just this point alone was terrifying enough to frighten them, especially when they saw Jun Changshao pull out the Red Flame Wolf King's corpse from the forest. The shock in their hearts was even more intense. Was this a dream? Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" "What did he say?" "If you want to continue picking up scraps, pay another 1,000 taels." "I'll pay." A martial artist hurriedly took out some silver taels. He thought that the Iron Bone disciples would be annihilated, but in the end, it was the pack of red flame wolves that was annihilated. Being smart, he instantly realized that these people were very powerful. If he followed behind and picked up scraps, he would definitely gain a lot. The others also thought about it and rushed a hand over the silver taels. There were so many red flame wolf corpses, any few skins could be sold for a good price. More importantly, if they followed the Iron Bone disciples deeper and picked up some ores and herbs that they did not want or missed, they would definitely make a fortune. Just like that, Jun Changshao earned another 30,000 taels. After paying, the loose cultivators stared at the red flame wolf corpses with burning eyes, ready to skin and take out the bones. "Disciples, listen up," Jun Chang said with a smile. "Take the crystal cores, wolf skins, bones, anything that's valuable." Hearing this, the 30 loose cultivators were all dumbfounded. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Iron Bone disciples began to move. In a short time, The corpses of 200 red flame wolves were skinned and their bones removed, leaving only a pile of wolf meat. This thing could also be sold for money. However, it was just that the meat quality was better than ordinary beef and mutton, so the price would not be too high. The storage capacity of the spatial ring was limited, so he would just let them have it. Everyone. Jun Changxiao pointed at the wolf meat on the ground and said, "It's boring to drink soup. Let's eat some meat." As he spoke, he led his disciples forward. Who? A cold wind blew, causing the 30-odd rogue cultivators to feel a chill. Spending 2,000 in a row just to pick up meat from behind Ironbone was definitely a losing proposition. Sect Master, isn't it a little too cruel to leave wolf meat for them? Li Qingyang, who was walking on the road, whispered. Jun Changxiao said, "You want to follow behind and loot the crates? How can it be such a good thing in the world?" At first, he didn't care about the wolf's fur. After all, even if he could sell it for money, it would only be a small amount. However, after killing the black-skinned leopard, he saw that the rogue cultivators were very eager to snatch it. He thought, a few dozen ferocious beast skins might not be a lot, but what about a few hundred or a few thousand? Furthermore, Death Valley definitely did not lack ferocious beast skins. The silver he had obtained from the Grand Chi Sect and the AI family head was almost 20 million. However, Jun Changxiao did not think that he was very rich. So as long as there was an opportunity to earn money, he must not miss it. After thinking it through, he wished that he could go to the rogue cultivators with a black face and ask for the fur and bones just now. However, this would definitely lose the demeanor of a sect master. So conflicted, what should I do? Forget it, let them pay 1,000 taels. After paying the money, they would make up for their losses. If they wanted to pick up the leftovers, they would have to pick up the beast meat that they didn't want. It turned out that when this guy said that they could pick up the leftovers after paying the money, he was actually changing the method to make up for the loss of the fur. Including the black-skinned leopard's fur, the total value was less than 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels per person, this loss was too much to make up for. Then, the sudden appearance of the red flame wolves scared the rogue cultivators away. When they came back, well, then he had to seize the opportunity to earn a few tens of thousands of taels. This sect master was a bit stingy. Stingy was definitely the right thing to do. They did not know each other, so why should he risk his life to open the path in front while they picked up the leftovers? Moreover, even if there were no leftovers to pick up, at least with them in front, they could come in safely. Even 2,000 taels would be a loss. They continued forward. After walking for a few hundred meters, they did not encounter any attacks from ferocious beasts, but they saw a lot of medicinal herbs. Because they grew at the entrance, their quality was very low. However, Jun Changxiao still ordered them to pick up all of them, truly sweeping them clean. Sect Master Jun, a cultivator following behind, broke down and said, "Such low-grade medicinal herbs are not worth much." "Are you taking them all?" Jun Changxiao said. "Since you're here to pick up leftovers, you should be prepared to pick up leftovers." Everyone fell silent. It seemed that it was not easy to pick up leftovers. At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was opening the path in front, stopped. Then he crouched down and pressed his ear to the ground to feel the vibration frequency. He frowned and said, "There's a big guy coming." This was a skill that he had learned on his own with Yi Xingqian in the wilderness. When he used it today, it seemed very professional. However, Su Xiaomao walked over and pointed to the front. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you can see it with your eyes." Xiao Zui Ji raised his head to look. He saw that in the depths of the forest within sight, a big black shadow gradually appeared. The stones and branches on the ground trembled slightly. This was so awkward. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard. The trees in the shadow were cut in half. A brown-haired ape beast walked out with its chest drooping. Its height was comparable to the Earth Mountain Bear just now. Li Qingyang said in a low voice, "Middle rank 5 great ape." Great ape? Jun Changxiao was delighted. The epic mission required him to kill 4 types of ferocious beasts, and the great ape was one of them. They had just entered Death Valley, and they had already encountered the mission target. It was easier than he had imagined. Roar! The great ape roared again, blowing a small tree next to it until it was bare. The loose practitioners following behind hurriedly retreated, but they did not leave the valley directly. Since the red flame wolves had been eliminated, they had a lot more confidence in Ironbone. Qingyang, Zui Ji, Xiaoma. Jun Changxiao said, "I'll leave this big guy to you." "Yes, I'll do it." Lu Qianqian rushed over with a mysterious footwork. Her jade-like hand gently waved in the air, and cold spiritual energy spread out. Wherever it passed, layers of thin ice seemed to form. Ice element? Yi Xingqian was astonished. The loose practitioners behind also widened their eyes when they saw the iron-bone female, disciple, forming a frost-like cold air with a wave of her hand. There were thousands of elements in the falling star continent, but martial artists who could condense ice element spiritual energy were few and far between. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the proportion of martial artists with ice element spiritual energy was about the same as 1 in 10,000 sword cultivators. TSK. Jun Changxiao said, "No wonder it's so cold all day. It turns out that it's a rather rare ice element martial artist." Lu Qianqian, who seemed to be otherworldly, leaped into the air. Her jade-like hand crossed. She coldly shouted, "Cold ice spike." Huff huff. The cold air behind her solidified, instantly condensing into crystal-clear icicles, and then directly blasted over. Everyone opened their mouths. The condensed icicles were like a broken mountain peak, as if an invisible hand was smashing over. The scene was quite shocking. Pucci, the great gorilla ape, didn't even have time to raise its arm before the icicle, which was as sharp as a sword, struck its chest and pierced through its body. The crystal-clear icicles appeared on its back, also stained with blood. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Chapter 183. No one would have thought that Lu Qianqian was an ice martial cultivator. No one would have thought that the ice all she condensed would be able to directly stab a middle 5th rank great ape to death. Drip, drip. Drops of blood from the ice all splattered on the ground, clearly audible. The 30-odd loose cultivators firmly believed that this was not a dream. This was real. That iron-bone female disciple killed a great ape with an ice martial technique. At that moment, they finally understood why Ironbone could completely exterminate the Scarlet Flame Wolves, just by relying on this fairy-like female disciple. Even if there were hundreds more, it would not be enough for them to kill. In fact, Lu Qianqian did not even make a move to exterminate the pack of Scarlet Flame Wolves. Her clothes were not even stained with blood. The ones who made a move were Li Qingyang and the others. "Wow," Ling Yuanxue said in admiration. "Eldest senior sister is so powerful." Yi Xingqian secretly evaluated. "This woman cannot be underestimated." Li Qingyang and the others were all amazed. As expected of our Iron Bone clan's eldest senior sister, her valiant life needs no explanation. Possessing ice psionic energy, condensing ice martial techniques, and directly killing a great ape that was comparable to a 5th-rank martial master. Lu Qianqian's display of strength not only shocked the 30-odd loose cultivators, it also shocked the Iron Bone disciples. Jun Changxiao was very calm. He was surprised that his eldest disciple was an ice martial cultivator, but killing a middle 5th-rank beast was not surprising. After all, she had been hiding her strength ever since she entered the sect. Ding! Great ape killed 1/10. Jun Changxiao said, "Zueji, take away the crystal core, skin, and bones." "Yes." Shua. Shua. Xiao Ziji quickly and efficiently left behind a pile of ape meat. Jun Changxiao continued to lead the disciples forward. The loose cultivators behind them hurriedly took out their weapons and surrounded them, beginning to cut up the great ape. The meat of middle 5th-rank beasts was high-quality goods. Rich people would definitely like to eat it. Selling it for a few dozen taels per caddy should not be a problem. Let me reiterate. It was not that Jun Changxiao did not want meat, but the storage in the interspatial ring was limited. Take the spatial ring that the system gave him as an example. At most, it could only hold 3 or 4 grade 8 meat before it was full. The spatial rings of the disciples were all low level, and the storage capacity was even smaller. Xiao Ziji was only storing the fur and bones of the great gorilla ape and the mountainback bear, and it was almost full. The training had just begun. There must be even more powerful, vicious beasts in the depths of the valley. It would be meaningless to store meat that was far less valuable than skin and bones. The 30 or so rogue cultivators were overjoyed. This great ape's meat weighed at least 2,000 caddies. Based on the price of 10 taels per caddy, 50 caddies of meat would be worth 500 taels. If they were to encounter more powerful beasts later on, they could just cut off their iron bone and sell it. Wouldn't they be able to earn back the 2,000 iron bone? Looking at the rogue cultivators in the back cutting up the ape meat, Jun Changshao secretly shook his head and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have prepared dozens of space rings and packed all the meat. Even if I don't sell it, I can let Didu make it into a delicacy." The system asked, "Do you think ape meat tastes good?" "It's not good," Jun Changshao said. The system said, "So don't even think about the meat." Jun Changshao continued to lead the disciples forward and came to a pool. He ordered them to rest and clean up the blood on their bodies. Xiao Ziji stood on a tree and set up the Type 88 sniper rifle, looking around vigilantly. Soon, everyone washed off the wolf blood on their bodies and then sat together to absorb spiritual energy to replenish the spiritual energy consumed in the battle. The rogue cultivators were dozens of meters away from them. They didn't dare to go too far, fearing that they would be attacked by vicious beasts. Drip, drip. A rogue cultivator who was resting in front of a tree felt something dripping down. He instinctively raised his hand to touch it and suddenly felt sticky. His face changed, and he hurriedly looked up. Shwa! A dark green python opened its bloody mouth and rushed down from above. Ah! Screams rang out, breaking the silence. It's the blue-eyed snake. Ho Bao has been eaten. Everyone, let's kill it together. Shwa! Shwa! Although the 30 rogue cultivators were frightened, they didn't panic. They all took out their swords and slashed crazily at the blue-eyed snake that retreated to the tree. Among these people, there were a few first and second grade martial masters. Their strength was not bad, and with everyone's strength, the middle 3 grade snake beasts were directly beheaded. Unfortunately, after cutting open the snake's stomach, the rogue cultivator called Ho Bao's body rotted, and he had completely lost his breath. Sigh. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Since they entered Death Valley, it was common to be attacked by vicious beasts at any time. Ling Yuan Shui saw the corpse of the rogue cultivator from afar and hurriedly closed her eyes in fear. "Listen carefully," Jun Changshao said solemnly. "This is Death Valley. There will be danger at any time. You must be careful and protect yourselves." He didn't care about the life and death of the rogue cultivators. After all, they were neither relatives nor friends. But the disciples were his own flesh and blood, so he definitely didn't want to leave his life here. The disciples nodded. Shwa! Li Qingyang's cold sword flashed and cut a scorpion with the same color as the ground under Ling Yuan Shui's feet into 2 halves. Scared me to death. Ling Yuan Shui almost jumped up. Everyone's mouth twitched. Although this junior sister was timid, she was not careless at all when she used her shield to attack the ground flame wolf at the entrance of the tunnel just now. Death Valley not only had powerful vicious beasts, but also many small poisonous beasts such as centipedes and scorpions. 40% of the martial artists who entered to train were poisoned to death. This was the true horror of Death Valley. First, they had to guard against powerful, vicious beasts, and second, they had to guard against poisonous and small, vicious beasts. Ouch! Just as he walked to a place, Su Xiaoma sat on a mossy rock, and the back of his hand was bitten by a small ant. Because it contained poison, it immediately swelled up into a big lump. Damn it! What kind of ant bites are these? It hurts so much. After crushing the ant that bit him, Su Xiaoma took out an antidote pill, chewed it, and smeared it on the wound. The pain was immediately reduced by a lot. Before Jun Changxiao came, he asked Li Luoqiu to buy the necessary items for training in the wild in advance. For example, the most commonly used antidote pill. As long as it wasn't highly toxic, it could be taken or smeared on the wound in time to solve the problem. Jun Changxiao thought, does the healing pill have an antidote function? No, the system said. Jun Changxiao knew it would be this answer. Because if it had an antidote function, the poison that suppressed his cultivation and spirit root when he gave it to Xiao Ziji would have been expelled long ago. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, there are 2 tunnel entrances in front. They should lead to 2 different places. Which way should we go? Death Valley's terrain was rather complicated, like a series of gourds connected together. The area where Jun Changxiao's group was connected to 2 gourds, and then it continued to branch out. Look for spiders. Sect Master, spiders are everywhere. Look for small poisonous spiders. In Death Valley, one couldn't rely on fate. One had to search with a purpose. The epic quest required one to kill 500 small poisonous spiders, so Jun Changxiao had to find them first. Li Qingyang said, these spiders always travel in groups in Death Valley. If we find one, we might find a large group. We still have to find them. Jun Changxiao led his disciples forward, then stopped in front of a stone wall at the end of the forest. There were 2 tunnel entrances on both sides, one without wind, the other with wind. Spiders are afraid of light, so they usually weave their webs in places where light and wind pass through. After thinking for a while, he pointed at the tunnel with wind and said, go there. Sect Master Jun. Just as he was about to move, a lone cultivator behind him said, the place you're going to is a poisonous spider nest. There are countless poisonous spiders inside. Jun Changxiao smiled. If that's the case, I'll have to go in. Saying so, he led his disciples into the tunnel. The lone cultivator's mouths twitched. Poisonous spiders are disgusting creatures. Besides their silk, everything else on them is worthless. Why does Iron Bone want to go in? Isn't he afraid of poking a hornet's nest and getting attacked by tens of thousands of poisonous spiders? Chapter 184. Jun Changxiao entered the tunnel that led to the spider's lair. The 30 or so rogue cultivators didn't follow, because once the spiders inside were alerted, a large number of spiders would rush out. If they were targeted, it would be scarier than the red flame wolves. Yes, in this way, another 1,000 tails were gone. With Jun Changxiao's personality, they had to follow behind. If they were too far away, it would automatically become invalid, and they could only continue to pay to follow. The tunnel connected to the calabash was similar to the entrance of the valley. It was narrow and shaped like a canyon. Weeds grew on the road, and occasionally they could see the corpses of beasts and humans. Ooh! A cold wind blew from inside, bringing with it a nauseating stench. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua opened the way with their shields. Many disciples were vigilant at all times, and some were even looking at their feet, afraid that small poisonous spiders would suddenly appear. Ling Yuanxua walked in the middle, fear in her eyes. Women were naturally afraid of small things like spiders and cockroaches. Sect leader Li Qingyang whispered, there is a spider web in front. At the end of the tunnel, a spider web that looked like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams was woven together, completely sealing the entrance. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the side. Jun Changxiao and the others looked up and saw a green spider about the size of a human crawling down. F***CK. Spiders are so big. Ding! Tian Qi raised his cold-edged sword and nailed the spider to the stone wall. Disgusting green juice flowed out from the wound. Yi Xingqian frowned. This blood is poisonous. Don't touch it. Tian Qi quickly withdrew his sword and dodged. Ding! Small poisonous spider killed 1,500. Hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao was startled. Then he roared in his heart. It's about the size of an adult. What kind of small poisonous spider is it? The small poisonous spider was already so strong. If there was a big poisonous spider, wouldn't it be as big as the mountain-back bear? Ding! Side quest triggered. Another quest? Jun Changxiao opened the system panel and saw the words. Kill the big poisonous spider King 0 of 1. elite quest. What the F asterisk CK? There's even a great poisonous spider king. No matter what, after entering the tunnel, Jun Changshao realized that he had found the right place. There must be a lot of quest monsters inside. However, he didn't rashly rush over with his disciples. Who knew if it was filled with venomous spiders of all sizes? If he alarmed all of them, he would definitely be in trouble. He had to come up with a good plan. Even if something went wrong, they could still retreat safely. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, Zhang Wei, bring Shangwan Shaw and the others to the back and guard with shields. Yes. Zhang Wei and the other 9 middle-grade spiritual root disciples retreated to the back and set up shields to form a defensive line. Yuan Xue, go hide in the back. Spiders were too disgusting. Jun Changshao was worried that her fear would affect her ability. Lu Qianqian stayed where she was. Because from this woman's cold appearance, not to mention spiders, she wouldn't even be afraid of cockroaches. Jun Changshao ordered a few more disciples to enter the rear defensive line. At this point, 7 inner disciples, Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and Zhou Hong were left in front. Including him, there were a total of 11 people. In such a narrow distance, having more people might not be an advantage. Reasonable arrangements were more important. Let's go. Jun Changshao led 10 disciples to the front. The closer they got, the more they found that there were many spider webs with some bones hanging on them. It looked creepy. Rustle, rustle, rustle. With a slight sound, a green spider spat out spider silk and slid down from above. Its 8 big eyes flashed with a gloomy light. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji set up his Type 88 sniper rifle and shot it directly. The spider looked very big, but its strength was only 1 grade lower than the Earth Flame Wolf. It was not afraid of 1 or 2, but it was afraid that there would be too many. Ding! Small venomous spider killed 2,500. Jun Changshao stopped and said, Zue Ji, Yuhua, you 2 poke through the spider webs and then explore forward. As long as a spider appears, immediately retreat. Letting 2 meat shields explore the way was very particular. Yes. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua set up their iron shields and activated a defensive barrier, moving forward carefully. Who knew if the small venomous spiders would spit venom? Safety was the most important thing. Soon, Xiao Ziji stopped in front of the spider webs, took out his elementary grade cold edge sword, and slashed at it, destroying the spider webs. Li Yuhua picked up a branch on the ground and twisted it. After a while, the spider webs blocking the entrance of the tunnel were all cleared. The 2 of them continued to move forward side by side. Jun Changshao said seriously, Get ready to fight at any time. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others took out their cold-edged swords, their eyes flashing with strong fighting spirit. TSK. Yi Xingqian stepped forward and stood in front of them, his eyes filled with disdain. It was just a small spider. There was no need to make a fuss. This guy was very proactive, hoping to leave a good impression on Sect leader Jun and get more martial arts resources. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua ran over from the entrance of the tunnel. They were as fast as they could, and their expressions were very interesting. It was obvious that they had been discovered by the venomous spiders. Yi Xingqian put 1 hand on the hilt of his sword and said proudly, Hide behind me. Leave these bastards to me. Domineering, arrogant. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua did not stand on ceremony. They ran behind him and formed a defensive barrier, forming an absolute line of defense. Swish! Swish! At the entrance of the tunnel, a small venomous spider jumped out. Then a second, third, and fourth head appeared right after. In a short while, more than 70 small venomous spiders appeared on both sides of the stone wall in front of them. They rushed over at an extremely fast speed, their eyes flashing with a sinister light. Yi Xingqian, who wanted to show off, saw so many spiders and his mouth twitched. He really wanted to retreat, but since he took the initiative to show off, he had to continue with tears in his eyes. Bastards! Yi Xingqian slightly bowed, his right hand tightly holding the hilt of his sword. His eyes were cold as he said, If you're not afraid of death, then come. If it was a martial artist, They might be afraid of Night Emperor's terrifying gaze, but the small venomous spiders were not afraid. Instead, they thought that he was provoking them, so they sped up. Clang! When they were close, the cold-edged sword was unsheathed. Using the linear speed secret art, 30 sword lights instantly spread out and then blasted out in 3 directions. Poochie! Poochie! 30 spiders from the front and sides of the stone wall were instantly killed. Poisonous green juice splashed out like rain, and the stench became even stronger. Ding! 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 A series of notifications rang out, and the number of small venomous spiders instantly increased from 2 to 32. However, after killing 30 with one sword, the remaining dozens of small venomous spiders rushed over. Shua! Shua! Yi Xingqian once again used the linear speed technique, and the dense sword chi slashed out, instantly killing another 30 spiders. However, the moment he withdrew his sword, his body took a step back, and his face was slightly pale. Hiss! At this moment, the remaining dozen small venomous spiders had already rushed over, opening their mouths and spitting green venom. Yi Xingqian's face changed slightly. Continuously using the linear speed technique consumed a lot of energy, and it would be very difficult to dodge. Shua! Shua! Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua rushed over in large strides, blocking all the venom with their defensive barrier. The two of them asked in unison, "Junior brother, senior brother, are you okay?" TSK. Yi Xingqian coldly snorted and dragged his weak body to the back. However, when he thought about how someone would help him at all costs when he was in danger, a wave rose in his heart. Chapter 185. The venom spat out by more than a dozen small spiders splashed on the defensive barrier, causing white smoke to rise. It was obvious that the venom was very strong. Jun Changshao said, "Little Mo, little Fei, use self-chop to finish them off." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei retracted their swords and shields. They kicked the stone wall, and their bodies instantly soared into the air. After the two jumped out, they slashed wildly with their left and right hands. A crescent-shaped stream of light suddenly shot out. Shua! 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 In an instant, under the dense bombardment of self-chop, the 13 small spiders were all killed. Ding! 75,300 small spiders killed. That's right. Now that feels good. Jun Changshao laughed. 500 spiders. Killing them one by one would definitely be a waste of time. Letting the meat shield lure the spiders and then crazily slaughtering them in a narrow space was undoubtedly the fastest way. Phew! Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua exhaled and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Luring the spiders was really dangerous and exciting. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged and activated I Jin Jing and Taishin Sutra at the same time, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the spiritual energy consumed by the cyclone. After entering Death Valley, using the one-word fast technique 4 times in a row consumed too much spiritual energy and stamina. And this was Yi Xingqian. If it were Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, using it twice in an instant, they would probably collapse on the ground from exhaustion. High-level sword techniques were powerful, but they consumed too much energy. Normal martial cultivators could not use them at all. After a short rest, Jun Changshao said, "Sinful self, Yuhua, fill up the unyielding iron shield's crystal core and then go in to lure the small spiders." Okay. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua took out the Earth Fire Wolf's crystal core and filled up the groove with energy before carefully lying down again. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma stood at the front, ready to fight. Everyone was ready. As long as the two of them lured the spiders into the tunnel, they would not hesitate to use self-chop to bombard them. "I'll do it." Zhou Hong walked out from behind. Yi Xingqian had executed the linear sword formula 4 times in a row, and he was about to die from envy. In this training in Death Valley, he had to perform well and obtain the Ling Jian God formula. "Sure," Jun Changshao said. "I'll leave the rest to you." Swoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua ran over with their shields. This time, he was even faster, and the expressions on his face were even more interesting. He shouted, Retreat, retreat. Hoo-hoo. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of small poisonous spiders darted out of the tunnel entrance. There was also a venomous spider that was 4 to 5 meters tall. Its 8 eyes were as big as a fist, and they flickered with an eerie light. Sha sha sha. More and more small poisonous spiders came out from under the big poisonous spider, and the number gradually increased to more than 200. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Damn, you're pooping so much." Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua had already rushed over. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others all set up their defensive barriers. In front of him stood Zhou Hong alone. Sha sha sha. Sha sha sha. More than 200 small poisonous spiders quickly approached. The big poisonous spider slowly crawled behind them, and the atmosphere was very scary. After replenishing his spiritual energy, Yi Xingqian stood up, and his eyes were cold. Lu Qianqian also began to gather spiritual energy in her jade hands. The small poisonous spiders were just a bit more numerous, and the big poisonous spider was just a middle second grade. However, because it was poisonous, they had to be careful. Junior brother Zhou, Li Qingyang shouted, "Let's retreat first." He was really worried that when the spiders attacked with their venom, his junior brother would be affected and be poisoned. Zhou Hong did not retreat. He took a step forward and grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing a slightly weathered face. Whoosh whoosh. Sword chi spread out, revealing its sharpness. This man's sword aura and his weathered face that did not match his age gave off a sense of story. Sha sha sha. The small poisonous spiders dashed forward, and the distance between them was getting closer. Clang! Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword, and sword chi intertwined. There were not many of them, but they were powerful. Puchi! Puchi! Several sword chi swept across the ground and the mountain walls from different angles, instantly killing the small poisonous spiders. Yi Xingqian used the one-word speed technique, and each sword chi would dissipate after killing one spider. However, Zhou Hong's sword chi was like a scythe that swept across, killing more than 10 spiders. Ding! Ding! The number of spiders continued to rise. Ta! Zhou Hong took another step forward. The sword in his hand seemed to glide through the air lightly, but it instantly rippled with sword chi that sliced forward. Puchi! Puchi! 30 to 40 small poisonous spiders that came from the front were instantly killed. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Senior brother Yi had killed 60 spiders in 2 moves, and that was already powerful enough. However, senior brother Zhou's 2 moves were even more shocking. Amazing, amazing. Yi Xingqian praised from the bottom of his heart. The reason why he was able to display his strength was because of the one-word sword technique. This sword genius completely relied on one sword and one sword aura. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Puchi! Puchi! The sword chi was still appearing crazily, cutting through everything. In an extremely short time, more than 200 small poisonous spiders were all killed. The large poisonous spider that came slowly saw that its underlings were all killed, and fear appeared in its 8 eyes. It turned around and left, but it was mercilessly sliced into 2 by the sword chi. Clang! Zhou Hong sheathed his sword. The ground in front of him was littered with broken limbs. Green blood and venom converged into a river. The number of small poisonous spiders had also increased from 75 to 300. There were only 200 left to kill. Junior brother Zhou is too powerful, as expected of the number 1 sword cultivator in our Iron Bone sect. All the disciples were in awe. Jun Changshao said, "Continue to lure the spiders." Yes. Xiao Ziji raised Cold Edge and cut out stones from the mountain wall. He threw them into the green blood and then stepped on them with Li Yuhua. Sect leader, Zhou Hong said, "I can still fight." "Then let's fight," Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others relaxed a lot. With a powerful sword cultivator like junior brother Zhou, no matter how many spiders came, it would not be a problem. Not long after, Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua rushed over again. This time, the 2 of them attracted more than 200 small poisonous spiders. Among them, there were 4 large poisonous spiders. Unfortunately, in front of Zhou Hong, they did not even have the chance to spit venom, let alone get close to him. They were all killed by the extremely cold sword chi. This was definitely a one-sided slaughter. Ding! Small poisonous spiders killed. 500,500. Ding! Host has completed the number of beasts killed. Epic mission completion rate, 20%. Host has received 200 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 625,1000. Jun Changxiao widened his eyes and said in surprise, "So many contribution points?" The first epic mission only gave 20 points when the mission completion rate was 10%. The second epic mission gave 200 points when the mission completion rate was 20%. That was quite scary. If the mission completion rate was 100%, wouldn't it give 1,000 contribution points? Jun Changxiao's eyes burned. Sect leader Xiao Ziji said, "There are no more spiders inside. Let's go." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go in." Swoosh, swoosh. The disciples began to clear the passage and put stones on top of the venom. Then they followed the sect leader into the valley. Chapter 186. Under Jun Changxiao's lead, the disciples entered the dark valley. Spider webs could be seen everywhere, and there were even many egg-like things standing upright. These were spider eggs, which nurtured small poisonous spiders that hadn't hatched yet. Sha sha sha. In the dark, a dark green poisonous spider crawled out from the spider webs built in the forest. This fellow's body was 7 to 8 meters long, and when it crawled out, it looked like a moving mountain, especially its 8 eyes. Each of them was as big as a soccer ball. This should be the giant poisonous Spider King. Jun Changxiao said, "Zue Ji, give me the gun." Shua. Xiao Ziji handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao took the gun and set it up. His eyes rested on the 8x scope as he aimed directly at the ball-sized eye. You've become a commander without an army, yet you still dare to come out. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After 8 consecutive shots, all 8 eyes of the giant poisonous Spider King were shot out. Hiss! A painful and strange cry could be heard. Bang! Bang! Jun Changxiao fired again, using up the last bullet and directly penetrating the giant poisonous Spider King's head. Ho-ho! Before it died, the 5th-rank feral opened its mouth and spat out venom like rain. The iron-boned disciples had already gathered together, and Xiao Ziji, Liu Hua, and the others set up a defensive barrier, blocking all the green poison. Boom! The giant poisonous Spider King fell from the spider webs, dying before it could display its strength. Sect leader Jun was in a hurry, so how could he give it a chance to display its strength? Moreover, if the poison was spat out, it wouldn't be fun if it poisoned the disciples. Directly killing, it was the safest. Ding! Side mission completed. The host has received 400 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 102,51000. Ding! Excess contribution points. The host must spend them within 24 hours, or the excess contribution points will be automatically deducted. It had to be said that with the completion of various missions and the improvement of the Sect's construction, the rewards for the follow-up missions were easily a few hundred contribution points. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and said, 1,000 contribution points. I can't buy the goods in the mid-tier store. The system poured cold water on him and said, the Sect's construction hasn't reached level 4, so the host can't buy the goods in the mid-tier store. F***CK. Sect leader Jun dispelled the idea of opening the store and ordered, Core, go to the next entrance. Li Qingyang carefully dug out the great poisonous Spider King's crystal core, while the other disciples collected some spider silk and began to search for another entrance. There were no other passageways in the spider lair, so Jun Changxiao led everyone back the way they came. They're out. F***CK me, why are they so clean? When the rogue cultivators waiting outside saw Jun Changxiao come out with his 25 disciples, their expressions immediately changed. Weren't there many poisonous spiders? Not only did the Iron Bone Sect's people come out safely, they didn't even have any poison on them. This was unbelievable. Jun Changxiao chose a relatively clean place for his disciples to rest. Then he opened the system interface. With 1025 contribution points, he could squander them as much as he wanted. Refresh. After deducting 10 contribution points, the items in the beginner's shop changed. Lord Changshao carefully browsed through them, and soon he saw a martial skill called Mountain Splitting Palm. The introduction said that this was a palm technique created by a martial arts master. Once mastered, one could split a mountain with a single palm. Quality: high middle grade. Price: 50 contribution points. What Iron Bone lacked the most was various martial skills, so Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation and copied 1,000 copies. Ding! Sect contribution points: 9551000. Ding! Detected that the host bought a palm technique from the store, automatically matching it with the sect's martial skill. Jun Changshao glanced at the martial skill. After seeing the mountain splitting palm, he continued to look at the items. There were no more valuable items, so he continued to refresh. However, the new items were not as good as the previous ones. He casually bought the cheapest item and continued to refresh. The result was a tragedy. Because he spent 100 contribution points, he didn't see any martial skill-related items. Instead, there were a few daily necessities. I don't believe it. Jun Changshao scrolled down again. Refreshing the store was like drawing a lottery. It was easy to get addicted. Moreover, it depended on luck. If one was unlucky, they might not get a satisfactory item, even if they used up all their contribution points. As a result, every refresh was a tragedy. The disciples who were resting saw their sect leader break down and go crazy. Their expressions changed a lot. "Senior brother, what's wrong with the sect leader? He looks very uncomfortable. Is he poisoned?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Jun Changshao spent another 100 contribution points and bought a few daily necessities. Although they had functions, they were very strange. For example, the umbrella he just bought said that it could be used as a parachute if one jumped from a cliff. Damn, who would jump from a cliff for no reason? If it wasn't the cheapest one, sect leader Jun wouldn't have considered buying it. In a short time, he spent 200 contribution points. It made his heart ache, and he regretted it. If he had known, he would have bought 4 bottles of aptitude changing liquid. Calm down, calm down. I can't refresh anymore. Yes, I'll refresh one last time. Jun Changshao calmly opened the store again. When he saw the useless items one by one, he pulled his hair in despair. And, just when he thought that he had wasted his contribution points, there was an item called Beginner Grade Gate Palm Ball in the store. Gate Palm Ball? What does it mean? He clicked on the details. Item: Beginner Grade Gate Palm Ball Effect. Throw it at a locked beast to directly capture it. Advantage: the captured beast will become a contract beast. It can be summoned immediately after being thrown out. Disadvantage: can only be used by the sect leader and can only capture low-level beasts. Price: 100 contribution points. Damn, Jun Changshao said in surprise. Isn't this the Master Ball? The system said, in the Falling Star Continent, it is very troublesome to sign a contract with a beast. The Gate Palm Ball can be directly captured. The recommended purchase index is 5 stars. Ding! The host has spent 100 contribution points and obtained Beginner Grade Gate Palm Ball X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points: 7551000. Shua! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the Gate Palm Ball from the spatial ring. This object was about the size of an apple. There was a Tai Chi pattern engraved on it, and it emitted a heavy aura. Sigh. It would be cool if he caught the Crimson Flame Wolf King and rode it all over the world. No problem, no problem. There must be beasts more handsome than the Crimson Flame Wolf in Death Valley. As long as he saw it, he would immediately capture it. Moreover, wolves were a bit low level. Catching a tiger or lion with a bigger physique and riding it would be cool. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jun Changshao stood up and said, "Let's go." Saying so, he brought his disciples to the windless tunnel. However, when he was about to enter, he turned around and smiled. "Everyone, if you still want to pick up the leftovers, please continue to pay." The wandering cultivators collapsed one by one. Chapter 187. The rogue cultivators still reluctantly paid 1,000 taels and continued to follow behind Ironbone to pick up scraps. Because when they were resting, the rogue cultivators boldly entered the entrance to the spider nest and saw a large pile of spider corpses in the tunnel. Oh my God, the spiders were all killed? Continuing deeper, after seeing the corpse of the Spider King, they were sure that Ironbone was really strong. If they didn't continue to follow and pick up scraps deeper, it would definitely be a loss. Moreover, while Jun Changshao was leading his disciples to kill spiders, someone was searching in the first gourd and found a lot of valuable medicinal herbs and ores. The rogue cultivators were very much looking forward to entering the next area. Ironbone would kill all the beasts inside, allowing them to pick up the scraps safely. Jun Changshao, who was leading his disciples into a canyon tunnel, was thinking that it would be best if he could encounter a beast that was even cooler than the Scarlet Flame Wolf in the next area. After passing through the windless tunnel, a dense forest appeared in his field of vision. Occasionally, he could smell the stench of feces. Jun Changshao raised his Type 88 sniper rifle and scanned it with his X-ray vision. He found that there were 20 to 30 beasts of different shapes hiding in this area. Their strength should not be weaker than a mountainback bear. Killing them one by one would definitely be slow. Therefore, he ordered Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua to continue acting as meat shields and lure a few out of the forest. Roar! Roar! Not long after, 4 huge beasts were lured out. Judging from their aura, their strength should be between peak martial disciple and first grade martial master. Because they were ugly, Jun Changshao did not use the Sect leader ball and ordered his disciples to kill them directly. Boom! Boom! In a moment, a few beasts that were lured out fell to the ground and died under the encirclement of the Ironbone disciples. Facing a pack of wolves and spiders, it would be troublesome because there were too many of them. Dealing with a single beast was quite easy. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua continued to enter the forest and lured out the beasts one by one. Among them, there were 2 great apes. After killing them, the number of beasts killed increased from 1 to 3. Half an hour later, all the beasts in this area were killed, and the disciples began to collect the cores and bones. The mouth of the rogue cultivators, standing at the entrance of the tunnel, twitched violently. 20 to 30 ferocious beasts, the weakest of which was comparable to a peak martial disciple, had been annihilated by the Ironbone effortlessly. How terrifying! Shua! Shua! After Jun Changshao left with his disciples, they swarmed over and began to cut up the meat. Due to the limitations of their spatial rings, some of them even threw out the meat. The lucky rogue cultivators could still find herbs and ores in the cracks of rocks and tree pits. Although the good ones were all taken away by Ironbone, they could at least be sold for a small amount of money. No one knew how many gourds there were in Death Valley. However, as long as the Ironbone entered, the ferocious beasts that lived inside would suffer. Boom! Another great ape fell to the ground with a loud bang, announcing that this area had been cleared. Ding! Great ape kill 10 out of 10. Ding! Host has completed the task of hunting a type of ferocious beast. Completion rate of epic mission 40%. Host will receive 200 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 9251000. Jun Changshao did not plan to continue to refresh. Instead, he bought 4 bottles of aptitude modification liquid suitable for middle-grade spirit roots. It could modify a disciple's spirit roots. Even if he bought all of it, it would still be valuable. Jun Changshao said, "It's getting dark. Let's rest here for the night." Yes. Everyone began to use spider silk to build temporary tents. Then, a few disciples were responsible for keeping watch. Huff, huff. The fire was lit, and the flames rose. Jun Changshao once again demonstrated his barbecue skills to his disciples. When the rogue cultivators in the distance saw that the Ironbone dared to start a fire and barbecue in Death Valley, they immediately prostrated themselves in admiration. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Jun Changshao led his disciples to continue searching for the tunnel entrance and killing the ferocious beasts. Of course, it cannot be said that everything was going smoothly. Occasionally, they would break into the territory of Wuzong, level ferocious beasts. Fortunately, everyone ran fast enough to escape. Go, Sect Leader Ball. In a certain gourd, Jun Changshao threw out the Sect Leader Ball and smashed it on the head of a majestic tiger beast. In the end, it did not subdue it. Instead, it angered it even more. It roared and charged over. Damn it, why didn't it work? The system said, the beginner Sect Leader Ball can only capture low-level ferocious beasts. Damn. In desperation, Jun Changshao could only order his disciples to kill the tiger beast. Oh my god, that's a ferocious beast comparable to a peak martial master. These disciples of the Iron Bone are too awesome. Especially that Xiao Ziji. He actually fought the tiger beast with his fists. The rogue cultivators following behind were shocked by the strength of the Iron Bone disciples. They could not control themselves. As they went deeper, the ferocious beasts in each gourd became more and more powerful. Their numbers also became fewer and fewer. The powerful ferocious beasts had their own territories. They would often occupy an area by themselves. Of course, the level of the herbs and ores also increased. For example, after clearing an area, Su Xiaoma found a piece of obsidian that weighed 10 kilograms. In this way, he had the materials to refine the beginner Overlord Spear. Whoosh! Jun Changshao opened the casting pavilion and automatically matched the ores and fire seeds. Then, he began to refine. Half an hour later, a long spear that was completely black in color was refined. There was also a small notch at the bottom of the beginner Overlord Spear. When the crystal core was poured in and the function was activated, it would spit out an energy wave the moment it stabbed out. After entering another area, Jun Changshao took out the Overlord Qi and stabbed at the attacking ferocious beasts. He shouted, "Spear out like a dragon!" Bang! After the shining spearhead stabbed out, it suddenly spat out a stream of light and directly killed the ferocious beast that was comparable to a middle fourth stage martial artist on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god! Su Xiaoma walked over and said in surprise, "Sect Leader, your weapon can also perform energies similar to spiritual force martial arts." Isn't it awesome? Jun Changshao said. Awesome. Take it and play with it. Su Xiaoma, who took the Overlord Spear, was stunned. Whoosh! After a while, he rushed into another tunnel with the spear. Even if the enemy was outnumbered, he could still take the enemy's head. Ah, Sect Leader, save us. However, not long after he went in, he saw Su Xiaoma running out with the spear. Behind him, more than 10 purple-haired wolf beasts rushed out in an instant, dragging a whirlwind under their feet. Not good. It's the Gale Wolf. It's over, it's over. We're all going to die here today. The rogue cultivators were terrified. However, no one fled because the Gale Wolves were known for their speed. As long as they were targeted, there was no way to escape. At this time, they could only rely on the Iron Bone to destroy them all. Oh, whoa. The speed of more than 10 Gale Wolves was really fast. Su Xiaoma used Ghost Leap, but the distance was still infinitely closed. Jun Changshao's eyes were burning. These wolf beasts were not only the target of the mission. In terms of physique and hair, they were much more handsome than the Red Flame Wolves. If he could capture one of them with the Sect Leader Ball, it would definitely be very cool. Get out of the way. Sect Leader Jun took out the Sect Leader Ball and shouted. Su Xiaoma, who was running, turned around. Go, Sect Leader Ball. Jun Changshao poured his spiritual energy into his arm and threw it out. Whoosh! The Sect Leader Ball shot out and flew toward the Gale Wolf at the front. Just as it was about to hit, the wolf opened its mouth and spat out a gust of wind. Sect Leader Jun was afraid of smashing the target to death, so he didn't use much strength. The Sect Leader Ball was blown away and landed in the forest far away. Ding! Capture successful. Nanny? He could capture it even if it was blown away? Jun Changshao hurriedly looked over and saw a chubby little thing holding the Sect Leader Ball in its mouth. Its eyes flashed with human-like worship as it ran over. Big ears, long nose, F***CK. This is a small wild boar. Chapter 188. The Gale Wolf's fur was purple, and it was stepping on a whirlwind. It was definitely more suitable for showing off than the red flame wolf. Jun Changxiao didn't say anything and directly threw out the gate palm ball to capture it. The tiger beast from before was strong and difficult to capture. The Gale wolf looked like it was comparable to a peak martial disciple, so it should be easy to capture it. The moment he threw out the gate palm ball, Jun Changxiao began to imagine the wonderful scene of riding a wolf and enjoying the prosperity of life. However, the gale blew the gate palm ball away and it landed in the forest. It unexpectedly captured a ferocious beast that looked like a small wild boar. Seeing that guy running over with admiration, Jun Changxiao's imagination of riding a wolf turned into riding a pig. He was petrified on the spot. He spent 100 contribution points to buy the gate palm ball, and he caught a Peppa wild boar? This was a loss for sure, not a gain. Cuckoo. The small wild boar ran over excitedly with its short legs. Jun Changxiao was so angry that he was about to take out his green dragon crescent blade and cut this monster into pieces. Sect leader, be careful. Li Qingyang rushed over and slashed at the Gale wolf that was about to crash into him with his cold-edged sword. Swoosh! The Gale wolf nimbly turned and dodged the sword chi, then went in another direction. Coincidentally, the small wild boar ran over from that direction. Its bright eyes were filled with fear, and it looked at Jun Changxiao pitifully, as if it was saying, "Master, save me. Die. I'm a sect leader of the Ironbone clan. How could I want a pig like you?" Jun Changxiao turned his head to the side and let the Gale wolf mercilessly rush to the contract beast that he had just captured. With its speed and strength, it would definitely die if it stepped on or hit it. Bang! Finally, a gunshot was heard. The Gale wolf that was rushing to the small wild boar was shot in the head. Its body exploded and finally crashed into a huge rock in the distance. The desert eagle in Jun Changxiao's hand was emitting white smoke. He murmured, "My contract beast. Only I can decide its life and death." Cuckoo! The little wild boar scurried over and used its head to rub against its master's leg. Its face was filled with happiness. Shua! He aimed a gun down. Jun Changxiao said expressionlessly, "Little guy, your existence will only bring shame to me, so it's better for you to be on your way." Caw! The little wild boar was still rubbing against his thigh, as if it didn't know that its new owner was going to kill it. Oh, two more Gale wolves rushed over. Their faces were ferocious, their forelimbs extended, and their sharp claws shone with a luster. Jun Changxiao could only raise his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he saw the little wild boar suddenly turn around, baring its teeth and roaring at the incoming Gale wolf. It was protecting its master. However, Jun Changxiao was rendered speechless when he heard the feeble cries. "Peppa boar, are you kidding me?" Oh, the two Gale wolves increased their speed. The whirlwind under their feet dragged out streams of light, and their entire bodies seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. Jun Changxiao was about to kick the little wild boar away, but he saw the little guy open its mouth again. "Damn it! With your feeble cries, you can't roar." A deafening roar suddenly sounded. Jun Changxiao, who was closest to the roar, was shocked to the point that his heart trembled. His eyes widened and his mouth gradually opened. "Oh my God, how is this a pig's roar? This is definitely more ferocious than the roar of a tiger or lion." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who were preparing for battle also widened their eyes, because under the roar, the dozen or so Gale wolves that were charging over all fainted on the ground. The pack of wolves was running energetically, but when they heard the roar, they were so scared that they fainted on the spot. This scene was too strange. What was even more shocking was that the one who roared and scared the Gale wolves was a little wild boar. Shua! Shua! Everyone looked at the little guy in unison. They saw it standing in front of the sect leader with a ferocious look. There were also illusionary shadows condensing around its body, showing the appearance of a mighty beast. The system said, "This should be a phantom beast." Phantom beast? Jun Changxiao was stunned. The system explained, the beasts in the Falling Star continent are divided into ferocious, spiritual, and holy. In fact, there is another type called the phantom beast. This type of beast is no different from other beasts in terms of appearance. However, it can stimulate a phantom soul and form a special ability. Therefore, it is named Phantom Beast. The illusionary shadows around the little wild boar seem to have stimulated a phantom soul. It should be a variant Phantom Beast. After hearing the explanation, Jun Changxiao put away his gun and said with an "I already knew" look, "I knew it. This little wild boar can't survive in the depths of Death Valley if it doesn't have some ability." The system was speechless. Who the hell just said that he would embarrass the sect leader just now? Who the hell wanted to shoot just now? Can you be more shameless? Whoosh! The illusionary shadow of the little wild boar dissipated. Then it rolled its eyes and fell straight at Jun Changxiao's feet. Looking at the situation, the roar just now had consumed all its strength. The sect leader ball fell to the ground. The Tai Chi pattern on it shot out light and enveloped the little wild boar, taking it inside. Why is it gone? Oh my God, what's going on? The rogue cultivators exclaimed one by one. The little wild boar's roar had scared the Gale wolves unconscious. It was already scary enough. Now that it suddenly disappeared, it was too strange and too unbelievable. Jun Changxiao picked up the sect leader ball and merged his mind into it. He saw the little guy sleeping in the independent space. Sect leader, Li Qingyang came back to his senses and said, "What should we do with these Gale wolves?" Of course, continue to capture. Jun Changxiao opened the purchased items and found that the sect leader ball was gray and there was a small notice. This item is limited to one. It's not limited to one per month, but only one per month. Seeing the dazzling words, Jun Changxiao pulled his hair and roared, "Kill them all!" Shua! Shua! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others put away the sword and killed the 12 Gale wolves. Then they began to skin the wolves and take their cores. Ding! Killed 13100 Gale wolves. Although the number of hunting tasks increased, Jun Changxiao was not happy at all. Because he could only buy one sect leader ball, it meant that he could not subdue any more beasts. His idea of riding a tiger, leopard, wolf, or lion to show off was completely ruined. It's okay. The system comforted him. When the little guy grows up, host can ride it out. And riding a pig is also very cool. Scram! The sect leader ball caught a little wild boar, but it was still a mutated beast. Jun Changxiao was more or less comforted. Phew! His mood relaxed. He looked at the tunnel in front of him and whispered, "The area in front should be the territory of the Gale wolves. Little Mo, here, go in and pull the monsters for me." Go. Yes. Su Xiaoma held the Overlord's spear and rushed in. During this time, Jun Changxiao shouted, "The Gale wolves are very fast. Be on your guard." Yes. Everyone was on guard. After a while, Su Xiaoma ran out of the tunnel. Oh, behind him, more than 10 Gale wolves rushed out like a gust of wind. Su Xiaoma had to be the one to taunt this kind of monster, because Xiao Zueji and Li Yuhua couldn't run as fast as him. Oh, more than 10 Gale wolves rushed over. Jun Changxiao said coldly, "Kill them all." Shua! Lu Qianqian floated out. She put her 10 fingers together and quickly formed a strange seal. She said coldly, "Frozen land." Ho! The cold air around her whistled out. Wherever it passed, a layer of ice quickly formed on the ground. Aya! 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 Su Xiaoma, who was running over, stepped on the ice. He lost control of his body and flew out. In the end, he slammed into the stone wall. Chapter 189. Shua! Shua! The faster Gale wolves stepped on the ice with their 4 limbs, and their bodies slid uncontrollably. Then, like Su Xiaoma, they either crashed into a tree or a mountain wall. Because of the speed, some of them fainted on the spot. The Gale wolves that did not faint were also dizzy. Before they could even stand up straight, they were slashed to death by the Ironbone disciples. Ding! Killed 29100 Gale wolves. Jun Changxiao said, "Xiao Mu, continue to pull the monsters." Sect leader, Su Xiaoma's head was full of stars. He leaned on the stone wall and said, "I'm a little dizzy. I need to rest for a while." Xiao Fei, Jun Changshao said, "You go." "Yes." Li Fei, who was also quite fast, entered the tunnel. Not long after, he ran out with his mouth open and tongue out. There were also more than 10 gale wolves chasing after him. Shua, Shua, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, who were leaning on both sides of the entrance, waved their swords crazily the moment Li Fei ran out. Under the sword light, the gale wolves that rushed out were all killed. Just like that, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei took turns to lure the monsters. The Iron Bone disciples blocked the entrance and set up an ambush, killing them again and again. Half an hour later, more than 100 gale wolves' corpses were piled up in the valley. The other epic mission of hunting beasts was completed. Ding. Killed 100,100 gale wolves. Ding. The host has completed the task of hunting a type of beast. The completion rate of the epic mission is 60%. The host has received 200 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points. 9551000. Jun Changshao opened the mission panel and thought, "There's only one fire dragon left. As long as I find it, the epic mission will be completed." However, the mission is only to hunt one. The fire dragon is probably a big boss. Oh, whoa. At this moment, a powerful roar came from the tunnel, and a large gale wolf that seemed to be shrouded in wind appeared. Gale Wolf King. The rogue cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "Sect leader, this big guy is at least a high-tier ferocious beast." Low ferocity corresponded to martial disciples. The vicious middle corresponds to a martial master. Gao Xiong corresponds to Wuzhou. In other words, the Gale Wolf King, whose entire body seemed to be condensed by wind and waves, was no weaker than the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance leader Qin. If it was rank 1 Wuzhong, it would not be a problem. The crux of the matter was that this was a ferocious beast with a strong physique. Furthermore, it was a ferocious beast that focused on speed. Even if Qin Howren were to face the Gale Wolf King, he would only have one thought, and that was to flee immediately. "Give me the gun." Shua. Jun Changshao took the Type 88 sniper rifle and spent 5 contribution points to activate the enhanced mode. He aimed at the head of the Gale Wolf King that was approaching step by step. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 streams of bullets were shot out. A whoo. The Gale Wolf King sensed that something was wrong and roared. The whirlwind around its body instantly expanded. It stretched its limbs and turned into a stream of light. It was really fast. Under self-aiming, no matter how it moved, it would not be able to dodge. However, just as it was about to hit, the 3 streams of light collided with the whirlwind and were swept away. It could hit, but it could not penetrate. What the F***CK? Jun Changshao opened his eyes wide. The system said, this type of ferocious beast that condenses a whirlwind is equivalent to forming a defensive layer in front of its body. When the bullets collide with it, their power will be greatly reduced. Damn! Jun Changshao raised his gun and fired 7 consecutive shots. 7 bullets burst out. Due to the recoil, his body took a step back. Whoosh! 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 7 bullets came one after another. Unfortunately, when they came into contact with the whirlwind around the Gale Wolf King, their power was reduced and they were swept away, hitting trees or walls. This was awkward. Damn it. If it was a high-level bullet, he did not believe that it could not penetrate the whirlwind. Jun Changshao took out the venomous Spider King's crystal core. When he was loading the bullets, the Gale Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a beam of whirlwind. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji took a step forward, holding the defensive barrier and blocking the path of the whirlwind. Boom! The force of the whirlwind hit the defensive barrier head-on. Thump! Thump! Xiao Ziji gritted his teeth and retreated step by step. It could be seen that the wind condensed by a high-grade ferocious beast was very powerful. Huff! The whirlwind attacked crazily, and the energy of the iron shield was rapidly depleted. The barrier turned from solid to illusory. Sect leader, I can't hold on any longer. As soon as his voice fell, the defensive barrier's energy was exhausted and disappeared instantly. Xiao Ziji suddenly turned around while retreating, and the whirlwind brushed past him. Boom! The whirlwind was like a line, directly passing through and hitting the stone wall, creating a huge hole. Taking advantage of Xiao Ziji's hard resistance, Jun Changxiao, who had dodged the attack in advance, had already filled his gun with bullets. He held up the gun and directly fired all 10 bullets. Thump! Thump! Under the recoil, he took 3 steps back. The 10 bullets were strengthened by high-grade crystal cores, so their speed and impact were very strong. In a moment, they hit the whirlwind condensed by the Gale Wolf King. The two began to fiercely collide. Swoosh! In the end, a bullet penetrated the whirlwind. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to be happy. The bullet only left a shallow mark on the Gale Wolf King's body, but it didn't penetrate it. The system said the bullet's impact was weakened by the whirlwind, so it's difficult to hurt its body. Damn it! Jun Changxiao cursed. This was just a Wuzong-level ferocious beast, and the Type 88 sniper rifle was already in a weakened state. As the system said, in the future, if he wanted to rely on firearms to hurt the enemy, he could only use rocket launchers. System, you were the one who thought of this yourself. When did I say that? Swoosh! 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 The other 9 bullets broke through the whirlwind, but their power was greatly weakened. When they hit the Gale Wolf King's body, they only brought it pain and didn't cause any substantial damage. No matter how accurate the aim was, it couldn't withstand the full body pan. Oh, the Gale Wolf King was enraged. It immediately rushed towards Jun Changxiao with its 4 limbs. Swoosh! Swoosh! The whirlwind around its body whistled, instantly crushing the surrounding trees and stones mercilessly. Chop! Chop! Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others threw out their spiritual force-type skills. However, the opponent had the protection of the whirlwind, so their attacks were useless. Swoosh! The Gale Wolf King galloped over. Jun Changxiao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly used Ghostly Leap to escape. Huff! Huff! Just at this moment, a bone-chilling cold pervaded from behind and instantly gathered in front of him, forming a thick ice wall. Boom! The Gale Wolf King directly crashed into the ice wall. The huge impact caused cracks to appear on the ice wall. Thud! Thud! Lu Qianqian, who used her ice-type spiritual energy to form the ice wall, frowned slightly. She took a few steps back, and her crossed, jade-like hands trembled slightly. We're in trouble. Let's retreat quickly. Seeing the Iron Bone Wolf King in such a sorry state, the itinerant practitioners immediately had the intention to retreat. Damn it! Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to crush the Strength Increase talisman in his spatial ring and use the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Ta! At this moment, Zhou Hong appeared beside the Gale Wolf King. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and made a sword-drawing motion. His black hair was blown wildly by the wind. With a serious expression, he said, "Sword style, graceful." Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The sword aura was released. The sword was sheathed. Whoosh! An extremely cold sword aura tore through the air in an upward and downward momentum, quickly cutting the whirlwind. It then swept past the Gale Wolf King and disappeared into the void. Gah! The whirlwind suddenly stopped. The Gale Wolf King's eyes were filled with pain. Its body split into a thin line under everyone's gaze. Half of its body fell to the right and the other half to the left. P.S. I really can't gather all 3 chapters at once. 2 chapters first and 2 more at night. Please recommend me. Monthly vote. Chapter 190. When the Gale Wolf King's corpse fell to the ground, everyone's expression froze, including Jun Changxiao's. Killing a high-grade beast with 1 slash. How valiant and terrifying was that? Especially the action of unsheathing and sheathing just now. It was so cool. Sword cultivator. It was indeed the strongest profession to act cool. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. I want to become a sword cultivator too. It was not impossible to become a sword cultivator, but the prerequisite was to obtain a sword cultivator aptitude from the shop. This should be more difficult than obtaining a sniper rifle. Ding! Host has killed a hidden beast. Epic level mission completion rate, 80%. Received 200 contribution points. Contribution points, 11501,000. Ding! Excess contribution points to the sect. Host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be deducted automatically. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao said happily, "So there are hidden beasts in the epic level mission. I knew it. Even killing the fire dragon would not give me 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward. Received seal opening talisman X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring." Jun Changshao was stunned. His joy turned into ecstasy, and he almost jumped up in excitement. What was his biggest trump card? It must be a blade that was hard to keep. Now that he received another seal opening talisman, it was undoubtedly great. "Babies!" Jun Changshao, who was in a good mood, shouted, "Clean up the battlefield." Yes, everyone began to peel the skin, bones, and crystal cores. Because it was full, they had to throw away a portion of the red flame wolf skin and bones to store more valuable ones. Therefore, for this kind of training, if one did not bring more spatial rings, they would really waste a lot of good things. The rogue cultivators were overjoyed. They could store the skin and bones that they did not want. Jun Changshao looked over and said, "Don't say that I, Iron Bone, am not loyal. You guys can take these things and distribute them." It was obviously not enough to store them, but he still had to show his generous character. "Thank you, Sect Leader Jun." The rogue cultivators hurriedly gathered around and stored the red flame wolf skin and bones into their spatial rings. Some even threw away the meat that they had picked up earlier. Jun Changshao and his disciples had been in Death Valley for 3 days. They had followed them for 3 days, and the items they had picked up were already worth the cost. AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If we had a spatial ring with more storage, how could we let them follow behind and take advantage of us?" The system said, "The host can refresh the store. If you're lucky, you might be able to get storage treasures with more storage capacity." Jun Changshao muttered, "Another 150 points. I could try my luck." The sky was getting dark. He ordered his disciples to rest on the spot and then pulled open the data panel. Just as he was about to refresh, Zhou Hong walked over and asked, "Sect Leader, how was my performance?" "Very good," Jun Changshao praised. Without this powerful sword cultivator, he would definitely have to use the force increasing talisman to force open the green dragon crescent blade. Zhou Hong said, "Sect Master, that sword technique here." Jun Changshao threw the Ling Jian Divine art over and said, "Go and comprehend it." After killing a Gale Wolf King, he gave his disciple a divine grade sword technique. Sect Leader Jun was really generous in particular. Yes, only for disciples. In order to prevent rogue cultivators from picking up the scraps, they were so stingy that they would go to the extent of grinding for storage supreme treasures. Zhou Hong caught the secret manual and was a little stunned. Such a powerful sword technique. Even if it was given, it should be given in a grand manner. But he just casually threw it over. "Thank you, Sect Leader, for giving me this sword technique." Zhou Hong hurriedly took the secret manual and went to a secluded area to read. When he saw that the sword technique was created by the Sword Emperor, his eyes burned with passion. Sword Emperor. This was a sword cultivator's lifelong pursuit. To be able to cultivate the sword technique created by the Sword Emperor was a great honor. Zhou Hong flipped to the second page and started to comprehend the one-word sword technique. His brows furrowed and his face became serious. In the end, it became ecstatic. Yi Xingqian thought to himself, "As long as this kid comprehends it, it will definitely be of great help to his sword cultivation." The Ling Jian Divine art created by the solitary Sword Emperor was not only a sword technique, but also a sword realm. Sword cultivators with extraordinary talent would definitely benefit greatly from it. Zhou Hong cultivated the sword technique. Sect leader June also started to refresh the store. In the end, tragedy began. Because he refreshed it 10 times, he spent 200 points and only got a bunch of daily necessities. Why didn't I just buy 4 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid? Why did I refresh the store? Jun Changshao howled in his heart. The system added, because you're cheap. If it wasn't for your instigation, why would I refresh the store? Jun Changshao roared. The system said, okay, I'll take the blame. Jun Changshao gritted his teeth and continued to refresh. After all, there would be more after killing the fire dragon, so he might as well use it in advance. And this was a typical case of getting carried away. This time his luck was not bad. After refreshing it 5 times and spending 100 points, he got a martial art called Imperial Fire Art. This martial art was of high mortal grade. Although it was not as good as the mountain-splitting palm, it was a rare fire element martial art. It was just right for Jun Changshao, who had the exquisite fire to cultivate. Bye. Ding. Host spent 50 points and obtained Imperial Fire Art, X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution, 8001000. Because this martial art required a fire seed to cultivate, the system did not automatically assign it as a sect martial art. Jun Changshao continued to browse and found that there was a martial art called 9-Layer Ice Sealing Palm at the back of the store. He quickly opened the introduction. Item, 9-Layer Ice Sealing Palm Introduction. A martial art created by a martial emperor who was proficient in ice element. Effect, every time you comprehend a layer, you can gather ice element spiritual energy to freeze the target. When you comprehend all 9 layers, you can freeze everything within 10,000 miles. Advantage, suitable for ice element martial artists. If you have a special ice element physique, you can comprehend it faster. Disadvantage, only ice element martial artists can cultivate it. Price, 100 points of contribution. Grade, middle divine grade. Both ice and fire martial arts were refreshed at the same time. His luck was not bad. However, Jun Changshao broke down. The martial art that suits me is of mortal grade, and the martial art that doesn't suit me is of divine grade. Isn't this F***ed up? The system said, if the host has an ice element physique, you can cultivate both ice and fire. Do you think I'll have that kind of luck? Jun Changshao said pessimistically. The system said righteously. As a man, you can't doubt yourself. TSK. Encouraging me to spend contribution points. What deep trap. Jun Changshao looked at Lu Qianqian, who was recuperating, and thought, isn't this martial art just right for her? Qianqian. He walked over and asked with concern, are you okay? The ice wall that this woman condensed just now was fiercely collided with by the Gale Wolf King. Now that she sat down, it must mean that she suffered a setback. Although Lu Qianqian was usually cold and liked to attack Jun Changshao, but in the Spirit Spring Mountain and Haoqi sect, she drew her sword and confronted him, which meant that she approved of the sect leader. There were countless women in the world, and there must be some who were cold-hearted. Jun Changshao hoped that his eldest disciple was the type who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Pooh! Lu Qianqian used Taishian ice hard arts to force out the blood clots in her body, and said lightly, I'm fine. She vomited blood, and she was fine. Jun Changshao was speechless. Why didn't you take a healing pill? No need. Lu Qianqian said. It was just a small injury, and it would be fine after some rest. Using a healing pill would be a waste. Here, Jun Changshao said, I have an ice element martial art here. See if you can cultivate it. Chapter 191. Jun Changshao still spent 100 contribution points to buy the 9-layer ice sealing palm and made 1,000 copies of it. Although he couldn't practice it himself, since he bought it, he might as well make a copy of it to prepare for the future. Lu Qianqian was startled when she saw the secret manual handed to her by the sect leader, but she still reached out her hand. Little Jun Changshao turned around and said, find some firewood and start a fire. We'll roast wolf meat today. Yes. Su Xiaomao got to work. Lu Qianqian flipped open the secret manual. When she saw that this technique was created by an ice-type martial emperor, her eyes flashed with shock. A martial technique created by a martial emperor would definitely be of high quality. What shocked her was that the sect leader took it out so casually. Without an absolute foundation, it was impossible to have a powerful martial technique. Therefore, Lu Qianqian was even more convinced that iron bone was passed down from ancient times. Yi Xingqian thought that Jun Changxiao came from the upper realm, and she thought that iron bone was passed down from ancient times. Forcing one's imagination was really fatal. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Jun Changxiao had repeatedly shown them unbelievable high-quality martial techniques. Whoosh whoosh, the flames rose, and the big wolf leg was roasted until it sizzled with oil. The rogue cultivators gathered their courage and set up a fire in the distance, roasting the meat that they had thrown away. Many people had entered Death Valley more than once, but it was their first time roasting meat in broad daylight. It was definitely exciting. After the Iron Bone disciples had their fill, they entered the tent to rest. A few disciples took turns to be on guard. Zhou Hong didn't sleep. He was immersed in comprehending the Ling Jian divine technique. From the excitement on his face, he should have gained a lot. Lu Qianqian was also comprehending the 9-layer ice sealing palm. The shock in her heart grew stronger. Although this technique couldn't be compared to the Taishan Ice Heart technique from the introduction, it could freeze any target and even freeze heaven and earth. It was definitely a divine-grade ice-type martial technique. Lu Qianqian's Frozen Land was also an ice-type martial skill. However, its level was low and it only formed a layer of ice on the ground. Compared to the 9-layer ice sealing palm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Schwa. After cultivating until late at night, Lu Qianqian raised her palm and locked onto the ants crawling next to her. Cold air erupted and instantly froze them into ice cubes. Freezing an ant with a combat strength of less than 5 wasn't considered awesome, but this woman had only cultivated for 4 hours. I was able to comprehend it so quickly because I have the Taishan ice-hard body. Lu Qianqian thought to herself, that's right. The 9-layer frozen palms combined with the ice attribute physique allowed him to cultivate much faster than ordinary ice attribute martial artists. As for how fast it would be, that would depend on the level of one's physique. The next day, Jun Changxiao woke up early and said, let's continue. Fire Dragon Beast. Just by hearing its name, one could tell that it was a fire-type beast. As long as they were exposed to the hot air in the tunnel, there was a high chance that they would be found. Jun Changxiao secretly calculated. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find a gourd with a hot air wave. Instead, they fought with many high-ranked beasts. The process was a bit difficult because the deeper they went, the beasts were around the level of peak martial master. They even encountered many that were 1 or 2 levels higher. Fortunately, they were not existences like the Gale Wolf King. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua tanked at the front while the other disciples attacked with cold-edged sword and overlord spear, successfully killing them one by one. The rogue cultivators following behind were all dumbfounded. Among the disciples of Iron Bone, only the ice attribute disciples and the sword attribute disciples gave off an unfathomable feeling. The others were all martial disciples, but they actually hunted Wuzong beasts again and again. If they left Death Valley and told others about the experiential learning, they would definitely not believe it. Roar. Inside a certain gourd, a high-ranked rhinoceros beast with rough skin and thick flesh let out a sorrowful roar and then fell to the ground covered in wounds. Another one is dead. When the rogue cultivators saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Ding! The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 100%. 200 contribution points awarded. Contribution points 8901000. When the notification sounded, Jun Changxiao opened the data panel and found that the epic mission was still not completed. It seems that I can only complete it after killing the fire dragon beast, he guessed. The system said that's right. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and said, if I continue to look for hidden beasts to kill, will the completion rate increase? Theoretically, yes. The system said, however, please pay attention to the time. It's okay. There are still 3 days. I should be able to find a few more beasts. Jun Changshao led the disciples and continued forward. As long as they saw a high-ranked beast at the mouth of the gourd, they had to kill it because it was very likely to be a hidden mission beast. Of course, they encountered quite a few beasts that lived in groups. For example, jackals, ants, and bees. Although they passed through it safely, the disciples were still in a difficult situation. Ding! The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 120%. 200 contribution points awarded. Contribution points 10901000. After killing another hidden beast, Jun Changshao decisively bought 4 bottles of aptitude-altering liquid. He firmly suppressed the thought of refreshing the store. Last time, he was lucky and got 2 types of ice and fire martial techniques. If he was unlucky, then it would be a waste. Ding! The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 140%. 200 contribution points awarded. Ding! After a whole day, Jun Changshao killed 4 hidden beasts. The completion rate increased to 180%. The 800 contribution points were all used to buy the aptitude-altering liquid, including the 4 bottles he bought previously. Sect leader Jun bought a total of 20 bottles of aptitude-altering liquid. 10 bottles were suitable for common grade, and 10 bottles were suitable for middle grade. He didn't just earn items from the store, he also earned various ores and herbs. Especially in a gourd, he found more than 20 kilograms of cold iron and a whole pool of ice spring water. Taking advantage of the night's rest, Jun Changshao began to refine the cold-edged sword. When the sun rose, he had refined 20 swords. The disciples who weren't equipped with weapons each had a sword and were fully armed. Just from the contribution points and weapons and equipment, this experience in Death Valley could be said to be super profitable. Jun Changshao originally planned to continue looking for hidden beasts and strive to reach 200% completion rate. However, when he came to the entrance of a tunnel, he suddenly felt a burning sensation. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, "There must be a powerful fire element beast inside." Jun Changshao said, "Change all the energy in the unyielding iron shield to high-level crystal cores." Swish! Swish! The disciples took out crystal cores that were comparable to peak martial masters and even first-grade Wuzong to replace the energy in the unyielding iron shield. With the support of the high-level crystal cores, the defensive strength would definitely be high. Xiaomu, Jun Changshao said, "Go in and scout." "I'll go," Lu Qianqian said. As an ice element martial artist, it was undoubtedly easier for her to go to the hot area. "All right," Jun Changshao said. However, before she entered the tunnel entrance, he said, "Be careful." Lu Qianqian didn't answer. Her body was filled with cold air, and her graceful back disappeared from everyone's sight. Li Qingyang and the others hurriedly became alert. Not long after, Lu Qianqian walked out and said, "There's a 5th-grade fire dragon inside." Very good, very good. The last mission monster was found. Killing it would not only complete the epic mission, but also reach 200% completion rate. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, "The fire dragon's control of fire is very strong. Let's go around it." Xiao Ziji and the others kept their shields and prepared to leave. Jun Chang said with a smile, "I really want to see if this so-called fire dragon beast is really a dragon." Huh? Everyone was stunned. Previously, when they encountered a 3rd-grade beast, the sect leader would choose to go around it after thinking about it. Why do you want to go in to see a 5th-grade beast? Chapter 192. When Jun Changshao entered the other gourds, he would think about it, and even make plans to retreat. The flaming dragon was related to the completion of the epic mission. He had to get rid of it. Judging from the heat waves, this 5th-grade ferocious beast was extraordinary. He couldn't bring his disciples in carelessly, or they might lose their lives. "Qianqian," Jun Changshao asked, "is that guy big?" "Sect master, an adult flaming dragon is at least 4 zhang tall," Li Qingyang said. In the falling star continent, 1 zhang was 3 meters and 4 zhang was 12 meters. From the height, One could imagine that the flaming dragon was as tall as a 4-story building. The bigger its body, the stronger it was. This is a bit tricky. Jun Changxiao frowned. The system said, based on the 5th grade Wuzong strength, the flaming dragon's strength is at least 500,000 gene. 500,000 gene was just the beginning. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. The system said, this is just a preliminary estimate. It doesn't include the fire attribute. So, if the host brings his disciples to hunt it, the probability of being wiped out is as high as 99%. There's still a 1% chance of winning. Jun Changxiao muttered. System, didn't the host understand that I meant that the whole team would be wiped out if they went in? Jun Changxiao of course understood. He rubbed his temples, and his brain was working furiously, thinking about how to kill the flaming dragon. Zhou Hong, are you confident in killing it? I'm not, Zhou Hong said directly. If it was 2 or 3 grades higher, he was confident. But if it was a 5th grade flaming dragon, he could only run. In front of absolute power, the difference in strength was too big. Zhou Hong said, Sect Master, can you give me some time to comprehend the one-word sword formula? I might be able to kill it. How long? It'll take at least a month. Sect Master Jun wanted to slap his own mouth. Why did you talk about Sect contribution points? You could have just given him the Ling Jian Divine formula. Looks like Jun Changxiao thought, I can only use the green dragon crescent blade. The system said, after returning from Haoqi Sect, the host cultivation didn't improve substantially. Even if you use the strength-increasing talisman to activate the green dragon crescent blade, you might not be able to get close to the enemy. F***CK, Jun Changxiao said. Then let's use hard to stop. This was his final trump card. Moreover, he already had 2 opening talismans. For the sake of completing the epic quest, he didn't feel any heartache even if he used up all of them. The system agreed, yes. Sect leader, Lu Qianqian said, give me a day to cultivate. Maybe I can use the 9-layered ice sealing palm to seal the fire dragon beast. Jun Changxiao widened his eyes. To be able to use a divine tier battle technique to seal a 5th tier ferocious beast in just a single day of cultivation? This was a joke, right? Judging from Lu Qianqian's expression, Jun Changxiao believed that she wasn't joking. She was serious. Sect leader, Zhou Hong said, if the fire dragon beast doesn't move, I'm confident that I can severely injure it. Yi Xingqian, who had been silent all this time, said, the pyro dragon is a fire-type beast. If we use the ice element to seal it, it will be the best time to kill it. A martial emperor was a martial emperor after all. His knowledge of martial arts was extremely rich. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, there are still 2 days before the end of the training. We can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can use hard to take back. The opening talisman was very precious. If he could save it, he would naturally save it. Okay, Jun Changxiao decided. Tomorrow at this time, we will go in and kill that fire dragon beast. The wandering cultivators in the distance widened their eyes. Iron Bone was really something. He dared to provoke a 5th tier ferocious beast with extremely strong fire-type abilities. Brother Sean, let's retreat. If Iron Bone can't handle the fire dragon beast and lure it out, we will definitely die. Once this powerful fire-type beast gets angry, burning half of Death Valley will be child's play. Many wandering cultivators wanted to retreat. Moreover, they had picked up enough scraps in the past few days. There was no need to continue taking risks behind Iron Bone. Let's go, let's retreat. The leader of a group of wandering cultivators cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader Jun, we will take our leave first. We also hope that your sect can successfully eliminate the fire dragon beast. Although it was a blessing, they knew in their hearts that they had to be at least 6th tier Wuzong to deal with a 5th tier fire-type beast. Sect Leader Jun, we will also take our leave first. After a while, more than half of the 30 wandering cultivators left. Looking at more than 10 of them who had not left, Jun Changxiao asked, why are you all not leaving? A middle-aged man with a square face said seriously, if not for Sect Leader Jun, it would be difficult for me to enter the depths of Death Valley. Therefore, I am willing to stay and help. Yes, The martial arts master beside him said, "We will stay and help sect leader Jun." Some of them were sincerely grateful to Jun Changshao, while others wanted to take a gamble. If they could kill the fire dragon beast, they would definitely get a lot of benefits. "No need," Jun Changshao said. "You all can just watch the battle." Everyone's mouth twitched. Was this Iron Bone sect leader looking down on them? Did he think they would be a burden? No, none of them. Jun Changshao was worried. If they took the kill, how could he complete his epic mission? Don't say it. This was not impossible. If the fire dragon beast only had 1 HP left and was touched by outsiders, it would not be counted as a kill for him and his disciples. In order to prevent this from happening, the best way was to let them watch the battle from afar. "Everyone," Jun Changshao pointed at the tunnel behind him and said, "Please go over there to watch the battle. If you enter without permission, don't blame me for being ruthless." They helped him out of goodwill, but he turned against them in the end. It was unreasonable. Those who had a temper left directly. The other martial artists also left. In this way, only the Iron Bone sect leader was left at the mouth of the gourd. The disciples sat cross-legged and rested, trying to adjust their state to the best state. Lu Qianqian sat alone in a clean area and entered a deep level of comprehension. Her body was gradually shrouded in cold air. Yi Xingqian said in surprise, "This woman has an ice-type constitution. Those without special attributes could cultivate special attributes." For example, Jun Changshao. He did not have a fire-type constitution, but he had exquisite fire. He could be considered a fire-type martial artist. But compared to a fire-type martial artist with a fire-type constitution, he was a professional player and an amateur player. Yi Xingqian said to himself, "The martial arts technique that sect leader gave her yesterday should not be of a low level. If she can comprehend it tomorrow and freeze the fire dragon beast, her constitution must be extraordinary." He stopped thinking about it and continued to comprehend the Taishin Sutra. Tomorrow would be a tough battle. He definitely could not stand by and watch, so he had to prepare seriously. Li Qingyang and the others also knew that the battle with the fire dragon beast tomorrow would be the biggest test of this trial. They had to adjust their state to the best state. Xiao Ziji did not cultivate. He was in charge of guarding. Jun Changshao was stuck in his realm, so there was no point in cultivating. He leaned not far from Lu Qianqian, guarding her while opening the shop. Since they would have to respawn sooner or later, they might as well respawn early. It would be best if there were items that could help them kill the fire dragon beast. Chapter 193. Ding! The first time he refreshed, there was nothing. Ding! The second time he refreshed, there was still nothing. Ding! 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 Jun Changshao refreshed 10 times in a row and spent another 200 contribution points before he finally got something that looked useful. It was called a frost bracelet. This was an ice attribute treasure. When an ice attribute martial artist wore it, it could increase the strength of their ice attribute by 20%. It was not bad, but its weakness was obvious. It was only suitable for martial disciples and martial masters. After entering Wuzong, it would be useless. "I can buy it for Qianqian," Jun Changshao said. Ding! Host spent 50 contribution points and received Frost Bracelet X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 640-1000. He refreshed again and spent another 140 contribution points. After buying a bunch of daily necessities, he forcefully suppressed the urge to refresh again. Looking at the umbrella, soap, bath towel, and other items in the spatial ring, Jun Changshao was speechless. Why the hell would I want to be a sect master? I should just open a grocery store in the other world. The system said, "It's not impossible. Get lost." Lu Qianqian said that it would take 1 day, but she only withdrew her ice attribute on the afternoon of the second day. When she opened her eyes, there was a cold glint in her eyes. At this moment, there were only 12 to 12 hours left until the end of the epic quest. "How is it?" Jun Changshao asked. Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, "With my understanding of the 9-layer ice seal palm, I should be able to freeze the fire dragon for 3 to 4 breaths. 3 to 4 breaths is 5 to 6 seconds. Jun Changshao thought. That should be enough. In the world of martial arts, a few seconds could really decide the outcome of a battle. For example, if Zhou Hong and Yi Xingchen were to use their sword skills, they could definitely slash a few hundred times in a few seconds. Here, Jun Changshao handed over the frost bracelet and said with a smile, "This thing is a bit cold. It should be suitable for you." Lu Qianqian was stunned. Giving a girl a bracelet had another meaning. She gently raised her head and looked at that smiling face. Her originally cold heart was once again stirred. "I don't want it. This is the first time I'm giving a bracelet to a girl. Please do me the honor. This is the Sect Master's order." Lu Qianqian took the cold bracelet and put it on her right wrist. Then, she turned her face away. A cold aura surrounded her body, as if she was hiding something. "Ha!" Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Inner sanctum disciples, follow me in." Outer sanctum disciples, from a formation outside. It didn't matter how many soldiers there were, as long as they were elites. "Yes," all the disciples said in unison. "We're going in. This trip is extremely dangerous. I've been thinking about it all night, and I think it's better to leave. Let's wait and see. Maybe the fire dragon beast won't rush out of its territory." The rogue cultivators discussed in low voices. While they were talking, Jun Changshao had already led the 7 inner sanctum disciples and Zhou Hong into the scorching tunnel. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the others formed a formation at the entrance. They prayed for the sect master and senior brothers, hoping that they could smoothly get rid of the fire dragon beast. Whoosh whoosh. Waves of hot wind blew from the front, making Li Qingyang and the others feel quite uncomfortable. They could only put up a strong iron shield to block it. Jun Changshao, who had exquisite fire, was fine. Instead, he felt very comfortable. Lu Qianqian was also fine. The ice element could dissolve the heat wave. The tunnel was about 200 meters long. As they went deeper, the temperature became higher and higher. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel. Li Qingyang and the others felt like they were in front of an oven. They were already sweating profusely. Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hong were fine. One could rely on the Taishan Sutra to resist, while the other could use his sword to resist. Of course, they knew that if they were too close to the fire dragon beast, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After stopping at the end of the tunnel, Jun Changshao looked into the valley. In his field of vision was a crimson land. There were only scattered red stones. There wasn't a single tree. Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, that a fire dragon stone. It's a high-level fire element ore." Jun Changshao didn't care about the ore. He locked his gaze at the deepest part of the tunnel and caught sight of the hill-like fire dragon beast. Although that fellow was resting on the ground and was surrounded by flames, he could still tell from its appearance that it wasn't a dragon. It was a dinosaur. A dinosaur is also a dragon, the system said. The fire dragon beast appearance was indeed similar to the extinct dinosaurs on Earth. From its thick and long tail, it looked more like a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, its skin was fiery red. There were flames spreading from its tail to its spine. Without a doubt, it was much more handsome than a Tyrannosaurus rex. If he used it as a contract beast and rode it out, he wouldn't have to worry about not being single. Jun Changshao said, "Are you ready?" "We're ready," everyone replied in low voices. Before entering, Sect Master Jun had already arranged the battle strategy. If the fire dragon beast was alarmed, Xiao Ziji would be responsible for pulling the first aggro. If that didn't work, Su Xiaomao and Li Fei would be responsible for pulling the second aggro. After pulling the aggro, Lu Qianqian would look for an opportunity to freeze it. Then, Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hong would be responsible for attacking. They only had 3 to 4 breaths of time. They had to kill it in one hit. "Let's go." Jun Changshao waved his hand. He stepped on the hot ground and moved forward cautiously. Cautiously, my ass. Just as they entered the valley and entered the territory of the fire dragon beast, the big fellow's eyelids twitched and suddenly opened. Hoo-hoo! The hill-like body gradually grew to a height of 4 to 5 zhong. Its appearance was similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, under the cover of the scorching flames, It looked very scary. Roar, the fire dragon beast, opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily at Jun Changshao and the others. Rolling heat waves whistled toward them. Buzz! Xiao Ziji stood at the front and activated his defensive barrier to resist the scorching heat waves. Then, he raised a shield to resist the heat waves and charged forward. Shua! Shua! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei separated to the left and right. Roar! The fire dragon beast roared again. Immediately, flames gathered in its mouth and formed into a cannonball. Boom! It hit the defensive barrier. The powerful impact forced Xiao Ziji to retreat 5 to 6 steps. The energy of the crystal core was instantly depleted by a quarter. As the main tank, the crystal core in his unyielding iron shield was 1 grade higher. It had consumed so much energy to resist the fire dragon beast's casual attack. There was simply no way he could continue fighting. Pull back, Jun Changshao shouted. Shua! Xiao Ziji carried his unyielding iron shield and stepped on the scorching ground to the side. The fire dragon beast had been locking onto him all this time. Its body also turned around. Lu Qianqian went to the other side and happened to be behind the big guy. Just as she was about to gather ice element spiritual energy to perform 9-layer ice sealing palm, she saw the other party spit out another fireball. This time, it was faster and stronger than the previous one. Due to the scorching environment, Xiao Ziji's speed was already half a beat slower. There was no way for him to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and resist with his defensive barrier. Boom! The powerful fireball hit the defensive barrier. 2/4 of its energy was quickly depleted. This was not important. The important thing was that the fireball carried a few 100,000 kilograms of force and sent Xiao Ziji flying and crashing into the scorching mountain wall. Wah! As he fell, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother Xiao, Su Xiaoma, and Li Fei were shocked. Roar! The fire dragon beast roared angrily. It turned its head and spat out a fireball. Yes, it was a fireball, and it was the kind that was in the shape of a fan. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, who could have used their speed to deal with the fireball, were instantly locked in position. They could not dodge at all and could only activate their defensive barrier to block the fireball. Off! As the fireball spat out, the temperature rose instantly. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei activated their defensive barriers and moved to the sides. When they finally managed to dodge the fireball, their energy was completely depleted. Swish! At this moment, several crescent-shaped flowing lights flew from a side. Boom! Boom! The flowing lights hit the fire dragon beast's head directly. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it successfully attracted the fireball's attention and made it turn its head. Xiao Ziji swayed his body and walked over. He raised his shield again and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "Big worm, your target is me." Roar! The fire dragon beast was successfully mocked by him. It roared angrily and rushed over with earth-shaking footsteps. It suddenly turned its body and swept its fiery tail. It swept quickly and had a wide range. Dodge! Jun Changshao roared. Xiao Ziji could not dodge, and he did not intend to dodge in the first place. Ta! One of his feet stomped on the ground. His muscles and veins bulged. He channeled all the energy in his body into the iron shield. Xiao Ziji's eyes flashed with determination. Sect leader, senior brother, I am willing to use this broken body to bear the weight of thunder for you. Chapter 194. Xiao Ziji was already injured after the second round of bombardment. His unyielding iron shield only had 1/4 of its energy left. However, he didn't forget the sect leader's instructions. He had to draw the first aggro. Therefore, when the fiery dragon attacked Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, he used self-slash. This kind of spiritual force martial technique was modified by a mysterious almighty. It was easy to learn, but limited by the realm, its power was limited. It could only cause a little pain to a 5th-grade ferocious beast. However, it successfully attracted the attention of the fiery dragon and transferred all its aggro to him. What was a meat shield? It meant that at any time, he had to pull the target and use his body to take the damage to reduce the threat to his teammates. In this aspect, Xiao Ziji was undoubtedly qualified. Jun Changxiao roared with a malevolent look on his face. Dodge. His tail, which was covered in flames, swept towards Jun Changxiao, who was in the distance. The strategy he set up before entering was perfect and impeccable. However, he underestimated the fiery dragon. He underestimated this fifth-grade ferocious beast with fire attributes. In the face of absolute power, any strategy or technique would be disintegrated by the powerful force and become vulnerable. Martial disciple-level disciples were really weak when facing the fiery dragon. If it wasn't for the unyielding iron shield, he would have died or been injured. Dodge? I can't dodge. I want to use this broken body to bear the thunderous force for everyone. This was the only thought in Xiao Ziji's mind. He poured all his strength into the unyielding iron shield. Whoosh whoosh, spiritual force flowed into the shield from his arm, adding to the already very dim defensive barrier. However, compared to the incoming force, even if Xiao Ziji increased his defensive strength to the maximum, it was still very small. Jun Changxiao's eyes were about to pop out. The pocket-sized, unstoppable blade had already appeared. Obviously, he was going to save his disciple at all costs. However, recently, Yi Xingqian and Li Qingyang were faster than him. One of them rushed over and placed the unyielding iron shield in front of him. After the other used Crossing Dragon to get closer, his hands suddenly pointed in the air. Buzz! In an instant, Qian, Zhen, Can, Jin, Kuan, Sun Li, and Dui were outlined in the air. Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Yi. Xiao Ziji was stunned. Li Qingyang set up the defensive barrier and used his body to protect his junior brother. Yi Xingqian's back was facing him, and his palms suddenly blasted the void as he shouted, "Inverse the universe." Buzz! The 8 characters shined dazzling light and instantly formed an 8 trigrams pattern. From a moment it appeared to the moment it was unleashed, it had only taken a single breath, and the tail that carried the force of 100,000 kilograms had already fiercely smashed over. What was strange was that there was no sound of explosion after colliding with the pattern. Boom! On the other side of the stone wall, a terrifying force suddenly gushed out of thin air, causing half of the mountain to collapse. Ka-ka-ka! 8 crack, crack, crack. The tail of flames, which had most of its power neutralized, continued to sweep forward. It first blasted the defensive barrier, then swept Li Qingyang, Yi Xingqian, and Xiao Zuiji away. Exclamation point. Plop! The 3 of them fell to the ground, their faces ferocious. Wah! Yi Xingqian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Reversing heaven and earth was a martial art technique from his previous life. It could redirect the attacking force to other places. Although it was powerful, it was limited by his realm. He could only redirect 30% of the fire dragon's strength. It also brought about a considerable backlash. That was already good enough. If he didn't redirect 30% of the strength, Li Qingyang's defensive barrier would redirect some of the strength. He would be seriously injured and might even die on the spot. Although the price was high, Xiao Ziji was saved. That was enough. Roar! The fire dragon was enraged that the 3 humans were still alive. It let out a deafening roar again. Then it gathered a fireball in its mouth. It was over. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's expressions changed. Although they still had their shields, they had used up all their energy. They wouldn't be able to withstand the fireball's attack. Yi Xingqian's heart sank. The martial art technique and the backlash caused him to be seriously injured. The chances of him dodging the fireball were close to 0. As a martial emperor, he would never feel despair. Therefore, he circulated his qi in his dantian and shouted, "Hurry up and freeze." The 4 words sounded very spiritual. This also meant that they could only rely on Lu Qianqian if they wanted to get out of this dangerous situation. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, a cold air spread out from behind the fire dragon beast, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. How much did it drop? Li Fei, who was closest to the fire dragon, was shivering from the cold. Crack, crack, crack. The cold air spread out and quickly condensed into a giant hand made of countless ice cubes. The fire dragon, who was accumulating energy to attack, felt the chill. It quickly turned its head and realized that the crystal-clear ice hand was even bigger than it was. Lu Qianqian's hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was pale. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed at the air. She shouted coldly, "Ninefold ice sealing palm." Whoosh whoosh. The frozen hand suddenly swung over and grabbed the fire dragon beast that was 4 feet tall in its palm. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A powerful cold air burst out and stuck to the rank 5 ferocious beast skin. It quickly formed layers of thick ice. In an instant, the fire dragon was frozen. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Qianqian took a few steps back. She looked weak, but she still gritted her teeth and released the ice element to maintain the ice-sealing palm for a few seconds. Ta! Zhou Hong rushed over and immediately flew into the air. He placed one hand on the hilt of his sword and formed the shape of a sword. Instantly, a cold sword aura burst out from his body. At that moment, the scene seemed to be frozen forever. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were all looking at Zhou Hong. At this moment, they deeply understood that whether they could kill the fire dragon depended on this attack. Junior brother Zhou, you must succeed. Ka ka ka. The ice layer began to crack. Sword aura. At this moment, Zhou Hong, who had high hopes placed on him, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Graceful!" Clang! The sword was unsheathed and the sword radiance burst out. Swoosh! Before the ice layer broke, an unparalleled sword aura slashed down from above. Clang! The sword was sheathed. Sword aura destroy. Clang! When he landed, the sword was unsheathed again. An aura of destruction swept out horizontally. Ta! After 2 slashes, Zhou Hong landed in front of the fire dragon. Clang! The simple sword was sheathed slowly. His black hair fluttered, revealing his weathered face. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. From Lu Qianqian's ice sealing palm to him sheathing his sword. Time, 5 breaths. Ka ka ka. The ice layer suddenly shattered, and the sealed fire dragon beast broke free. It raised its head and roared angrily, shaking the entire mouth of the gourd. It's the roar of the fire dragon. It's angered. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. When the itinerant cultivators outside heard the terrifying roar, they were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the rest stood guard at the entrance of the tunnel. Even if the fire dragon came out, as long as they didn't see the sect leader and senior brother, they wouldn't leave. Chapter 195. In the scorching hot land. As the ice layer dissipated, the temperature instantly rose back up. Lu Qianqian vomited blood and then leaned weakly against the mountain wall. Her face was full of weakness. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were injured. Zhou Hong used up all his energy. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei lost their defense. The 8 Iron Bone disciples did their best and were also exhausted. It was gratifying. After the fiery dragon roared, a cross-shaped sword mark appeared on its body. Blood spurted out, and the flames around its body began to fade. Hopelessly, this behemoth did not fall. It was still standing. Moreover, the ground suddenly shook. At the eastern tunnel entrance, many small fire dragon beasts covered in flames appeared one after another. They were about 2 or 3 meters tall. From the aura they emitted, the lowest level was at the middle 5th grade. Boom! Boom! In an instant, there were more than 50 small fiery dragons emerging from the tunnel entrance. Their bodies were spewing hot flames. It's over, it's over. The Iron Bone disciples' eyes were filled with despair. Not only did the fiery dragon not die, it also summoned so many small fiery dragons. Even if it recovered, it would be difficult to fight against it. Ta! Suddenly, Jun Changxiao walked over step by step, playing with the sword in his hand. Then he stopped 10 meters away from the fiery dragon, facing the 50 small fiery dragons. Li Qingyang said weakly, "Sect leader, run. Babies, it's been hard on you." Jun Changshao gently raised his head and said with a murderous look, "Leave the rest to me." Roar! More than 50 small fiery dragons rushed over angrily. Jun Changshao's right index and middle fingers pinched the hilt of the sword. His eyes were cold. Bang, clang, light flashed, and the wind whistled. The injured Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqian, and Lu Qianqian, as well as the standing Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Zhou Hong, were all dumbfounded. Their eyes gradually widened. What did they see to make such an expression? They saw that the sect leader's toy knife, which looked smaller than a dagger, was extremely long after it was unsheathed. It was at least 13 feet long. Under normal circumstances, a spear was already considered a long weapon. Now that a saber was actually so long, Li Qingyang and the others would definitely be stupefied. Behind the black wind stockade, Jun Changshao once again pulled out the unstoppable blade, exuding a heavy and powerful aura as usual. Shua! He held the 40-meter-long broadsword in one hand and raised it at a slanted angle. He looked at the 50-odd small fire dragons that were charging at him with disdain in his eyes. Hoo-hoo! At the same time, the saber emitted a heavy and powerful aura, which instantly spread throughout the scorching land. In an instant, the 50-odd small fire dragons were bound and stopped in their tracks. They were only a few meters away from Jun Changshao. The anger in their eyes was replaced by fear. They wanted to move, but they couldn't. There seemed to be some kind of terrifying force in the air that bound their bodies. Shua! Jun Changshao suddenly raised his broadsword and swept it horizontally. He said, "Give them a proper burial." The 40-meter-long broadsword flashed and swept across the wheat field like a sickle. The heads of the 10-odd small fire dragons at the front all flew out at the same time. Li Qingyang and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shua! Jun Changshao raised his broadsword again and swept it across. Just like that, he swept it from left to right, and from right to left again. After a few continuous sweeps, all 50 small fire dragons were beheaded by the broadsword. Everyone was dumbfounded. More than 50 ferocious beasts that were comparable to 5th-grade martial masters were killed by the sect leader so easily. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jun Changshao raised his broadsword and looked sideways at the restrained fire dragon. He said coldly, "How dare you hurt my iron-boned disciple? Today I'll cut you into 8 pieces." Shua! The 40-meter-long broadsword fell. The fire dragon that couldn't move had an unprecedented fear in its eyes. A strong sense of death surged in its heart, making it realize that it didn't have long to live. Poochie! Poochie! The broadsword flashed and intertwined like a net. After a while, Jun Changshao stopped. The flaming dragon beast's head was separated from its body and fell to the ground with a loud boom. Its body began to fall off piece by piece like a cucumber being sliced by a kitchen knife. Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison. A 5th-grade ferocious beast was cut into 8 pieces by the sect leader so easily. It was really shocking. Ding! All the ferocious beasts have been killed. The conditions have been met. The second epic mission is completed. The completion rate is 200%. The host has received 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 15001000. Ding! There are excess contribution points. The host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be deducted automatically. 1,000 contribution points directly. Jun Changshao didn't even have time to show his excitement when a clear and melodious voice rang in his ears again. Ding! The host has exceeded the requirements of the epic mission. The host has received a middle-grade sect leader's ball X1, a middle-grade strength increasing talisman X1, a supreme-grade tempering liquid X1, and a certain amount of experience points. Huff, huff! The moment the voice rang out, the spiritual energy in Jun Changshao's dantian started to refine itself. Although the quantity was decreasing, the purity was increasing gradually. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to a 1st-grade martial master. Ding, ding, ding. The host has successfully broken through to a fourth-grade martial master. As the spiritual energy in the vortex became purer, and as his cultivation soared, it finally stopped at the fourth-grade martial master. Jun Chang Shao could feel his strength rising in an instant, and that feeling was incomparably exhilarating. Not bad, not bad. The system said the completion rate is 200%. The host has not only become a martial master, but also a fourth-grade martial master. Jun Changshao said with dissatisfaction, after completing the first epic mission, I broke through to a fifth-grade martial disciple from a 12th-grade meridian opening stage. The system broke down and said, the higher the level, the harder it is to increase it. The host should learn to be content with breaking through to a fourth-grade martial master with a high completion rate. How can I be content without entering the martial emperor realm? Jun Changshao said. There was nothing wrong with those words. After completing the second epic mission, Jun Changshao finally entered the martial master realm from a martial disciple. Moreover, he directly reached the fourth grade. It had to be said that he was very powerful. Li Qingyang and the others were dumbstruck, lying on the ground and standing. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that the sect leader's body was emitting the aura of a breakthrough. Then, it continued to increase like a hot knife through butter. Heavens! What did I just see? Even Yi Xingqian, who had been reincarnated as a martial emperor, was deeply shocked when he realized that the sect leader's cultivation was increasing rapidly. He thought to himself, did he break through, or did he release his hidden cultivation? Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao laughed loudly. He laughed very happily. After completing the epic mission, not only did he increase his level, he also received a middle-grade sect leader ball, a middle-grade strength increasing talisman, and a bottle of top-grade aptitude changing liquid. It was already good enough that he didn't die from laughing. However, after confirming that there were no ferocious beasts in the valley, he sheathed his blade. Then, sect leader Jun's body seemed to have been hollowed out. Then, he collapsed to the ground like mud. P.S. Requesting recommendation tickets. Requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 196. The strength of the hard-to-withdraw blade was not only in its sharpness, but also in its aura. It could bind its target at will. The Zhou Tianba of the past and the fire dragon of today. Whether it was a martial disciple or a Wuzong, they all became souls under the blade of this godly weapon. Although the hard-to-withdraw blade was heaven-defying, it also had a big flaw. It couldn't be used continuously after it was drawn out. After it was withdrawn, the user's body would be instantly drained. Sect leader Jun, who had just become a fourth-grade martial master, should have been full of energy. However, he was powerless and collapsed on the ground. The weakness would last for 30 minutes. During this time, an ordinary person could easily crush him to death. He completed the epic mission. He received a lot of rewards and experience. Using an opening talisman was definitely worth it. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged with difficulty. He thought to himself, my injuries are too severe. I will need at least a month to recover. Forcefully using the high-level inverse the universe would cause a backlash to the body. Moreover, he was heavily injured. Being able to sit up was thanks to the foundation of his body. Damn it, that guy actually had such a powerful weapon. Why didn't he take it out earlier? He even made us risk our lives to kill the fire dragon. That's right. Why? Because Jun Changshao didn't expect the fire dragon to be so powerful. When Xiao Ziji was about to be swept by the tail, he summoned the hard-to-withdraw blade and crushed the opening talisman. The blade was about to be unsheathed. However, Yi Xingqian and Li Qingyang's help made him give up on the idea of using the blade. This kind of help from fellow disciples could not only improve their relationship, but also their tacit understanding. It couldn't be destroyed easily. Jun Changshao also believed that after Yi Xingqian used a strange martial technique and Li Qingyang put up the hard iron shield, the three of them would at most be severely injured. Their lives wouldn't be in danger. As expected, the three of them didn't die, but they were all injured. Later, Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong, one freezing the fire dragon and the other slashing twice with his sword, pushed their disciples' cooperation to the extreme. Although they couldn't do anything to the huge monster, Jun Changshao gave them full recognition and high praise for their cooperation in this battle. If my iron bone has such a disciple, why would I worry about not being able to become stronger? Later, dozens of small fire dragons appeared. Jun Changshao could not watch any longer. He drew his sword to clean up the mess. Tell us about it. The Iron Bone disciples worked together to fight the monsters. In the end, the one who came out to show off was Jun Changshao. AI. Yi Xingqian sighed and began to operate the Taishin Sutra to repair his damaged meridians. But then again, he had the support of the Taishin Sutra, which could neutralize a lot of power. Those two guys were definitely more seriously injured than him. Shua! Shua! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji jumped up. Sect leader. The two of them walked over and helped Jun Changshao up. Are you all right? This Yi Xingqian's eyes widened. No. They should have been seriously injured. How could they look like they were completely fine? Especially Xiao Ziji. After being hit 3 times in a row, even if his body was made of iron, he would still suffer from serious internal injuries. Night Emperor thought that he was the one with the lightest injuries among the 3 of them. However, when he saw the 2 of them supporting the sect leader, he immediately suffered a heavy blow. Could it be that I'm too weak? As soon as this thought arose, Yi Xingqian, who had a strong ego, could not suppress his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother Yi, Xiao Ziji said, hurry up and eat the healing pill. Yi Xingqian clutched his chest and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, how can that low-level healing pill heal my internal injuries? At this moment, he saw Lu Qianqian take out a healing pill and swallow it. The fire dragons broke free from the ice. This woman must have suffered serious internal injuries. How could the healing pill alone suppress her injuries? Shua! Lu Qianqian stood up. The paleness on her face dissipated. She brushed the messy hair on her forehead. Gah! Yi Xingqian's facial muscles stiffened. The next second, he took out the healing pill and looked at it in disbelief. Jun Changshao had given him energy-gathering pills and chi-whirling pills, but the low-level healing pill was given on the way to Death Valley. He just casually said that he could take it if he suffered serious injuries. The healing pill was a low-level pill. Could it heal faster than his Taishin Sutra? Yi Xingqian took the pill and casually threw it into his interspatial ring without thinking much of it. Junior brother Yi, hurry up and eat the pill. We still have to clean up the battlefield. Li Qingyang urged. Yi Xingqian hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill spread, and the damaged meridians in his body quickly healed. He jumped up, and the shock in his heart grew stronger. The upper realm. It must be a pill from the upper realm. Yi Xingqian began to imagine. There was nothing he could do about it. As a martial emperor in his previous life, he had never eaten a healing pill that could heal injuries instantly. Zhou Hong also hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it, but it was useless. Strange. He was puzzled. Why is it useless? Of course, it was useless. The low-level healing pill was only suitable for meridian opening and martial disciples. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who had recovered from their injuries began to clean up the battlefield and pick up the spoils. 1 high-grade 5th-grade crystal core. More than 30 mid-grade 5th-grade crystal cores. 500 caddies of fire dragon stones. The fire dragon bee's skin was too rough and was of no value, so they only took the bones. Of course, they would have to throw out more items. It was a pity that the rogue cultivators who followed them to pick up the scraps, but left at the crucial moment. Otherwise, when Iron Bone came in to pick them up, they would have gained a lot more. After defeating the last boss, they received contribution points, rewards, experience, and so many materials. It was a great harvest after completing this epic mission. 30 minutes later, the feeling of weakness dissipated. Jun Changshao also jumped up with a swoosh. His spirit also became energetic. Sect leader, Li Qingyang said, the cleaning is almost done. Have you searched the gourd where the little fire dragon beast rushed out? Junior brother Su and junior brother Li are searching. Sect leader, there is a dragon egg. At this moment, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei ran out of the tunnel. The two of them worked together to drag an egg wrapped in spider silk. The egg was as big as a watermelon. The eggshell was white, and there were red patterns on the surface. Jun Changshao carefully looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, "Bring it back to the sect." Sect leader. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "There is a life in the egg. We can't put it in the space ring. It will be troublesome if it breaks on the way." Jun Changshao said, "Put the egg on the shield and tie it with spider silk. You can carry it on your back." "Good idea." Su Xiaoma hurriedly took action. Soon, the dragon egg was fixed on the inside of the iron shield with spider silk, and then Li Fei carried it on his back. "Senior brother," Li Fei asked in a daze, "why do you want me to carry it?" Su Xiaoma patted his shoulder and said seriously, "Capable people do more work." Jun Changshao glanced at the scorching land and found nothing. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go back the way we came." "Senior brother Long, why is there no movement?" Li Yuhua, who was standing guard outside, asked worriedly. "I don't know." Long Xiang was even more worried than him. Li Yuhua said weakly, "Well, sect leader and senior brother, don't jinx it." Long Xiang interrupted. "Sect leader is out." At this moment, Zhang Wei shouted excitedly. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua hurriedly looked at the tunnel entrance and saw sect leader and senior brothers coming out. They shouted, "Sect leader, has the fire dragon beast been dealt with?" "Nonsense." Jun Changshao said, "With me and your senior brothers, there is nothing in this world that can't be solved. Sect leader is mighty. Senior brother is mighty." Long Xiang and the others lowered their defenses and cheered happily. Chapter 197. Sect Master Jun is out. Oh my god, they look like nothing happened. Could it be that they killed the fire dragon? That's impossible. The square-faced middle-aged man and the other martial artists were still at the entrance of the tunnel. When they saw the iron-boned disciples let down their guard and cheered excitedly, their eyes were filled with disbelief. No one would think that Sect Master Jun would stay at the entrance of the tunnel after bringing his disciples in. After all, the roar just now proved that the fire dragon had been alerted. Now that they could come out safely, it meant that the overlord of Death Valley, the fire dragon, was dead. It was too scary. They didn't dare to think about it. The martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't calm down. If it wasn't for the iron-boned disciples blocking the entrance, they would have gone in to check it out. "It's okay, it's okay." Their chance came quickly. Jun Changshao brought his disciples to a clean area and rested there. Li Qingyang and the others recovered from their injuries with the help of healing pills, but they had to rely on the Yi Jing to replenish their spiritual energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the square-faced martial artist and the other martial artists entered the tunnel and came to the scorching area. When they saw dozens of small fire dragons and their dismembered corpses, their legs trembled as they supported themselves on the stone wall. "This is the Iron Bone. What kind of monster is he?" After calming down, the square-faced martial artists rushed over. On the way, they even threw away the meat and bones in their spatial rings because there were better things inside. From the moment they entered Death Valley, they were gambling. From the looks of it, the martial artists who could last until the end had won the gamble. Because if they took away all the things the Iron Bone didn't want, each of them could earn at least 40,000 to 50,000 taels of silver. This amount of money was nothing to Jun Changshao. But to the martial artists who didn't belong to any sect, it wasn't a small amount. It could be exchanged for at least 4 to 5 spirit stones. Li Qingyang and the others started to use the Yi Jing to absorb spiritual energy to replenish their energy. Jun Changshao merged into a spatial ring and held the top-grade aptitude modification liquid in his hand. This item was also sold in the purchased item column, but he didn't consider buying it because of the bottleneck in his realm and the high price. Now that he was rewarded with a bottle and saved 300 points, he felt great. Shua. Sect leader Jun took out the aptitude changing liquid and drank it directly. It was still the same mellow malt flavor. After drinking one bottle, I still wanted a second bottle. Damn it. In the future, when he had hundreds of thousands or even millions of contribution points, he would buy it and drink it as beer. The system said, "Wash up and sleep." Ding. The host has used the aptitude modification Liquid X1, modifying the spiritual root aptitude. Ding! The transformation of spiritual root aptitude is complete. Jun Changxiao's aptitude rose from high grade to supreme grade. Instantly, he felt that the spirit qi in the valley was several times denser than before. As one's spiritual root improved, one's perception of spiritual energy would become stronger. From high grade to superb grade, the increase in perception was even more terrifying. At this moment, Jun Changxiao did not doubt that when he sat down cross-legged and circulated the body metamorphose scripture, there would definitely be a massive amount of heaven and earth attributes swarming towards him. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to a 5th grade martial master. After the spiritual root was upgraded to the supreme grade, its level increased from the 4th grade to the 5th grade. Shua! Jun Changxiao clenched his fists. Spiritual energy instantly flowed into his arms from the cyclone, and he felt a burst of strength. When I was a peak martial disciple, my strength was around 30,000 jin. Now that I'm a 5th grade martial disciple, how much will my strength increase? The system said every grade of martial master increases your strength by around 3,000 to 6,000 jin. According to the host's strength increase as a martial disciple, it should be around 80,000 jin. Jun Changxiao said, "Only 80,000?" The word "only" was said very spiritually. Those martial masters who had entered the 5th grade but only had around 40 to 50,000 jin of strength would definitely hide in a corner and cry. The increase of every grade of strength was due to many factors, such as spiritual root aptitude, physical strength, and spiritual energy purity. Ordinary martial cultivators tended to have the lowest values. Average values were in the middle, and excellent values were in the highest values. After experiencing the molding pill, the muscle molding room, and the body metamorphose scripture tempering, Jun Changxiao's strength increase for every grade was definitely far beyond a maximum. After becoming a martial master, and with the support of a supreme grade spiritual root, it was reasonable for his strength to be much higher than martial artists of the same grade. Jun Changxiao was not the only one who was strong. Li Qingyang and the others had also taken the molding pill, cultivated the body metamorphose scripture, and had the muscle molding room to temper their bodies, so their strength increase definitely exceeded the upper limit. Under sect leader Jun's careful nurturing, although they were still very weak for the time being, their potential was very huge. Of course, the nurturing continued. Jun Changxiao said, "With the extra 500 contribution points, I can consider buying a few bottles of supreme grade aptitude modifying liquid." Ding! The host has spent 600 contribution points and obtained aptitude modifying liquid X2. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 900-1000. He did not dare to buy too much. After all, if he bought 5 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid for 300 points, his contribution points would be empty. Sect leader Jun, who had no contribution points, would panic. Qingyang, Zueji. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "Come here." He planned to give the 2 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid to Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. One of them worked hard to take care of the sect's internal affairs, and also worked part-time as a civil engineer. If there were any benefits to be given, he would definitely be the first choice. Xiao Ziji was also not bad. Especially for his performance just now, it was necessary to give him a bottle of aptitude modifying liquid. As for the other inner disciples, as long as they had enough contribution points, they would definitely not be lacking. Shua! Jun Changxiao placed the 2 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid on the stone and said, "1 bottle each, take it and drink it." Xiao Ziji was startled and immediately became overjoyed. He had drunk many bottles of this kind of spirit root modifying liquid. Now that the sect leader gave it to him, it meant that if he drank it, his spirit root would definitely be upgraded to supreme grade. Li Qingyang had never taken the aptitude modifying liquid before, so he asked puzzledly, "Sect leader, what is this?" "Second senior brother." Xiao Ziji took a bottle and said, "Don't worry about it. Drinking it will definitely be beneficial." With that, he opened the bottle and drank it. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Ziji's spirit root had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, and his realm had also advanced from 6th grade to 8th grade martial disciple. Feeling the degree of spiritual energy perception, he raised his head and shouted, "I'm back." Yes, the once-in-a-thousand-years genius of Qingyang County had returned. 5 years ago, he fell from heaven to hell, tasting the warmth and coldness of human nature and experiencing the cruelty of the world. 5 years later, as a disciple of the Iron Bone clan, he broke through the cocoon and turned into a butterfly, once again spreading his colorful wings to soar between heaven and earth. "Sect leader," Xiao Ziji said, "I want to cry." "Listen carefully," Jun Changxiao shouted. "The Iron Bone is the first rule. As a member of the sect, you are only allowed to bleed, not cry." "Yes," Xiao Ziji shouted. "However," Jun Changxiao said, "if you want to cry, then cry." This turn was too sudden. Xiao Ziji almost fell, and his mood to cry was instantly gone. Seeing that junior brother Zhao's temperament had changed greatly in an instant, Li Qingyang opened the bottle of aptitude modifying liquid and drank it like tea. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his spirit root had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, and his realm had also advanced from 8th grade to 9th grade martial disciple. Feeling the increase in his realm and his perception of heaven and earth attributes, Li Qingyang patted his face and said, Is this a dream?" Xiao Ziji whispered the function of the aptitude modifying liquid to him. After hearing this, Li Qingyang's expression immediately stiffened, and his hands trembled. The liquid could improve the quality of the spirit root. He originally had a high-grade spirit root. After consuming it, wouldn't it be supreme-grade spirit root? "Sect leader," Li Qingyang shouted, "I want to cry. Bear with it." Yes. Chapter 198. Jun Changxiao's spirit root was upgraded to supreme grade. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's spirit roots were also upgraded to supreme grade. 3 supreme grade spirit roots in one sect. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After returning to supreme grade spirit roots, Xiao Ziji's possible poison that suppressed his spirit root had been removed. However, Jun Changxiao would not let it go. He had to find out who was the ruthless person who poisoned his disciple. Combined with the Xiao family's performance, Jun Changxiao guessed that the poison in Xiao Ziji's body was related to the former. Currently, he lacked strong evidence. "Xiao family, don't let me find any evidence, or I'll play you to death." When Xiao Ziji was poisoned, although he was not an Iron Bone disciple, Jun Changxiao had to seek justice for him. "Because I'm protective of my own people. What do you do about it?" After a short rest, Li Qingyang and the others had finished replenishing their spiritual energy. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao led his disciples and left the area. However, they did not leave Death Valley because there was still a middle-grade sect leader ball. They had to catch a cool mount. Pig riding? Impossible. If they wanted to ride, they had to ride a tiger, leopard, wolf, or lion. After breaking through to 5th grade martial master, Jun Changxiao felt that he was slightly invincible. Therefore, he did not dare to enter the calabash before, but he did not hesitate to enter as long as he passed by. Roar! In a certain area, a high-grade bear beast dragged its huge body out of the forest. Its thick bare paws swept over, instantly sweeping away trees. Shua! Zhou walked out and was about to draw his sword. "Back off, I'll do it." While speaking, Jun Changxiao held the iron shield in his left hand and the Overlord Shi in his right hand. He used ghost leap steps and rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he, who had more than 80,000 gene of strength, fought with the high-grade ferocious beast whose strength was more than 100,000 gene. Oh my god, the sect leader is so powerful. Why didn't he make a move earlier? Is there a need to think the sect leader must be doing this to train us? The Iron Bone disciples began to fill in the blankness of the fight between the sect leader and the big bear. Roar! After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, The Overlord Spear's shockwave finally pierced through the heart of the great bear beast, causing it to fall to the ground with a miserable cry. Jun Changshao landed on the corpse and roared. Who else? Mighty Sect Leader! Mighty Sect Leader! The group of disciples shouted, and their admiration for the sect leader grew even stronger. In the vast Qi sect, Jun Changshao had to rely on the strength-increasing talisman and the green dragon crescent blade to barely defeat the rank 1 Wuzong Qinhaoren. Now that he had broken through to 5th grade martial master, he was able to kill vicious beasts 1 grade higher with only the elementary grade unyielding iron shield and overlord spear. This was the proof of his explosive increase in strength. Let me ask you, are you awesome? Inside the bottle gourd, Junimo Xie was clutching the ball in his hand and was frantically running away with his tongue hanging out. Behind him, a male and a female rank 2 leopard beasts were chasing after him. The male leopard even had a big bump on his head. Yes, it was hit by the sect leader's ball. This meant that even middle-grade martial masters couldn't catch vicious beasts. Senior martial brother, the situation is not right. The sect leader seems to be in danger. Should we go and help? Don't worry, don't panic. In my opinion, the sect leader should be borrowing the 2 leopard beasts to practice his agility. Hearing Li Qingyang's words, everyone suddenly understood. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei said in admiration, when can we be like the sect leader, using 2 high-ranked vicious beasts to practice his agility? Shua! Shua! Jun Changshao used the ghostly leap steps to the extreme and frantically ran in circles inside. If he knew that the disciples were imagining that he was here to practice his agility, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. Finally, after running a few more laps, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, You bastards, come and help me. I'm not showing off. I'm not awesome. After all, he was only a 5th grade martial master. Facing 2 rank 2 leopard beasts, it definitely couldn't fight them head-on. The land of ice. Lu Qianqian took the lead, and the ground quickly froze. No matter how fast Jun Changshao was, his feet would definitely touch the ground. Therefore, he accidentally stepped on it and slipped out. Be careful, sect leader. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei hurriedly rushed to catch him. However, just as they stretched out their hands, Jun Changshao dashed through the gap between them and crashed into the stone wall with a bang. I'm sorry, sect leader. We miscalculated and took 1 more step and 1 less step. Roar! The 2 leopard beasts stopped in time and roared at Lu Qianqian. Then, they bypassed the ice on the ground and rushed toward her from the left and right. 9 layers of ice sealing palm. Ka. Suddenly, the cold air spread out and solidified, turning into a crystal-clear ice hand. Oh my God, what kind of martial arts technique is that? It's so cool, the disciples exclaimed. Swish! Lu Qianqian controlled the ice hands and caught the leopard beast coming from the right, like catching a chicken. Then, she quickly froze it. Yi Xingqian stepped forward and used the linear sword technique. In an instant, 30 sword auras intertwined and ruthlessly cut the frozen beast into 8 pieces. If he couldn't deal with a fire-type beast that was 5 grades higher and couldn't kill a fire-type beast that was 2 grades higher, how could he be qualified to be called a martial emperor? Boom! A collision sound came from the left. The other leopard beast was blocked by Xiao Ziji's defensive barrier, but it only took 1 step back. This beast with a strength of 150,000 caddies was much more docile compared to the fiery dragon that could easily unleash 500,000 caddies of strength. Not to mention, with the increase in aptitude and realm, Xiao Ziji was no longer the Xiao Ziji from before. Sword technique, graceful. Zhou Hong came from the side and directly split the leopard beast into 2 with his unparalleled sword aura. The few of them once again cooperated as a team. Obviously, they had more tacit understanding than when they were dealing with the fire-type beast. After dealing with the 2 ferocious beasts, Li Qingyang took the crystal cores and bones. As for the sect leader Jun, who had failed to act pretentious, he rubbed his sore arm and said, Let's go to the next area. Next, he became more cautious. After entering the other gourds, he first determined the level and number of the beasts before deciding whether to kill them or not. Sect leader. Just as they reached the entrance of a tunnel that connected to another area, Su Xiaoma exclaimed, "Look, there's a tiger beast that can spit out electricity." Jun Changshao hurriedly looked. Sure enough, he saw a tiger beast with a purple mane and electric arcs lingering under its feet at the entrance of the tunnel. Yi Xingchen was quite stunned. I didn't expect that there would be such a rare fire-type tiger cub in this low-level beast valley. It was more than 2 meters tall, and it was still a cub. Wouldn't it be 8 or 9 meters tall when it reached adulthood? Since it was a cub, its level was certainly not high, and it was also stepping on thunder and lightning. Sect Leader Jun had no reason not to catch it. Go, Sect Leader Ball. Jun Changshao poured his power into the Sect Leader Ball and threw it out fiercely. The purple lightning cub seemed to be aware of the danger and hurriedly turned around to run inside, instantly leaving behind afterimages of thunder and lightning. One word, handsome. Shua. Jun Changshao used Ghostly Leap, picked up the Sect Leader Ball, and chased along the tunnel entrance. The purple lightning cub's speed was relatively slow, and the distance between them was shortened in a few breaths. Shua. Jun Changshao threw the Sect Leader Ball again. This time, he used a lot of strength, and the speed was also very fast, accurately hitting the purple lightning cub's buttocks at the end of the tunnel. Ga. The tiger beast suddenly stopped, and the purple lightning in its eyes suddenly turned turbid. When it woke up, it picked up the Sect Leader Ball with its mouth and wagged its tail. This meant that the capture was successful. Ha. Jun Changshao laughed and rubbed the purple lightning cub's head, smiling. From today onwards, you are my pet. Because it had directly become a contract beast, the purple lightning arcs lingering around its body did not cause him any harm. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar was heard from the front. Jun Changshao only felt that the sky had darkened, and then he looked up in amazement. He saw a ferocious beast bigger than the fire dragon beast suddenly standing up in the valley. Chapter 199. As long as it was hit by the gate palm ball and met the capture conditions, it would immediately sign a contract with the user and become a contracted beast. Simple and convenient. If a martial artist from the Falling Star continent wanted to tame even the lowest level beast, they would have to go through complicated procedures. The fastest would be a few hours, the slowest would be a few days. Let me reiterate. I, Jun Changshao, am not cheating. The purple lightning tiger cub was much more handsome than the red firewolf king. After successfully capturing it, Sect Leader Jun immediately began to imagine riding the tiger on the boundless grassland and singing, "You are the wind, I am the sand." Roar! A roar pulled Jun Changshao back to reality. He looked up in shock and saw a huge monster gradually piling up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stones that were scattered all around suddenly flew up and circled around the gradually erect big fellow and gradually merged into it. In the end, a 20-meter-long beast made of stone appeared in front of Jun Changshao, forcing him to raise his head to look at it. Even the fire dragon beast from before was much shorter in front of this beast. The stone beast had the same physical features as a human. Its head was also made of stones, revealing 2 rays of light similar to eyes. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Is this a beast or a monster? If it was not a monster, then it was a beast. It was a rare stone beast called the Stone Man, and its strength was 5 stages higher. Although its name was bad, its combat power was very strong. Even the fire dragon beast did not dare to provoke it, because it could not defeat it. Roar! After the Stone Man appeared, it opened its mouth and roared like a beast again. It was ear-piercing and mind-shattering. Jun Changshao frowned and said, "Little Huhu, quickly enter." The sound stopped abruptly. Because the purple lightning tiger cub had disappeared, the Tai Chi pattern on the gate palm ball dimmed. Damn, this little guy ran away so fast. Swish! Jun Changshao grabbed the gate palm ball and fled outside. From the thickness of the big guy's body, he could tell that it was not weaker than the fire dragon beast. Not only was it not weaker, it was even stronger. Stone and lightning were both rare attributes in the falling star continent, much stronger than fire and earth. Take the stone golem, for example. Its entire body was made of stone. If it used its small fist to punch you in the chest, you would definitely be smashed into a pile of mincemeat. Not only was the stone element's attack power strong, but its defense was also strong. It was absolutely capable of both offense and defense. The fire dragon beast's flames couldn't do anything to the stone golem. It would definitely be hammered until it started to doubt its existence. With Jun Changxiao's current strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat such an existence. Therefore, running away was the wisest choice. Boom, boom. However, just as he was about to run away, the stone walls in front of him suddenly trembled violently. Then, they quickly closed together and sealed the exit. F***CK. Jun Changxiao's brain was very strong. The moment the exit was sealed, he stepped on the stone wall and rushed up. Boom, boom. The closed stone wall continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it protruded 20 to 30 meters. Even though Jun Changxiao had ghostly steps and could jump 5 to 6 meters without a problem, he still couldn't fly. After climbing for more than 10 meters, there was no place for him to stand on. The worst thing was the originally uneven stone wall suddenly became smooth. Sect leader Jun's feet slipped, and he instantly turned into a skateboard youth. He slid down from above and slid to the foot of the stone golem. The air suddenly froze. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the stone golem's foot. Needless to say, with his 178 meters height, he didn't look too short since he could reach the stone golem's ankle. Jun Changxiao raised his head and laughed dryly. Brother Stone, it's fate that we met. After retracting the energy that was controlling the stone wall, the stone golem directly lifted its foot and stomped down with the power of fate. Huff huff. The wind howled, and a heavy aura was emitted. The strength of this foot was definitely more than 600,000 Jin. Sect leader Jun was so frightened that he used ghostly steps to escape. Boom! The huge foot landed, and the earth shook. Huff huff. Jun Changxiao, who had dodged, was breathing rapidly. His forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. He thought to himself, this big fellow is too strong. Huff! At this moment, the stone golem turned around and swung its small fist over. Its strength was as strong as ever. When it attacked, it was as if it was holding a small mountain. It would be strange if it didn't explode. Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changxiao didn't dare to fight it head-on. He used ghostly steps to go around to the other side and said, Brother Stone, it's fate that we met. Why don't we sit down and talk about life and dreams? Huff! The fist that carried the power of life and dreams swept over again. This time, Sect leader Jun could only continue to run. The advantage of the stone golem was that it could attack and defend. It could even control the surrounding stones to seal the exit. However, its weakness was also very obvious. It was slow. Jun Changxiao didn't dare to fight it head-on. However, he relied on ghostly steps to avoid it. Boom! 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 Shwa! 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 The stone golem continuously raised its fist and attacked. Sect leader Jun turned into an agile monkey and kept running around the mouth of the gourd. Sect leader must be under attack inside. At the entrance of the tunnel, Li Qingyang and the others frowned as they felt the tremors from the ground. Yi Xingchen looked at the protruding stone wall and guessed there should be a very strong stone-type beast inside. It controlled the stones to seal the interior. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's expressions changed. Stone-type beasts were rare. Sect leader was definitely in danger if he was trapped inside. Junior brother Su, Li Qingyang pointed up and said, Can you climb up? I'll try. Su Xiaoma retreated dozens of meters and used ghostly steps to sprint 100 meters. However, he couldn't go up until he reached a point where he couldn't stand. After all, he was smart. When his body was about to fall, he took out the cold-edged sword and stabbed at the stone wall. Ding! The stone was extremely tough. The sword bounced off. Damn! It's so hard. Aya! Aya! Su Xiaoma didn't have time to think. He immediately slid down the stone wall. Boom! Boom! Inside the sealed gourd, Jun Changshao was still trying his best to escape. His expression could be described as brilliant. Although he could rely on his speed to avoid the attacks, if he walked by the river, how could his shoes not get wet? If he was careless and got hit, he would be in danger. Big guy. After dodging another several 100,000 gene attack, Jun Changshao stabilized his body and said angrily, "Don't King refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Whoosh! A heavy foot came crashing down on him, forcing him to retreat. Ding! Side mission activated. What? Giving me a mission at this time? After dodging the foot, Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the data panel. The side mission showed the words time limit mission. Time limit mission? This is the first time I've seen it. Could it be that I have to solve the target within a certain time limit? Jun Changshao clicked on the time limit mission, and a more detailed explanation appeared. The content was, please persist in the sealed valley for 5 hours. Countdown, 4:59, 58, F***CK. This mission is cheating. Chapter 200. A fifth-stage stone golem's casual attack had a force of 600,000 gene. Jun Changshao did not dare to take it head-on and could only use ghost steps to dodge. Fortunately, the big guy's attack wasn't fast, so he was able to deal with it safely. However, using ghost walking would consume spiritual energy. With the energy in Jun Changshao's cyclone, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use it for a while, but if he used it for a long time, he would definitely die. However, at this time, there was a time limit mission that required him to persist for 5 hours. If it was a normal journey, it wouldn't be a problem to use ghost walking for 5 hours. But now was to save his life. He would have to run as fast as he could. If he could maintain it for 2 hours, it would be amazing. What was this? An impossible mission. The system said, time limit missions are very rare. If the host completes it, you will receive a generous reward. Jun Changshao roared. Who can complete this mission? He also wanted to complete it and receive a generous reward. But what he was thinking about now was how to escape. Mission? If he lost his life, what kind of mission was this? Wait a minute. Jun Changshao, who had dodged the stone man's attack, thought of something and said, if I get rid of the big guy and sit here for 5 hours, wouldn't it be fine? System, this was really a godlike way of thinking. Jun Changshao whispered, it's impossible to hide for 5 hours. I can only go all out and get rid of this guy. Good. That's it. Shua. Jun Changshao faced the stone man who raised his arm and said with cold eyes, Stone monster, you have successfully annoyed me. Wong. Light flashed in his hand, and Han Feng's sword was summoned. Ho! The stone man swung his huge arm, carrying a terrifying force. Shua. Jun Changshao used ghost walking to avoid the heavy fist, and then rushed forward with his sword, shouting, 9-style wave stacking sword. Shua! 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 Sword light flashed, and sword chi stacked. Jun Changshao rushed to the front of the stone man, jumped into the air, and used the 9th style of the sword art. The unparalleled sword chi directly hit the stone man's thigh. There was no effect. Not even a sword mark was left. Shua! After Jun Changshao landed, he used ghost leap steps to retreat, barely avoiding the attack of the other large hand. Damn it! This guy was too tough. The system said, the defense of a stone-type beast is extremely strong. Even a low-grade cold edge sword can't hurt it. Understood. Jun Changshao withdrew his sword and said, what you mean is that cold edge sword won't work, but green dragon crescent blade will. Who said that? Can your brain not jump around like this? Pa, inside the spatial ring, the elementary strength, increasing talisman was crushed. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Jun Changshao's lips curled up as he laughed. My strength is around 80,000, and with a boost of 5 times, it should be around 480,000 gene. With the green dragon crescent blade, killing it should be a piece of cake. Wait, the system said, isn't 5 times 8 36? Jun Changshao said nonchalantly, who cares? As long as my strength increases. The system poured cold water on him and said, there's an upper limit to the beginner grade strength increasing talisman. With the host's current level, It can be increased to a maximum of 300,000 pounds. 30W. That's only a difference of 100,000. It's acceptable. The system was speechless and said, in a battle of the same level, a difference of 10 to 20,000 gene can change the outcome. A difference of 100,000 is quite big. Can you not King hurt me? The stone man attacked again. Because it couldn't take down this human, it directly threw out 2 pairs of arms and blocked all escape routes. Jun Changxiao's calculations were precise. He used Ghost Leap to charge forward and smoothly slip through the gap between the 2 large hands. Shua! His right foot stepped on the ground and flew into the air. Wong! When his body flew to a certain height, Jun Changxiao swung his blade. The green dragon crescent blade appeared in his hands and instantly exploded with an aura of righteousness. 300,000 gene of strength was poured into the blade, causing the blade to condense a strong sharpness. Warm wine, slaying Huaxiao. Shua. Jun Changxiao held the blade and suddenly chopped down, directly hitting the stone man's leg. Instantly, the sound of metal colliding with stone was heard and sparks flew out. As expected of the godly modified Guan Yu's weapon, it directly chopped off a big stone. Shua! Jun Changxiao landed and circled around the stone man with his blade. He was secretly overjoyed. With 300,000 gene of strength, the blade is much lighter than before. Roar! Chopping off a big stone was equivalent to chopping off a big piece of meat. The stone man immediately let out a painful and angry roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jun Changxiao went around to the back and directly chopped at the foot of the stone man. Chopping off the leg or the body would definitely not deal a heavy blow. If the foot was chopped off, the huge body would not be able to support it. Slaying Yin Liang. Boom! The blade chopped directly on the ankle, leaving a half-meter deep scar. Slaying Wenshou. Boom! Overcoming 5 obstacles, slaying 6 generals. Boom! Jun Changxiao's casual shouting was taken from the story of Guan Yu in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Readers who are knowledgeable about the past and present, please do not compare it with the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Drowning the 7 armies. Boom! In an extremely short period of time, Jun Changxiao chopped 4 times consecutively, all at the ankle, leaving a 2-meter deep scar. The stone man's ankle was 3 meters wide, so it was not chopped off directly. Huff! At this moment, the giant fist came crashing down. Its strength directly increased to 700,000 gene, causing a strong wind to blow. Boom! The ground trembled. Jun Changxiao, who had dodged in advance, stood at the end of the stone wall. He held his blade and mocked, "Big guy, I'm here. Come on, come on." Roar! The stone man roared angrily and took a step forward. Kacha! However, when it lifted one of its legs, the leg that had been chopped off could not withstand the force of the body and broke in an instant. With its leg and foot separated, the stone man lost its balance and fell down like a mountain. Kaboom! The huge body fell to the ground, causing the surrounding mountain walls to tremble. On the mountain wall at the entrance of the tunnel, Su Xiaoma, who had climbed up with difficulty with the help of the spider's silk, lost his grip and fell down with an ayah sound. Thud, thud, thud. Taking advantage of the stone man's fall, Jun Changxiao was about to rush over with his blade. However, he was dumbfounded the next second. This was because the rocks that were scattered all over the place flew over and gathered around the broken leg, quickly condensing into a huge foot. Damn it! It can even repair broken limbs. Huff, huff. The stone man stood up again. Its hollow eyes flashed fiercely. Obviously, it was furious to the extreme. Shua! It opened its arms and hugged the soldier beside it. Suddenly, it tore out a large piece of the soldier. Hiss! Jun Changxiao sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain wall that was pulled out by the stone man was 6 to 7 meters long. Huff! The stone man lifted the stone wall with both hands and smashed it down. Jun Changxiao saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Kaboom! Just as he ran over, the stone wall fell down. Not only did it cause the ground to tremble, but it also caused a gust of wind, causing him to almost lose his balance. Roar! The stone man lifted the stone wall again and smashed it at the escaping Jun Changshao. Kaboom! Kaboom! It kept smashing like a game of whack-a-mole. Although Jun Changshao would not be hit for a while, using the green dragon crescent blade and ghostly steps would not only affect his speed, but also consume more spiritual energy. I can't afford to drag this out. I have to get rid of this big guy as soon as possible. Jun Changshao roared in his heart. How do I activate the green dragon crescent blade's special effect? The system said, integrate your mind into the blade and communicate with Wu Sheng's soul inside. Kaboom! Jun Changshao dodged again and stopped in a safe area. He pressed the blade against the ground, and his eyes were filled with anger. Big guy, you've really angered me now. Huff, huff. Suddenly, the green dragon crescent blade emitted a green aura that spread behind Jun Changshao and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man about 2 to 3 meters tall. He had slanted eyebrows, slanted eyes, and a long beard. He wore a green robe and armor and held the illusory green dragon crescent blade in his hand. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the illusory figure, was like a child in contrast. Shua! The illusory figure slowly raised the blade and proudly said, I am Guan Yinchang, the Marquis of Han Shouting. Chapter 201. Jun Changshao communicated with the green dragon crescent blade with his mind, and his soul instantly merged with it. It was an independent space, and a lifelike stone statue stood in it, emitting an aura of righteousness. Slouching silkworm eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and long beard. This was Lord Guanyu. Jun Changshao hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Swoosh! Lord Guanyu's eyes shone as if he was alive. When Jun Changshao bowed to Lord Guan, the green dragon crescent blade in the outside world emitted a green stream of light, forming a majestic shadow. This was Guanyu. This was the soul of Wu Sheng. Although it did not have a physical body, the aura around it was daunting. I am Guan Yinchang, the Marquis of Han Shouting. Lord Guanyu raised his blade, and his voice was as loud as a bell. His words were extremely arrogant. If a martial cultivator was present, he would definitely be shocked. However, in front of him was a giant stone man who did not know how to behave. Not only did he not show any respect, he even raised the mountain wall and smashed it down. The explosive force was even stronger than before. That abominable human suddenly stopped. He had to seize the opportunity to smash him into meat paste. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stone wall was pressing down, and the wind was howling. Facing the powerful force, Jun Changshao did not panic at all. Holding the green dragon crescent blade tightly, he bent down slightly and said, Lord Guanyu, please give me strength. Swoosh! The eyes of Wu Sheng's soul shone, and a green stream of air enveloped him. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Jun Changshao's body emitted a green stream of air, and the strength in his arms increased rapidly. How much did it increase? He did not know. There was only one thought in his mind. Swing the blade. Stomp! Jun Changshao took a step forward, and the green dragon crescent blade slashed upward. In the process, Lord Guanyu behind him also swung his blade. At that moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one. Swoosh! An incomparably powerful crescent moon shot out. The saber light flew and slashed across the mountain wall that was pressing down. In an instant, a slender green saber mark appeared. Crack! 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 The mountain wall collapsed and cracked. Jun Changshao stood in place, his eyes flashing with a green light, his expression incomparably proud. The two halves of the stone wall fell to the left and right sides with a loud bang, causing the ground to shake and dust to fly everywhere. With a single slash, the giant boulder that the stone golem had gathered its strength to smash down was cut in half. This was absolutely terrifying. However, the horror had only just begun. Shwa! Jun Changshao leaped up, and before the stone golem's arm could retract, the green dragon crescent blade slashed out again. Behind him, Master Guan Yu also waved his saber. Their movements were synchronized. Swish, swish, swish. Saber light flashed. The green light was dazzling. When he reached the highest point, Jun Changshao raised his saber and chopped down again, shouting loudly, "I am Han Shou Ting Marquis Guan Yin Chang." Whoosh! The powerful green stream of light shot out and swept across the stone golem's head. After passing through it, it gradually disappeared into the world. Jun Changshao landed on the ground, holding the green dragon crescent blade in front of him. Behind him, the shadow of Guan Yu also stood proudly, stroking his long beard, looking mighty and extraordinary. Roar! The stone golem let out a sorrowful roar. Its entire body suddenly appeared with green saber marks, and finally, it began to crack. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the beast that was as tall as a small mountain collapsed into a pile of stones. Phew! Jun Changshao exhaled. Behind him, Master Guan Yu's soul gradually dissipated, turning into a green stream of air that merged into the green dragon crescent blade. It directly killed a stone golem that was 5 grades higher. This special effect was really strong. Rumble. The terrain of the sealed tunnel began to shake, gradually breaking apart, and then returned to its previous state. Aya aya! Su Xiaoma, who had just climbed up the mountain wall with great difficulty, fell down again due to the changes in the terrain and the sudden retraction. The sealed entrance opened. Li Qingyang and the others rushed in and saw the sect leader standing with a saber. Everyone surrounded him. Sect leader, Xiao Ziji said, "Are you okay?" After saying that, he shut his mouth, because although Jun Changshao stood with a saber and looked extraordinary, after seeing his face, his eyelids rolled up and white foam came out of his mouth. He looked quite miserable. Sigh. The system muttered, "The green dragon crescent blade special effect is very strong. With the host's current realm, he will definitely be in for a tragedy." Relying on Wu Sheng's soul to kill the stone golem, Jun Chang stood on the spot because he used too much strength. His muscles were stiff, and he looked even more like a stone statue than Master Guan Yu. Senior brother, why is sect leader standing there? In my opinion, he should be cultivating a cultivation technique. Everyone, don't disturb him. He can cultivate while standing. Sect leader is too strong. The disciples around sect leader Jun looked at him with admiration again. Su Xiaoma looked at the pile of stones and jumped over in surprise. Soon he dug out a thick crystal core and said, "Senior brother, there's a crystal core in the stone pile." "This is not a stone pile," Li Qingyang said with a serious expression. "This should be a stone-type beast." Su Xiaoma jumped down from the roof in fright. "A stone-type beast? That is as rare as a lightning-type beast. No wonder the tunnel closed just now. No wonder the earth shook. There are blade marks on the stone. Sect leader must have killed it." The Iron Bone disciples discussed. Yi Xingqian secretly guessed, this stone-type beast must be stronger than the fire dragon beast. He can kill it. Thinking of this, he looked at the green dragon crescent blade in Jun Changshao's hand and said firmly, "The quality of this blade should have reached supreme grade." Sure enough, my sect leader is very good. An hour later, Jun Changshao's muscles turned from stiff to soft, and he returned to normal from foaming at the mouth. Then, he sat on the stone golem's corpse and breathed heavily. Both blades were very fierce, but the side effects were very annoying. The system said, the side effects of unstoppable blade are unavoidable. If the host's body is stronger, the side effects of activating the green dragon crescent blade can be avoided. "Are you saying I'm weak on purpose?" Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. What it meant was that when the strength increased to a certain level, there would be no side effects if the special effects were used. Yet, he misunderstood it as deliberately insulting him. Jun Changshao opened the mission panel and saw that there were still more than 3 hours left. He said gloomily, "It's more convenient to give me a killing mission. There was no other way." He had to wait until the time limit. Jun Changshao could only order the disciples to set up camp and stay here for the night. During this time, he took out the mid-grade sect leader ball and threw it at an empty space. He shouted, "Go, Pikachu!" Whoosh! The sect leader ball flew out. When it was about to land, the Tai Chi pattern flashed, and a 2 to 3 meter tall purple lightning tiger appeared. Roar! The purple lightning tiger raised its head and roared. Thunder and lightning shot out majestically. However, when it saw the stone golem's corpse, it immediately ran behind its master with its tail between its legs. Its eyes were filled with human-like vigilance. Jun Changshao was speechless. Come on, you're a thunder-type tiger. How can you be so timid? Chapter 202. The baby purple lightning was not timid, but the stone man was too strong. If Jun Changshao did not chase after it, it would not have rushed into the other party's territory. It gradually calmed down and found that the big guy was already dead, so it swaggered out from behind its master. Swish! Jun Changshao jumped up and sat on the tiger's back. He touched the baby tiger's head and smiled. From today onwards, you are my personal mount. Seeing the tiger's docile face, it meant that the sect leader had already tamed it. The Iron Bone disciples were shocked and envious. In the Falling Star continent, to have a contract beast was the dream of a martial cultivator. Having a rare thunder beast was even more unimaginable. Sect leader. He was really awesome. Wow, Ling Yuanshu said in admiration. Sect leader is so mighty. Sure enough, the cool-looking purple lightning tiger attracted the attention of girls. However, Lu Qianqian was an exception. She only took a glance and turned around to continue to comprehend the 9-layer ice seal palm. Sect leader. Su Xiaomao leaned over and grinned. Can I touch it? While speaking, his hand had already reached over, but before he touched the tiger's fur, he heard a zzz sound. Plop! Su Xiaomao fell to the ground. His fur stood up from the electricity, twitching and spitting out white foam. As the master, Jun Changshao could ignore the thunder and lightning of the purple lightning tiger, so outsiders definitely could not touch it casually. Li Fei and Tian Qi, who walked over, hurriedly dispelled the idea of touching it. Oh my God! Senior brother Su was electrocuted too miserably. Yi Xingchen secretly muttered in the distance. Why did he sign a contract with a purple lightning tiger so quickly? Night Emperor also had a contract beast in his previous life. It was a bird-type sacred beast called Blue Sky Jade Carving. Later on, it died and the connection was cut off. That year, in order to tame that guy, Yi Xingchen fought with it for 3 days and 3 nights in the Green Plains Hill before defeating it. It took him 49 days to force a contract with it. Yes, at that time, Night Emperor had just entered Wushang. Later on, the Clear Sky Jade Carving became his personal mount. As long as martial cultivators saw the Clear Sky Jade Carving, they would immediately realize that one of the 10 great martial emperors of the Starfall continent had arrived. AI. Thinking of his contracted beast, Yi Xingchen sighed and looked up at the sky. Old friend, are you all right? The proud and aloof Night Emperor did not have many friends in his previous life. He only had the Blue Sky Jade Carving by his side, which had witnessed his breakthrough from Wushang to Martial Emperor. After his rebirth, if he still had any attachment to his previous life, it would be the contract beast that had accompanied him for 1,000 years. My soul hasn't been destroyed. The contract imprint is still here. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, as long as my realm is strong enough, I will definitely be able to communicate with the Green Sky Jade Carving. But there was a prerequisite. The contract beast had to be alive. Alive. He must still be alive. How could Yi Xingchen's contracted beast die so easily? Night fell, and the bonfire rose. In just a few days, Li Qingyang had learned the true teachings of the sect leader. At this moment, he was skillfully roasting meat. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged under the tree, circulating the body metamorphosed scripture, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After his spiritual root was upgraded to the highest grade, the absorption speed was 5 to 6 times faster than usual. He could not help but exclaim, "Doesn't this mean that as long as I cultivate, I will be eating qi gathering pills with 5 times the effect?" No wonder martial cultivators with high spiritual roots were fought over by various sects. Ding! Side mission completed. Host has received 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 1400-1000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow omitted here. Ding. Host has completed the time limit mission. Reward. 1 bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. 5 hours were up. The time limit mission was completed. Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "Another bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. Very good, very good." Schwa. Pulling open the purchased items column, he planned to buy 2 more bottles of aptitude modification liquid. But after buying 1 bottle, the highest grade aptitude modification liquid was gray, and it showed, "This item is limited to 3 bottles per year." F***CK. Why is the aptitude modification liquid limited? The system said the high-grade aptitude modification liquid is too heaven-defying. In order to prevent the host from creating too many top-grade disciples and destroying the balance of the falling star continent, it has to be limited. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said, "Didn't you give me a system to destroy the balance of the other world? The gathering and absorption of spiritual energy is a virtuous cycle. If there are too many top-grade spiritual roots, it will speed up the plundering of resources. Once there's a shortage of resources, there will definitely be a big mess." The system said. Jun Changxiao was silent. He had planned to buy another bottle, but now that there was a limit, he could only give up. Then, who should he give the reward and the 2 bottles of aptitude modification liquid to? Jun Changxiao first considered the inner sect disciples, but he also had to choose 2 from Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and Yi Xingchen. He would give it to Su Xiaoma and Yi Xingchen first. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. Su Xiaoma's strength was not bad, and his speed was also outstanding. He was suitable to be nurtured first. Although Yi Xingchen entered the sect later than Li Fei and Tian Qi, he had fully proved himself with his strength in the Death Valley. Especially when Xiao Ziji was attacked by the fire dragon, he rushed over to save him without caring about his own injuries. This alone was enough to give him a reason. Look, Night Emperor knew that Jun Changxiao had goods. So whether it was going to the Hao Qi sect or training in the wild, he was very active. Opportunities were not to be waited, but to be fought for. Come. Jun Changxiao called the 2 of them over and threw the aptitude modification liquid to them. "Thank you, sect leader," Su Xiaoma said excitedly. Yi Xingchen was much calmer, but when he came to a deserted place alone, he hurriedly opened it and drank it. Without a doubt, after the 2 of them drank the aptitude modification liquid, their spirit root aptitude went from high grade to top grade, and their realms also increased by 1 level. This is unbelievable. Although he had drunk it many times, every time he felt his aptitude increase, Yi Xingchen's eyes were still filled with shock. Don't think that Night Emperor's state of mind was bad, because if it were other martial emperors, they would definitely be shocked to know that there was a liquid that could instantly increase the level of their spirit root. Schwa. On the ground, a sharpened branch spun and stopped, pointing at the word refresh written on it. Sigh. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, "This is destined for me to refresh the store." System. This guy drew a circle on the ground. 9 out of 10 areas had the word refresh written on it, and the remaining 10% had the word purchase written on it. If you want to refresh the store, can't you be more direct? I can't be greedy. Let's just spend 100 points. Jun Changxiao thought as he started to scroll down the store, and then he paid a painful price for his addiction. Because he used 500 points consecutively, there was nothing good at all, only daily necessities. 500 points. 10 bottles of aptitude modification liquid gone. Jun Changxiao's heart was bleeding, and he roared, "Why didn't you stop me?" System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Extravagant Spending. You have received 100 achievement points and the title, Little Spending Prince. Ding. Contribution points, 700-1000. Ding. Detected title, automatically matching the host. Please check the data panel for details. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. So, by spending a large amount of contribution points, he could still complete The Hidden Mission. But what the hell is a title? Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the data panel and saw that Sect leader, Jun Changshao, had an additional little spending prince suffix behind it. He tapped on the name, and a small attribute board appeared with the words, Host. Jun Changshao luck value. 1 title. Little spending prince title attribute. Luck value +1, the system said. The Sect system has been upgraded to level 3, and the host luck value check function has been activated. The higher the luck value, the more good items will appear after refreshing the store. Crap, Jun Changshao said frantically. Without the 1 point from the title, my luck value is 0 points, right? So, the system said, with 0 points of luck value, you can get a sniper rifle and a green dragon crescent blade. The host must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Chapter 203. Spending 500 contribution points. He didn't buy a single item related to martial arts, but he completed a hidden mission and obtained title. This wave was not a loss, definitely not a loss. Looking at his luck value again, Jun Changshao was about to go crazy. Under normal circumstances, this kind of index would be capped at 100. He only had 1 point, which was absolutely miserable. The system said the limit might be 1,000, maybe 10,000. Can you scram? Jun Changshao said. After completing the psychological blow to the host, the system was very comfortable and no longer spoke. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. However, when he thought about how he was able to obtain a sniper rifle and a green dragon crescent blade with 0 points of luck value, he was still quite lucky. This world is very beautiful. I can't give up on myself. Mentality is the most important. After comforting himself, he relaxed and laid down in the tent to have a good sleep. The next day, after calculating the time and arriving at Death Valley for 9 days, Jun Changshao said, Let's return to the Sect. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a mid-grade Gate Master Ball, he would have returned yesterday. After all, there was no point in staying here. The disciples kept their tents and began to retreat to the entrance. During this period of time, most of the gourd openings had been cleaned by the iron bone, so it was particularly safe to return. To be exact, after their ruckus, Death Valley was no longer that scary. It was very difficult for rogue cultivators and various forces to kill any valuable ferocious beasts when they came to train and explore. At the entrance of Death Valley, the square-faced, middle-aged man and a few rogue cultivators gathered together. When they were picking up scraps in the scorching land, Jun Changshao left with his disciples first, so that they temporarily lost contact with him. Without the iron bone, the rogue cultivators didn't dare to go anywhere else. After thinking about it, they returned to the entrance to wait. Brother Hui, a martial cultivator, said, We've been waiting for an entire day. Sect leader Jun and the others might have already left. Sigh. The middle-aged man called Song Hui sighed and said, Let's go out. He wanted to thank Sect leader Jun before leaving, but now that he couldn't see him, he could only give up. A few rogue cultivators walked towards the entrance of the tunnel and quickly left Death Valley. Who? Standing outside, Song Hui and the others took a deep breath. Coming in with Iron Bone was a gamble, and he also had the thought of going all out. But who would have thought that he would be able to come out unscathed? Song Hui and the others are out. Tisk TSK. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Where is the Iron Bone? Needless to say, it must have been destroyed by the fire dragon beast. The rogue cultivators who had fled before the battle did not leave. They had been waiting outside the valley. After all, they wanted to see the final outcome. Based on the current situation, it was certain that Iron Bone had been wiped out. When Song Hui heard their discussion, he instantly understood that Sect leader Jun didn't bring any disciples out of the valley. Brother Song, a rogue cultivator, walked over and said with a smile, Iron Bone insisted on seeking death, yet you were able to persevere until the end. It's not easy to come out alive. Song Hui smiled and said, Old Brother Zhang didn't make it to the end. He really suffered a great loss. The armament practitioner named Zhang Bin asked, What do you mean? Song Hui smiled and said, Sect leader Jun and his disciples destroyed the fire dragon beast. We also benefited a lot from it. Zhang Bin was startled. Then he smiled and said, Destroyed the fire dragon beast? Brother Song, Don't joke around. The rogue cultivators behind him laughed as well. Without a high-level Wuzong, it was impossible to destroy a 5th-grade fire beast. Song Hui didn't explain anymore. He knew that if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would definitely doubt it. The only way to convince everyone now was to wait for Sect leader June to come out. After knowing that Iron Bone hadn't left, Song Hui and the rogue cultivators chose to wait. They were secretly looking forward to seeing the expressions on Zhang Bin and the others' faces when they saw them. Of course, there were many rogue cultivators who didn't follow them in. They were still recruiting members. After a certain number of people had gathered, they would enter Death Valley to train. Zhang Bin smiled and said, "Brother Song, why aren't you leaving, waiting for Iron Bone to come out?" Song Hui said. Zhang Bin shook his head and said, "If they could come out, why would they be behind you? In my opinion, they would have died in the Fire Dragon Beast territory." Roar! Right at this moment, a roar came from within Death Valley, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. It's a tiger's roar. It seems to be coming from the entrance of the tunnel. Could it be that a powerful tiger beast is coming out of Death Valley? Swoosh! A purple ray of light rushed out from the valley. Roar! The purple lightning baby beast who had stabilized its body raised its head and roared. Purple lightning flashed, and it was really majestic. After seeing the shape and lightning clearly, the rogue cultivators all widened their eyes. They weren't surprised by the tiger beast. They were surprised by the person sitting on the tiger's back. This person was none other than Iron Bone's sect leader, Jun Changshao. In an instant, the outside of the valley became extremely quiet. The dozens of rogue cultivators who had gathered here all widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. They would also be very surprised if Jun Changshao came out by himself. After all, in their hearts, Iron Bone had been destroyed. Now, not only did he come out, but he also rode a majestic tiger beast. The shock and impact it brought was naturally indescribable. Song Hui and the others were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why would Sect leader Jun come out riding a tiger beast? Could it be that he had just captured a contract beast? Zhang Bin and the others were also thinking. The more they thought, the more shocked they were. In this day and age, it was definitely a glorious thing to have a contract beast. A rogue cultivator who knew a little about ferocious beasts said in a trembling voice, This is a lightning baby tiger." What? Everyone was so shocked that their faces were distorted. Lightning ferocious beasts were very rare in the Falling Star continent. They had a bad temper. Sect leader Jun was able to tame one. This was simply terrifying. Jun Changshao looked at Song Hui and asked in surprise, "You guys came out too?" Riding a lightning baby tiger and greeting others, this was a perfect act of toughness. It was a pity that the system didn't have any acting tough points. Otherwise, it would have been plus 99,999. Song Hui came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "We are really grateful to Sect leader Jun for bringing us to Death Valley to pick up scraps." Jun Changshao said, "You pay to pick up scraps. This is a business deal. There's no need to thank me. Not like some people." After a pause, he glanced at the rogue cultivators who didn't follow in and mocked. They don't even have the guts to pick up scraps. They are destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. There was nothing wrong with seeking stability. But in the world of martial arts, if one wanted to become stronger, they had to understand the principle of seeking wealth in danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to achieve much in the future. After subduing the lightning baby tiger, Jun Changshao wanted to ride it out and show off. Coming out of Death Valley first, the dozens of rogue cultivators were shocked to the point of being unable to recover. It could be said that his wish was fulfilled. If one didn't show off in life, what fun would there be? Not long after, Li Qingyang and the others walked out of the valley. Seeing that 25 disciples of the Iron Bone sect went in and came out, the rogue cultivators' expressions stiffened again. Seeing the interesting expressions on Zhang Bin and the others' faces, Song Hui and the others were secretly pleased. Didn't they think that the Iron Bone sect was completely wiped out? Everyone, was their face swollen? Chapter 204. The rogue cultivators outside the valley all believed that the Iron Bone sect had been annihilated by the fire dragon. In the end, they all came out together. This slap in the face was really satisfying. Sect leader Jun also knew that many of them were laughing at him. Although he was showing off by riding the juvenile purple lightning beast, it was more of a slap to their faces. After some reorganization, Jun Changshao said loudly, "Let's go back." "Yes." All the disciples shouted in unison. As the facial muscles of the rogue cultivators froze, sect leader Jun rode the tiger beast and left with his disciples. This trip was very rewarding. His mood was naturally very good. He was also very happy. Sect leader Jun, behind him, Song Hui chased after him with a few people. Jun Changshao said, "What's the matter?" Song Hui cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Jun, we want to join the Ironbone sect. Can you take us in?" After witnessing the strength of the Ironbone sect, smart people knew that this sect had huge potential. If they could join early, it would definitely be a wise choice. Jun Changshao said, "It's not impossible to join my Ironbone sect." Everyone was delighted. However, Jun Changshao added, "Give me the things you picked up. It'll be considered an entry fee." Everyone was dumbfounded. They spent 2,000 to pick up the leftovers. If they taught him everything, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Sect leader Jun, "Your request is too harsh," a martial cultivator said. "Goodbye." Some cultivators cupped their hands and left. After a short while, only Song Hui and 2 other martial artists were left among the 8 rogue cultivators. Without a family or sect to rely on, money was even more important than life for many cultivators. Sect leader Jun, Song Hui said with a determined gaze, "I'll pay." As he spoke, he handed over 2 interspatial rings. He also cared about money. After all, he could use it to buy resources. However, after careful consideration, he still believed that the Ironbone sect was a more valuable resource. Following them into Death Valley was a gamble. Giving up all their money to join the Ironbone sect was also a gamble. "We'll pay too." The other 2 also agreed and handed over their rings. Jun Changshao said, "Let's go. We'll follow them back to Ironbone to complete the entry procedures." When he went to kill the fire dragon beast, Song Hui and the other 2 had expressed their willingness to help. It was obvious that they were people who knew how to repay kindness. Now that they were willing to pay, it meant that they really approved of Ironbone. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. After all, he was still short of 500 slots. As for those rogue cultivators who were unwilling to pay and left, even if they knelt and begged, they would not be recruited. They didn't walk for long. Jun Changshao stopped in front of a small stream and let the disciples rest. Death Valley was filled with ferocious beasts, and the stench was overwhelming. Now that they were out, they had to clean up. Because Lu Qianqian and Ling Yuanxue went to the other side, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others jumped into the stream without any scruples and directly washed. Jun Changshao also took a bath and changed into a clean sect master uniform. His entire person once again looked like a handsome tree in the wind. "Xiao Mo, Xiao Fei," he shouted, "Go find firewood and prepare to barbecue." Coming out of Death Valley and making a lot of money, they had to celebrate. Yes. After changing into a clean uniform, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei searched in the forest. Although they hadn't gone through the entry procedures, Song Hui and the other 2 martial artists began to try to integrate into the sect and help out. They even acted as barbecue masters. As the 3 of them had survived in the wild all year round, they definitely had some skills in barbecuing. Whoosh! The flames rose, and the barbecued meat was flipped. Swish! Swish! However, just as everyone was eating in full swing, a group of people suddenly surrounded the forest. They were wearing black clothes with the word eagle printed on their chests. The leader was a tall, middle-aged man. His eyes were shining, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Seeing the word eagle on the man's chest, Song Hui's face changed. He hurried over and whispered, "Sect leader, they are from Black Eagle Hall." Black Eagle Hall? Li Qingyang's face also changed. Jun Changshao saw this and asked, "Are they very powerful?" Li Qingyang said seriously, "Sect leader, this Black Eagle Hall is a 7th-rate evil sect in the neighboring Huayin County. Evil sect? Jun Changshao was surprised. After transmigrating, he more or less understood the falling star continent and knew that the sects were divided into good and evil. For example, the Grand Chi sect and the Long Blade sect were considered to be good sections. Evil sects were rarer, and their style of doing things was also very cruel. Qingyang County had the 100 Sect Alliance, so there were no evil sections. However, everyone seemed to be good on the surface, but the things they did in the dark might not be as good as the evil sections. Huayin County was different. There were no alliance organizations here, and the government was just a decoration. The sects developed wildly, and there were many forces that called themselves evil sections. Simply put, in Huayin County, evil sects were legalized. The forces that were called evil sects were more aggressive and warlike. Reason? That didn't exist. If there was a disagreement, they would draw their swords and even kill their whole family. TSK. Jun Changshao thought, I didn't expect to meet an evil sect in this wilderness. Kid, the tall middle-aged man said coldly, you are Ironbone's sect leader. That's right. Jun Changshao took a bite of meat and said, what can I do for you? If the evil sects in the neighboring counties heard of his sect, he would feel proud. I heard that you just came out from Death Valley. The middle-aged man's voice was cold, which was in line with the style of an evil sect. If the words evil sect were carved on his forehead, it would be perfect. That's right, Jun Changshao said. It's over. Song Hui's heart collapsed. Black Eagle Hall, as an evil sect, was very close to Death Valley in Qingyang County. They would come here to train every once in a while. Their favorite thing to do was to rob others. Today, they caught up from behind, so they must have gone to Death Valley and heard from other rogue cultivators that Ironbone had entered the valley. His guess was right. This Black Eagle Hall's Vice Hall master brought his disciples to Death Valley not long ago to train. The first thing he did was to control the rogue cultivators and threaten them to hand over their belongings. Some people were afraid of death. Not only did they hand over their belongings, they also revealed the matter of Ironbone. Since a sect entered and left the valley, it must be very rich. Therefore, the Vice Hall master immediately brought his disciples and chased after them. Finally, they surrounded the Ironbone sect in this forest. This was an evil sect. They did things no different from robbers. If it was a righteous sect, even if they wanted to rob, they would not do it so unscrupulously. Sect leader Jun, right? The Vice Hall master said indifferently, since you entered Death Valley, you must have obtained a lot of crystal cores and bones. Why don't you take them out and share with my Black Eagle Hall? Jun Changshao almost spat out the meat in his mouth. He grinned and said, my Ironbone risked his life to obtain these things. Why should I share them with you? This is the rule of my Black Eagle Hall. The Vice Hall master said coldly. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, that's your Black Eagle Hall's rule. My Ironbone's rule is that we can't share things with idiots because we will be infected. Brat, the Vice Hall master said with a fierce look, you are courting death. Chapter 205. When the Vice Hall master said that they were courting death, dozens of Black Eagle Hall disciples immediately surrounded them. Most of them were at the martial disciple level. Looking at Li Qingyang and the others who were only 17 or 18 years old, they all had looks of contempt on their faces. A group of children who hadn't even grown out their hair could be easily killed. Li Qingyang and the others placed the barbecued meat on the ground, chewed and swallowed the meat in their mouths, and then shook their heads and shoulders. After the training in Death Valley, they were not afraid of fighting at all. Not to mention, although there were more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples from their auras, their average cultivation was only second or third stage, which was not as strong as the Red Flame Wolves. The Vice Hall master said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, these should be the remaining 20 or so disciples of your sect, right? Only left? Jun Changshao did not understand. What do you mean? The Vice Hall master laughed coldly. What I mean is that after going to Death Valley, many disciples will die. If the rest die, your Ironbone sect will be annihilated. Jun Changshao understood. He must have thought that he had brought many disciples to Death Valley to train, and the remaining disciples were the survivors. That's right. That was what he thought. At that time, The Vice Hall Master was in a hurry to rob them. He only asked about the sect's rank and did not ask about the number of people who entered Death Valley. An 8th-rate sect entering Death Valley would have to bring at least 100 disciples and fight with the beast with their lives. Take him for example. This time, he had brought more than 60 martial disciples. He had already thought about it on the way. It would be very lucky if half of them could come out alive. Yes, Iron Bone brought 100 people, and 20 to 30 of them came out alive. Their luck was not bad. The Vice Hall Master of Black Eagle Hall's imagination was even stronger than Night Emperor's. This was good too. If he knew that all 25 of Iron Bone's disciples went in and came out alive, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. What? Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, "From what you said, you want to kill all of my disciples." The Vice Hall Master laughed sinisterly. If sect leader Jun cooperates and hands over the things in the valley, they will definitely return home safely. Are you threatening me? Jun Changshao's face darkened. The Vice Hall Master said, "You can say that." The biggest advantage of the evil sect was that they didn't beat around the bush when doing bad things, nor were they hypocritical. They just did it openly and openly. Did you hear that? Jun Changshao said, "Black Eagle Hall wants to kill you." Ha ha. Su Xiaoma clutched his stomach and laughed. Sect Master, these guys aren't even comparable to the beasts of Death Valley. What ability do they have to kill us? That's right, that's right. Li Fei smiled and said, "You're not even comparable to a ferocious beast. You think too highly of yourself." The Vice Hall Master's face gradually turned gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. "Hall Master he." A disciple of the Black Eagle Hall said coldly, "This Iron Bone disciple is very arrogant. Why don't we just kill them all?" Hall Master, he said indifferently. "Sect Master Jun, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this Hall Master for being impolite." "Kacha, kacha." The disciples of the Black Eagle Hall clenched their fists and walked over with their heads tilted. They even took out the weapons in their space rings. Perhaps because they had killed too many people, the aura they emitted was a little scary. Sect Master Jun, Hall Master, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "If you hand over the thing now, this Hall Master can spare your life and the lives of your disciples." "I don't have the thing, but I do have a life," Jun Changshao said. "Humph." Hall Master, he raised his hand and said with a cold gaze, "Kill them all." "Hoochie." Sword light flashed and blood splattered. Hall Master, he was stunned. "The men I brought with me are quite fast." However, when he looked over, he found that one of his disciples was standing in place with his eyes unfocused, and his neck had been cut by a sharp sword. The one who attacked was Yi Xingchen. He withdrew his sword and blew off the drops of blood that had gathered at the tip of the sword, saying indifferently, "Trash. Junior brother. Senior brother." Seeing his fellow disciple killed, the disciples of the Black Eagle Hall flew into a rage. They immediately poured spiritual energy into their weapons and slashed at the Iron Bone disciple, without caring who the target was. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others drew their swords and quickly fought back. Song Hui and the other two martial artists also drew their weapons. They were only a step away from becoming Iron Bone disciples. Naturally, they couldn't sit back and do nothing. In terms of numbers, the Black Eagle Hall definitely had the advantage. However, when the two sides fought, the strength of the Iron Bone disciples shocked them all. Poochie, Poochie, sword light flashed and blood splattered. Hall Master, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. In just a few breaths, more than 20 of his 60 disciples were killed by Iron Bone. The process was nothing more than drawing the sword, killing, drawing the sword again, and killing again. How could an 8th-rate sect be so strong? Was he seeing things? Hall Master, he hurriedly blinked his eyes. However, during this gap, another dozen or so disciples were killed like weeds. The disciples were killing crazily at the back. Jun Changshao kept his back to them and didn't look. He knew that even if there were more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples, they wouldn't be enough to kill Li Qingyang and the rest. It was true, compared to the Red Flame Wolf. No, they were even weaker than the Ground Flame Wolf. Damn it. Hall Master He's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He instantly unleashed his peak martial master cultivation and condensed an explosive force to attack Jun Changshao. Whoosh! This punch contained at least 60,000 force. However, just as the explosive fist was about to hit him, it was caught by Jun Changshao's palm. And he caught it so easily. Ew! Hall Master He was stunned. His punch landed on this guy's palm, and it didn't even budge. Jun Changshao said, "Don't be anxious. Watch carefully." How could he not be anxious? If he continued to watch, the dozens of disciples he brought would be killed. Hall Master He tried to pull his hand back, but that guy's 5 fingers were like pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Pucci, the Black Eagle Hall disciples were still being slaughtered by Ironbone, especially Yi Xingchen. He killed 1 person in 10 steps and didn't leave a single trace. A group of Rank 2 and Rank 3 martial disciples dared to fight against a team that destroyed a pack of Red Flame Wolves and even a pack of Gale Wolves. They were really tired of living. Unfortunately, the Black Eagle Hall didn't know about Ironbone's previous valiant battle record. When they realized that this group of immature teenagers was very terrifying, they were so scared that they hurriedly fled. Very wise. However, Jun Changshao said, "Kill them all." This tone was exactly the same as when the Hall Master had said, "Kill them all" just now. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang and the rest quickly caught up. Han Feng's sword and Overlord Qi greeted them, and more than 20 disciples who fled were obliterated. At this point, more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples were all killed. Only Hall Master He, who was restrained by Jun Changshao, was left. His eyes were filled with monstrous shock. He brought his disciples to Death Valley to train and hoped that half of them could come out alive. In the end, before they even entered the valley, they were all wiped out. Only now did Hall Master He realize that Ironbone was not a kind person. He had kicked an iron plate. "Hey!" Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Your subordinates are all dead." The smile looked harmless, but in Hall Master He's eyes, it was extremely sinister, as if the devil was smiling at him. Sect leader Jun. He hurriedly said, "I think this is a misunderstanding." Swish! Jun Changshao raised the Desert Eagle and pressed it against his head. His eyes were cold as he said, "Remember, if you can still be human in your next life, wipe your eyes before you go out. Don't provoke my Iron Bones sect anymore." Bang! A bullet shot out and pierced through his head. Plop! The Black Eagle Hall Vice Hall Master fell straight down, his eyes gradually losing focus. Yes, he had kicked an iron plate. Not only was this iron plate hard, but his way of doing things was also very decisive. He could be compared to the evil sects. Chapter 206. Hall Master He of Black Eagle Hall chased after them with only one goal: to stop Ironbone and force them to hand over the things they got from Death Valley. This kind of thing was very common and had been done more than once. No matter if it was a sect or an individual team, they had all been visited before. Of course, Black Eagle Hall didn't dare to provoke those who were tough. For example, when Alliance Leader Qin brought his disciples to train, they pretended not to know even though they received the news. Picking the soft persimmon was the way to survive. Unfortunately, the Deputy Hall Master of Black Eagle Hall had picked the wrong persimmon this time and killed himself and his 60 disciples. If it was a self-proclaimed righteous faction, they might have been able to survive. But since they provoked Ironbone, they could only go to hell to sing. Sect leader Jun wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But if someone provoked him and wanted to kill him, he had to return the favor in the same way. He was that domineering and valiant. Search them. Jun Changshao waved his hand. Ironbone disciples started to loot the bags and soon found 60 small interspatial rings. Any sect with a bit of money would have one of these interspatial rings. They could hold a limited amount of things. Ironbone was a bit interesting. Sect leader Jun had never bought interspatial rings before. Most of the disciples who had interspatial rings got them from assassins. So, looting was still necessary. At least they could save some money. Sect leader Li Qingyang counted and said, "There are a total of 30,000 silver notes and some low-grade herbs." "So poor," Jun Changshao said. If the dead hall master he heard these two words on his way to the Yellow Springs, he would definitely roar, "If I was fucking rich, would I still bring people to rob you?" Sect leader, what about these corpses? Pile them up and burn them. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. The fire burned, and the corpses turned into ashes. Because many people died here, it was filled with the smell of blood. Jun Changshao wasn't in the mood to eat barbecue and left with his disciples. On the way, Song Hui and the other two martial artists were thinking, was Iron Bone righteous or evil? Evil, right? They could tolerate rogue cultivators picking up scraps in Death Valley. Righteous, right? He didn't show any mercy when killing the Black Eagle Hall just now. Especially the sect leader, who raised the strange object and killed Hall Master He with a pong sound. He was absolutely decisive in killing, absolutely swift and decisive. The more the three of them thought about it, the more confused they became. However, regardless of whether Ironbone was righteous or evil, he would definitely join. The next day, Jun Changshao sped up and brought everyone back to Ironbone in the evening. As usual, as soon as he entered the sect, the disciples crowded around him, fighting to be the first to ask about his experience. Although they didn't follow him, their hearts followed him. After they finished cultivating, they would sit together and discuss how the sect leader and senior brothers fought against the ferocious beasts. The scene in his mind was even more exciting than the novel written by Jianghu Goodbye. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoma stood in the middle of the training field. He cleared his throat and spoke like a storyteller. This is a long story. Listen to me slowly. The disciples listened attentively, their eyes flickering with excitement. Jun Changshao brought Song Hui and the other two to the main hall, where they filled in the entry form and stamped it. Ding! Sect member, 503-1000. Ding! Sect contribution points, 703-1000. The other two martial artists were called Yu Xiao and Jin Lang. Like Song Hui, the two of them were in their early 30s, and they were both grade 1 martial masters. Jun Changshao sighed. Without the resources provided by your families and forces, it's really commendable that you can break through to the martial master level. Song Hui said bitterly, Sect leader, we have today's achievements because we fought on the line between life and death. This sentence expressed the difficulties and sadness of a rogue cultivator. Jun Changshao said, so from today onwards, you only need to do your best for the sect and provide me with all the resources. Ironbone was a young man with dreams in his heart. Although he was full of vitality, he lacked a sense of stability. It was necessary to recruit veterans who had experienced life and death situations. Rest assured, sect leader. The three of them said in unison, we will do our best for the sect. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, we will not hesitate. Jun Changshao believed in this, because following them into Death Valley was more like an entrance examination. The others left one after another. Since they were able to follow to the end and join him, there was no problem with their loyalty. This is a special pill of our sect. Take it. Jun Changshao threw 3 body-shaping pills over. Ironbone did not have the foundation of a large sect, nor did it have a huge amount of martial arts resources. However, each disciple was given a body-shaping pill, which was a unique feature. Sect leader, this is, Song Hui said. Jun Changshao said, a type of pill that can strengthen one's physique. Eating it will only bring you benefits and no harm. Understood. Song Hui swallowed the pill. Yu Xiao and Wan Lang also threw the pills into their mouths. At this time, even if the sect leader gave them a poisonous pill, they would not have any thoughts about it. The pill melted as soon as it entered their mouths, forming pure energy that nourished their meridians and muscles, causing their spirits to rise. After a while, the energy was exhausted. Their muscles, meridians, blood, and strength had all improved greatly. Their eyes flashed with intense shock. Oh my God! Song Hui could not help but exclaim. My strength seems to have increased a lot. A lot. It increased by about 10,000 pounds. The same went for Yu Xiao and Jin Lang. The three of them had average aptitudes and did not have any natural treasures to nurture them. After becoming a Grade 1 martial master, one's strength would be about 25,000 pounds, which was only the lowest value. After taking the body-shaping pill, one's physical strength would improve and instantly reach 35,000 pounds, which was already considered average. Excellent martial masters could reach 45,000 pounds at Grade 1. Top geniuses could reach 55,000 pounds. Oh my God, did we just eat an elixir? While Song Hui and the others were dumbfounded, Jun Changshao handed out the self-chop and exploding fist manuals. He said, "Qin Yang, arrange rooms for them and give them school uniforms and sect rules." Yes. Li Qingyang brought them to the inner courtyard and arranged rooms for them. The three of them entered the high-end and classy room, and their eyes could not hide their shock. The outer courtyard's buildings and main hall were already shocking enough, but the inner courtyard was even more luxurious. If this was a sixth-rate sect, the three of them would not have any doubts. "Brother Hui." The three of them sat in the room. Yu Xiao said excitedly, "This iron bone is really amazing." Jean Lang said in shock, "Taking a pill can increase one's strength by so much. This is simply unimaginable." Song Hui said excitedly, "Joining Iron Bone is definitely the wisest choice in our lives." This thought became even more firm after he flipped through Self-Chop and Rupturing Fist. This was because spiritual force-type martial skills were priceless treasures. The spatial ring given to the sect leader was worth tens of thousands. Sorry, they did not care at all. If they were given another choice, they would not hesitate to hand over hundreds of thousands just to join Iron Bone. The rogue cultivators who left because they were worried about money were simply too stupid. Chapter 207. Inside the main hall, Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Is there anything going on in the sect recently?" "Everything is normal," Li Luoqiu said with a smile. During this period of time, she has been managing the sect. Even though she was an assassin, her management was quite impressive. Jun Changshao put down the teacup and said, "What's the news outside?" Li Luoqiu said, "Qin Haoran has returned. What about the Xiao family?" Jun Changshao didn't care about the Grand Qi sect. He was more concerned about the Xiao family's movements. Li Luoqiu said, "The Xiao family has been keeping a low profile during this period of time. I'm afraid they are busy dealing with their family business." Jun Changshao rubbed his fingers and said, "They have cut off business with the AI family, and the mine has collapsed. It's enough for them to suffer." "Is there any other news?" "Yes." Li Luoqiu said, "The AI family will hold an auction in half a month. Many forces from different counties will come to Huyang City. The scale of the auction will be bigger than before. I hope this auction can get a good price." Jun Changshao murmured. Cooperating with the AI family to auction pills is his main source of income. Naturally, he hopes the higher the price, the better. "Oh, right." Li Luoqiu took out an invitation and said, "The AI family's head personally sent an invitation a few days ago, sincerely inviting the sect leader to attend the auction." "Attend for what? To bid for pills with them?" Jun Changshao took the invitation and shook his head with a smile. Li Luoqiu said, "In my opinion, the AI family's head wants the sect leader to join in the fun. I heard that there are several higher-ups from fifth-rate sects coming." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao said while opening the invitation. There was an invitation and a platinum card inside. Li Luoqiu said in surprise, "The highest platinum VIP card in the AI family's auction house." "Platinum VIP card?" Jun Changshao asked. Li Luoqiu explained, "The AI family issues cards that represent 3 different identities. The ordinary one is a bronze card, the next is a gold card, and the highest is a platinum card. Wasn't it just like being a bank's VIP customer? Speaking of which, had the AI family played LOL or King of Glory before?" The 3 cards were similar to the ranking system. Jun Changshao casually threw the platinum card on the table and said without interest, "I'm very busy. Why would I attend an auction?" Li Luoqiu, this kind of platinum card was very rare. Only big shots with a reputation could obtain it. Yet the sect leader had casually discarded it. "Pay more attention to the Xiao clan. Report back immediately if there's any movement, Jun Changshao said. Yes. After discussing business, Li Luoqiu pressed her arms on the table and used her palm to support her sharp chin. She smiled and said, Sect leader, tell me about your training in Death Valley. Jun Changshao said, I only killed a fire dragon. There's nothing much to talk about. Li Luoqiu said in surprise, a fire dragon that was 5 ranks higher? Yes. Jun Changshao said, you've heard of it too. One of the 2 overlords of Death Valley is the fire dragon. Li Luoqiu said, 2 overlords? Jun Changshao said, what's the other one? Li Luoqiu thought for a while and said, the other one is a rare stone-type stone man. Stone man? Jun Changshao said, is it a huge monster that's made of stone and is at least 7 to 8 feet tall? That's right. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changshao murmured, so the big monster I killed was a stone man, one of the 2 overlords of Death Valley. Li Luoqiu said in disbelief, Sect leader also killed the stone man? Jun Changshao said, when I was capturing the purple lightning cub, I accidentally entered its territory and was trapped inside. I could only kill it. He said it casually, but Li Luoqiu was full of doubts. The stone man is much stronger than the fire dragon. With Sect leader's cultivation, can you kill this kind of stone-type beast? Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out a crystal core. This is the stone man's crystal core. The crystal core immediately emitted a heavy aura. Li Luoqiu instantly determined that it must be a stone-type crystal core, and its level was not low. Heavens! Sect leader is so strong. He killed the fire dragon and the stone man. Li Luoqiu was deeply shocked. Wait. She suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Sect leader, why did you say you accidentally entered the stone man's territory? The purple lightning cub. Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu immediately stood up and said in shock, Death Valley has a rare thunder-type beast. Yes. Jun Changshao said, when I saw it, I immediately went to capture it, and then he paused and said, yes. I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. He did not say that he directly captured it with the Sect leader's ball. After all, it was too shocking. However, Sect leader Jun did not know that even though he spent a lot of effort, he still shocked our beautiful and enchanting Hall Master Li to the point that her body was trembling. She stared with her big eyes and said, Sect leader subdued the purple lightning cub? Yes. Jun Changshao said. This guy had been very casual when he started talking about Death Valley, but he shocked Li Luoqiu to the point that she was in a daze. It was acceptable to kill 2 overlords, but subduing a lightning violet lightning tiger cub, wasn't that a little too shocking? You don't believe me? Jun Changshao said. Let's go. I will summon it and let you see. After saying that, he walked out of the main hall. Li Luoqiu hurriedly followed, thinking, could it be that Sect leader really subdued the purple lightning cub? On the martial arts field, Su Xiaoma was explaining how to kill the fire dragon with spittle flying everywhere. The process was not particularly complicated, but under his explanation, it suddenly became full of ups and downs and twists and turns. The hearts of the hundreds of disciples were sometimes suspended and sometimes sped up. It was as if they were on a roller coaster. Tisk, tisk, Tianqi said from afar. Senior Martial Brother Su is not a storyteller. It is a waste of his talent. Yes. Li Fei's mouth twitched and said, after hearing him say that, I am starting to doubt whether I participated in the killing of the fire dragon. Su Xiaoma continued to narrate the story vividly. When he finished talking about the fire dragon, the Sect leader and hall master Li walked out of the main hall. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, Go, let me have the martial arts field. If you want to know what will happen, listen to the next round. After Su Xiaoma finished speaking, he hurriedly stepped aside. The hundreds of disciples also retreated and surrounded the martial arts field. Swoosh! Jun Changshao took out the Sect leader ball, then smiled and said, Since you are all here, I will let you see a rare purple lightning cub. Purple lightning cub? Many disciples looked at each other, expressing their confusion. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoma moistened his throat and said loudly, After Sect leader killed the fire dragon, he subdued a rare, thunder-type, ferocious beast. Its whole body was emitting purple thunder and lightning. It was really majestic. Oh my God, a thunder-type, ferocious beast. That is a very rare, ferocious beast. Sect leader actually subdued it. The disciples' faces were full of admiration, and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Swoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Sect leader Jun raised his hand and suddenly waved it at the center of the martial arts field, shouting, "Come out, purple lightning cub!" Boom! The Sect leader ball flew out, flashing in midair. Immediately, a ferocious beast appeared on the martial arts field. It was a little thing with big ears and a long nose. Gah! The atmosphere instantly froze. Liloaccio and the disciples stared at it, thinking, could it be Hoot? Hoot! The little guy barked twice. Therefore, everyone was sure that it was a little wild boar. Jun Changshao maintained his waving motion, but his whole body was instantly petrified. He howled in his heart. King took the wrong sect leader ball. Sect leader. Liloaccio turned around and said speechlessly, "Do you think we have never seen a pig or a tiger?